Confess to me and you reject me, then turn around and find a mature professor to marry me. In August, the afternoon sun in Yancheng remained dazzling. Traffic flowed steadily on the streets, and on the sidewalk, Jiang Cheng got up from the ground, patting the dust off his knees. Tripping on such a wide road, how embarrassing. Cursing his bad luck, he instinctively glanced around. A red sedan was parked by the roadside, its window rolled down, revealing a woman sitting in the driver's seat. Though Jiang Cheng had long outgrown immature tastes, he was still momentarily stunned by her beauty. The woman had delicate, striking features, her lips painted a blood-red hue. Her slightly cold and piercing eyes locked onto him as she lazily leaned back in her seat. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze, she let out a soft scoff, as if amused by his situation. Jiang Cheng quickly averted his eyes. This was utterly humiliating. But when he lifted his head again, he froze. The street before him was sparsely populated, the light breeze rustling the leaves of the roadside trees. Two discarded plastic bags danced in the wind, entangled in a swirling motion. The scene felt both familiar and strange. Wasn't I just resting in my office chair? Jiang Cheng's dazed gaze fell to the ground in front of him. There lay a bouquet of red roses wrapped in pink oil paper. He might forget this breeze, these leaves, but he could never forget that afternoon when he held this bouquet in his arms. That summer afternoon, 20 years ago, right after the college entrance exam, he had held a similar bouquet to confess to Zhu Chuyao, the girl he had liked and chased for years. The details of that day were hazy, as was the outcome. All he remembered was that after this day, he continued chasing her for many years. Until, at Zhu Chuyao's wedding, she looked at him with happy tears in her eyes and said, "Thank you for your blessing. You will always be my best friend." Only then did he realize that the Zhu Chuyao, who had always appeared single before him, had long since belonged to someone else. After repeated confirmation, Jiang Cheng was certain he had been reborn. Reborn to that very afternoon 20 years ago. Fortunately, he was still on Blue Star, still himself, and not transported somewhere else like in those novels. Taking 2 steps forward, he picked up the bouquet of red roses. Life's detours could be avoided, but youthful innocence should never be dismissed. He took a whiff. The flowers were fragrant, reminiscent of the sky of 18 and a gentle afternoon breeze. "Jiang Cheng, why are you so slow?" A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out. It was familiar, albeit slightly more tender than he remembered. Jiang Cheng looked up and saw Zhu Chuyao jogging toward him. She was dressed in a white t-shirt with a cartoon print, paired with jeans and white sneakers. His expression froze. He knew what was running toward him was youth, but not the future. "Jiang Cheng, what are you doing? We agreed to meet at the intersection, and I waited for so long, only to find you standing here in a daze." Zhu Chuyao frowned, clearly displeased. "Huh? What's that?" Her eyes landed on the bouquet in Jiang Cheng's hands. A flash of delight crossed her face but quickly disappeared as she put on a serious expression. "Are you planning to confess to me with this?" "Jiang Cheng, let me tell you, you can't just copy what people do on TV. Someone like you, with no particular advantages, won't be liked by anyone. People will just deceive you. Good thing we're close." Her tone softened toward the end as she continued, "Good thing you're confessing to me. I won't deceive you. Honestly, I do kind of like you, but I haven't thought it through yet. Hurry up and give me the flowers. Let us go shopping first." As she spoke, Zhu Chuyao reached out to take the bouquet from Jiang Cheng's hands. Jiang Cheng slightly dodged, avoiding her grasp. He could hardly believe that he was actually fortunate enough to hear this kind of god-tier nonsense in person. Then again, this wasn't the first time. In the future, everyone would recognize this as the lowest form of manipulation, but back then, there wasn't even a concept of PUA. For those naturally gifted in it, it came as easily as breathing. Like Zhu Chuyao. "What do you mean, Jiang Cheng?" She glared at him unhappily. Jiang Cheng had never refused her before. But this time, Jiang Cheng simply looked at her without responding. He stepped forward, brushing past her, and once again inhaled the scent of the flowers. The fragrance seemed stronger, clearer than before. Looking up, he saw that the red sedan was still parked by the roadside. But this time, the woman inside had stepped out. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the car door, watching him curiously. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with striking facial features, high cheekbones, and a sharp nose. Her face was small, her figure slender yet curvaceous in all the right places. She wore high-heeled sandals, her fair-skinned feet resting on the curb. She had on black pants that ended just above her ankles, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. Her upper body was clad in a tight-fitting black camisole, layered with a light white coat. In the future, women like her would be called dominant older sisters. Jiang Cheng met her curious gaze, then glanced at the roses in his hands. Life's detours could be avoided, but youthful innocence should never be dismissed. Holding the bouquet, he walked toward Yancheng. She raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. Looking at the bouquet being handed to her, she pointed at herself with a manicured finger and chuckled. Seriously, little brother? You have the guts to hit on an older woman like me. As he extended the flowers, Jiang Cheng himself was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, had he gotten so cocky from being reborn that he just threw his dignity out the window? But now that the bowstring had been drawn, there was no turning back. Still, if she rejected him now, it would be ultimate humiliation. No, triple humiliation. Considering he had already tripped and fallen just moments ago. Jiang Cheng licked his lips and said seriously, I'm a university student. I don't have much, but I do have courage. Nothing worked better than the title university student, pure and simple. Besides, back in the day, university students were rare, and the title itself carried some weight. Yancheng studied the young man who was slightly taller than her, even with her heels on. Then, all of a sudden, she threw her head back and laughed, her body trembling with mirth. The delicate straps of her camisole seemed on the verge of slipping from her shoulders. If it were any other young man standing in front of her, he would surely be blushing furiously. But the Jiang Cheng who had been reborn 20 years into the past maintained his composure since it was their first meeting. He could only afford a respectful glance. Because they weren't familiar enough for him to keep respecting her. It took Yancheng a while to stop laughing. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, then glanced meaningfully at Zhu Chuyao behind him. Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you? She teased. Jiang Cheng smirked. A little. But I'm looking forward to it. Yancheng blinked, slightly taken aback. This kid really was bold. And he was good-looking, too. Smiling, she took the bouquet from his hands, sniffed it lightly, and then reached for the car door. All right then, little brother. Since you have the guts, dare to get in the car. Chapter 2, My Little Brother is Too Steady. Yancheng told Jiang Cheng to get in the car if he dared. Of course, Jiang Cheng had the guts to get in. The hardest part wasn't he getting in the car, getting in was easy. Even if no one taught him, any man would know what to do once inside. The real challenge was holding a bouquet, facing a woman in her mid to late 20s while stuck in an 18-year-old body, and asking her if she was single. They were from two different worlds. Since the hardest part was over, there was nothing left to hesitate about. Without a second thought, Jiang Cheng walked around to the front passenger seat, opened the door, and got in. Yancheng, still holding the bouquet, froze in shock at Jiang Cheng's smooth and effortless movements. Her mouth was slightly open as she turned to look at Zhu Chuyao. The young girl stood rooted in place, completely dazed. Yancheng felt a bit strange. Had she just snatched someone else's boyfriend right in front of them? And he was a little brother? She was doomed. Yancheng covered her forehead, sighed, and got into the driver's seat. She placed the flowers in the back and glanced at Jiang Cheng, who was calmly fastening his seatbelt in the passenger seat. She didn't even know what to say. This was entirely her fault. She had been testing whether the little brother dared to get in the car. Clearing her throat softly, Yancheng could only start the car. No way, I can't keep a little brother in check, she muttered to herself. As the car merged into traffic, Jiang Cheng turned to seriously study Yancheng. In his previous life, he had dominated the financial world for over a decade and seen countless beautiful women, top-tier celebrities, heirs of powerful families, mistresses of moguls. But in terms of skin tone, hair texture, proportions, and facial features, this woman was top-notch in every aspect. Most importantly, she matched his aesthetic preferences perfectly. Jiang Cheng recalled a saying, "A man remains a boy at heart until death." An old man doesn't blow up cow dung not because he doesn't want to, but because he has no firecrackers. A young man doesn't like older women only because they are not attractive enough. Do I look good? Yancheng suddenly asked, noticing that Jiang Cheng was staring at her. Jiang Cheng replied, you're the most beautiful big sister I've ever seen. Shen Yuqing pursed her lips, feeling an unexpected urge to laugh but held back out of embarrassment. She turned back and shot him a glare before focusing on driving again. For some reason, she felt something unusual about Jiang Cheng. He was very quiet, yet she found herself unconsciously listening carefully to every word he said. Simply put, she was taking him seriously. This shouldn't be happening, Shen Yuqing thought. Just then, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Zhu Chuyao was calling. Without hesitation, he pressed the decline button. Back at the place where Jiang Cheng had just gotten into the car, Zhu Chuyao snapped out of her daze, her eyes turning red as she stared at her phone. Jiang Cheng had just rejected her call. Her grip on the phone tightened in frustration and grievance. When Jiang Cheng handed the flowers to Shen Yuqing earlier, she had been stunned. At school, she knew many classmates, including those from other classes, especially the boys often talked about her being the most beautiful girl on campus. She had heard it so much that she stopped caring. After all, she had never seen any girl prettier than herself at school, not even outside among older women. Even well-dressed older women never made her feel inferior. She had always believed that once she grew up, she would outshine them all. But the moment she saw Shen Yuqing, especially when Jiang Cheng handed her the flowers, she instinctively compared herself to Shen Yuqing and was utterly crushed. All her arrogance shattered instantly. Jiang Cheng, I'll never talk to you again. Fuming, Zhu Chuyao stomped her foot in frustration and called her best friend. Who cares if Jiang Cheng wants to go shopping with me? I can just go with my bestie. In the car, Jiang Cheng didn't ask where Shen Yuqing was heading, nor did she say. After he declined the call, Shen Yuqing asked, fighting with your girlfriend? You're not even answering her calls now. In her mind, Jiang Cheng was just a little brother. She didn't see him as a peer or a man of the same age. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken so much to him, let alone been the one to start the conversation. Jiang Cheng replied bluntly, she's not my girlfriend. If she doesn't like me, then so be it. He spoke straightforwardly, without any attempt to hide behind excuses. Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Jiang Cheng to be so direct. Most guys had fragile egos and would rather die than admit that they liked someone who didn't like them back. This kind of thing was hard to say out loud. Which university are you in? Jiang Cheng replied, just graduated from high school. Got my admission letter but haven't enrolled yet. Shen Yuqing was mildly surprised. She turned to look at Jiang Cheng and said, so, you haven't started university yet? You're about to be a freshman. Jiang Cheng nodded. Shen Yuqing paused for 2 seconds, then stared straight ahead. Do you have a thing for older girls? Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, no, I like teachers. He said it casually, still adjusting to his rebirth. His mind was a mess, filled with scattered memories, so he was just making small talk without much thought. But the moment those words left his mouth, a sudden, sharp brake jolted the car. Thankfully, he was wearing a seatbelt, or else his forehead would have slammed into the dashboard. Luckily, the car only jerked slightly before continuing forward. Is there a problem? Jiang Cheng hadn't expected such a big reaction from Shen Yuqing. He finally pulled his thoughts together and looked at her curiously. And no problem, just hope you keep saying that later on. Shen Yuqing said calmly, but in her mind, she was panicking. He's really coming for me. And guess what? I actually am a teacher. Are all incoming freshmen this bold? Maybe I should just go back to work after all. As she drove, Shen Yuqing was lost in thought. In reality, she and Jiang Cheng weren't that different in age. He had just graduated high school, while she had just completed her master's degree. Originally, through her family's connections and her own efforts, she had planned to stay at the university as a counselor. After so many years of studying, she had grown accustomed to the campus environment. All the paperwork had been completed. But during this vacation, with no academic pressure, she had suddenly realized that life outside of school seemed pretty nice. So now, she was hesitating, should she return to the university or not. But looking at this freshman-to-be, she suddenly felt intrigued. Are new students really this different from my batch? They seem pretty interesting. We're here. Get out. About 10 minutes later, Shen Yuqing pulled into a parking lot and spoke to Jiang Cheng. As she watched him unbuckle his seatbelt with the same calm and steady demeanor, a strange sense of frustration bubbled up inside her. I'm about to be a counselor. You're the student. I'm the one in charge here, okay? Why are you acting so composed? Chapter 3. You can't even coax your little sister, so you want to coax your big sister. When Shen Yuqing thought of this, she felt inexplicably angry, as if her brother had turned the tables and became the master. She was very dissatisfied. How about I take you to see the world today? After Jiang Cheng got out of the car, Shen Yuqing hooked the car key with her little finger and said to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said, okay, let's meet. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you dare to flirt with me later, I will agree to date you. Otherwise, you should study hard and never fall in love again. Jiang Cheng walked around from the front of the car, walked to Shen Yuqing's side and said, then I have to flirt with her no matter what, otherwise I can't fall in love, and being a bachelor for a lifetime is a bit of a high price. Few tilder. Shen Yuqing was amused by Jiang Cheng and chuckled. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng and muttered, glib-tongued brother. Then he stretched out his long legs, led the way, and led Jiang Cheng to the shopping mall next door. But from the front that Jiang Cheng couldn't see, Shen Yuqing's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried, and there was a smile between his eyebrows. If another person of the opposite sex had spoken to her like this, Shen Yuqing would have lost her face long ago. But Jiang Cheng gave her a very strange feeling. Although he was a younger brother, he seemed very steady and serious. But the words that came out were glib and frivolous. Under this kind of conflict, those words that Shen Yuqing considered to be hooliganism did not feel like hooliganism when they came out of Jiang Cheng's mouth. Instead, Shen Yuqing experienced for the first time what it felt like to joke boldly with the opposite sex. If Jiang Cheng knew what Shen Yuqing was thinking, he would tell her that things were not that complicated and it was just pure ambiguity and flirting. And my sister cooperated very well. Jiang Cheng followed Shen Yuqing half a step behind, watching the mall passing by them. Jiang Cheng still has an impression of this place, Yonghui Shopping Mall. The name contains the word mall, but it is somewhat different from the shopping malls that emerged in later generations. Cinemas and arcades, which were standard features of shopping malls in later generations, are not available in the current Yonghui Mall. The integration of entertainment and shopping has not yet been achieved. Now there are many stalls in the mall, and each stall is doing retail business, covering all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It is an upgraded version of the early farmers' market. Yonghui Mall was popular in Yancheng for many years, but was later replaced by major supermarkets and integrated entertainment commercial plazas. However, at present, this type of shopping mall is still the mainstream place for people to shop. Jiang Cheng didn't know why Shen Yuqing brought him here. But as soon as he walked into the gate of the mall, he immediately saw someone greeting Shen Yuqing. Hello, Mr. Shen. Jiang Cheng noticed that the person who called Shen Yuqing Mr. Shen was wearing a blue work uniform, and it was easy to tell that he was a staff member of the mall. As for Shen Yuqing, he did not even glance at him, nodded slightly, and walked past the man with his long legs. Jiang Cheng walked beside her and saw Shen Yuqing's profile, which looked cold and like a CEO in a TV series. Why do I say the CEO looks like in a TV show? Because Jiang Cheng has seen many CEOs in reality, both men and women, but those people, without exception, cannot have such clear eyes as Shen Yuqing. This look is clearer than that of a college student. Only actors with great acting skills in TV dramas can probably perform 70% of this kind of performance. But the Shen Yuqing in front of him was not acting, he was very real and played to his full potential. There were watch stalls on both sides of the gate. Shen Yuqing walked in front, leading Jiang Cheng around a corner and heading towards the electric escalator. An aunt in her 40s behind the counter also greeted with a smile, Mr. Shen, are you free? Come sit down and play for a while. The aunt was very enthusiastic, but Shen Yuqing just smiled faintly, kept walking, and said, you are busy first. Then he stepped onto the escalator. Jiang Cheng followed behind her, still not understanding why Shen Yuqing brought him here, but everyone here called Shen Yuqing Mr. Shen. Does she work here? Not really. If she really worked here, she would be so young that passers-by would call her Mr. Shen. Even if she relied on her beauty, her eyes would not be so clear. But soon, Jiang Cheng guessed Shen Yuqing's identity. There is no need for Shen Yuqing to admit it. Yonghui Shopping Mall is her family's business. To put it bluntly, he is a rich second generation who is a big boss from his family business. Because Shen Yuqing took Jiang Cheng from the first floor to the fourth floor, staff on each floor greeted Shen Yuqing politely when they saw him. Along the way, Shen Yuqing gave Jiang Cheng some brief introductions. But Jiang Cheng discovered that since entering the mall, Shen Yuqing never looked at him straight in the eye again, or rather, Shen Yuqing never looked at many people straight in the eye. Occasionally, he would force a smile, which made people feel very official at first glance. Jiang Cheng wanted to laugh when he saw Shen Yuqing's appearance. He knew that Shen Yuqing was not pretending on purpose, but it was indeed subconsciously pretending. When people are facing the gazes of many people but cannot control them, they will pretend to be very proud and serious at the same time, as if they are concentrating on thinking about important things. Then, when they arrived at the office on the 5th floor, Shen Yuqing turned around and still didn't look at Jiang Cheng. She just sat down on the office chair and said, "You sit on the sofa first and wait for a while." Then people came in one after another to report on their work and ask for instructions on problems they encountered. Then Jiang Cheng discovered that there was a young man in his 30s in the office with a set of desks and chairs, a row of bookcases against the wall, and a set of sofas and coffee tables. Young people will mostly give suggestions to those who come to report and ask for instructions on their work. Shen Yuqing kept her head down and looked at the documents in her hands. Jiang Cheng didn't know what she was looking at. Even when talking about employees coming to report on their work, she didn't move her eyes away. Somewhat cute. In this case, it is easy to tell that the real brain or backbone is the young man in his 30s. Shen Yuqing was not familiar with the business, he was just a second generation who had just arrived or was just going through the motions. Jiang Cheng was sure that she was the second generation, not the manager of the property given to her by her man. Is it because if it was Shen Yuqing's man who gave her the property management, would she dare to bring other men here openly? About half an hour later, after the report was completed, Shen Yuqing raised his head and said to the young man sitting on a chair next to the sofa, "Okay, you go out first." The young man's smile froze for a moment, but he could only stand up and respond, then walk out. But when he left, he looked at Jiang Cheng meaningfully. "I just brought you up here to introduce it to you, and you saw it. Yes, this mall is mine." Shen Yuqing leaned back in her office chair, crossed her legs with her arms folded across her chest, and stared at Jiang Cheng. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, this was like a child secretly wearing his mother's high heels and pretending to be an adult. But just looking at Shen Yuqing's appearance, it is still quite intimidating. The cold and aloof female CEO on TV is played according to this mold. Jiang Cheng said, "You mean to tell me that you are rich, but I am a student and have no money, so I can't flirt with you?" Shen Yuqing curled her lips, raised her eyebrows and said, "Otherwise. It's like playing a game where you always lose and finally win. If your confession is rejected, just give me the flowers you expressed it to me. Do I look lower class than her? You can't even coax your little sister, and now you want to coax your big sister." Snort. Jiang Cheng, if I make money, I can seduce you. Chapter 4, Borrowing stockings to put over your head and go to the bank? In fact, from the very beginning, Shen Yuqing was aroused by the desire to win. She was originally waiting in the car downstairs for her best friend who was going upstairs to do some work. She was bored when she saw a sunny, tall and handsome brother coming towards her who was very much in line with her aesthetic standards. The younger brother was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Then this handsome brother fell down without any warning, which made her even more curious. So the following scene happened. The handsome brother failed in his confession and was rejected by a little girl, so he turned around and set his sights on her. She has rejected you, and you still dare to flirt with me. Do I look more attractive than her? It's so infuriating, isn't it? The main thing is that this is still a younger brother, and Shen Yuqing's playfulness suddenly aroused. The most immediate thought in my mind was to control him and let him know that my sister is not so easy to mess with. So she subconsciously threw the first test to Jiang Cheng. Do you dare to get in the car? As a result, Jiang Cheng dared. This made Shen Yuqing unable to deal with it. He had no choice but to pay for the goods, but the only place that could pay for the goods in Yancheng was Yonghui Mall. So she brought Jiang Cheng here to let his brother see that his sister is the boss in this mall. Such a big mall is mine. So when he heard that Jiang Cheng still didn't soften and was still so hard, Shen Yuqing got angry. Is my lethality that low? No matter what I do to you, you won't soften. She pointed diagonally with her high heels on, legs crossed, at a room with an open door next to the office. See? Jiang Cheng took a look and saw it. At the door of the room, there were cardboard boxes stacked up, with belts and wallets unpacked and placed on top of the boxes. These are all items that have not been sold yet. Does this bag know? The factory price is only 5.8 yuan from me, but the price at the counter is at least 30 yuan for a wallet, and the factory price of a belt is 3.4 yuan, but it sells for at least 20 yuan. You don't know how high the profit is, right? In fact, when Yancheng knew the profit of these goods, she was extremely surprised. She kept calculating the things she bought outside, wondering if the purchase price was also so bad, pretty girl. So she decided to use this to shock Jiang Cheng, but after she finished speaking, she found that Jiang Cheng didn't react at all. He just looked at her curiously, as if waiting for her next words. Yancheng swallowed a little embarrassedly. It's like what you think is great is not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. She wondered if Jiang Cheng was stupid enough to not understand this concept. So she added, do you know how many products with this kind of profit are there in this mall? It's all mine. The whole mall is mine. Jiang Cheng. You really can brag. He knew about Yonghui Shopping Mall, which adopted the stall rental model, which means that it was not much different from the shopping malls of later generations. The stalls in the mall were rented out to individual business owners. But when it came to Yancheng's mouth, it became hers. This guy really doesn't treat his brother as his own and is just trying to scare him. Yancheng, who thought he was always serious, boasted for once, but failed to scare his younger brother. Instead, he was stared at by his younger brother. It was like he was seeing through her. Yancheng felt a little embarrassed, and said with a dodgy look, now you know, do you think you can make so much money to seduce my sister? Yancheng has always hated people who bully others by taking advantage of their power, but this brother is both hateful and likable, so she wants to control him. Jiang Cheng said, then sister must think of a date location in advance. So confident. Yancheng frowned. Before this, she actually liked Jiang Cheng quite a lot and thought he was quite interesting. But at this moment she felt a little disgusted. It was boring. What's the point of having a man who only knows how to brag and speaks unrealistically? Jiang Cheng himself actually discovered that his current behavior is a typical example of someone trying to prove himself when someone says he is not good enough. This kind of discrimination can easily make others dislike you and make you tired. But facing the queen in front of him, Jiang Cheng had no choice. Her sister said that he was no good, and if he didn't prove it, he would have to admit it. Of course, this is the first time we meet, and I haven't been interested in anyone for a long time. So of course we have to break the impasse. The method to break the impasse is actually so simple and direct. Although it is a little down to earth, it is the most useful. You say I can't do it, so I'll show you in front of you first. But I need to borrow something from my sister. Jiang Cheng said. Yancheng, borrow stockings to put on your head. Go to the bank. She felt that such words were likely to come from the mouth of this seemingly serious brother. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said, I'll borrow the empty space on the left side of the downstairs gate. What are you going to do, set up a stall? Yancheng felt that she had used too much expression before, and also felt that she was making a fuss out of nothing. The opponent just played a 3 of spades lightly, and I directly used the king to bomb the tractor. Although I am a little disappointed with the progress, if I think about it rationally, this is the only way a high school graduate can think of to make money. From a normal perspective, it is already very good for a high school graduate to be willing to set up a stall. What are you going to sell at your stall? You can buy any wallets, belts, or leather shoes here. I'll give you the factory price. Jiang Cheng glanced at the things in the room and said, okay. How much do you need? I'll have someone send it down for you on a cart. Yancheng felt that today's fast was almost over here and it was meaningless. Jiang Cheng said, no hurry, I need something else, it's all in this building, let's go find it now. It is true that he wanted to borrow that piece of vacant land to set up a stall, but not to sell things. Just now, when Yancheng brought him in from the mall boss and introduced him all the way, Jiang Cheng actually had a plan in his mind. Regardless of whether it is a rebirth or not, making money will always be the theme song. Without money, it will be useless even if you want to give up. In his previous life, he was a big shot in the financial circle and did all the behind-the-scenes investments. This time, Jiang Cheng wanted to get involved personally and try it out in a different way. Yancheng thought about it, stood up and said, I'll go with you. Then everyone saw a tall and beautiful figure, wearing high heels and taking elegant steps, strolling in the mall with a sunny and handsome boy. When they came in and went upstairs before, many people hadn't noticed Jiang Cheng. Now Jiang Cheng walked in front, and Shen Yuqing became a foil. Everyone just noticed that this is Mr. Shen's boyfriend. Boss Shen's boyfriend is so handsome. The boy is so strong, I like him so much. Mr. Shen seems to be a little shy. If I had a brother like this, I would want to hang on to him all the time. The women gathered together and chatted while eating melon seeds. Jiang Cheng collected the things in the mall, found a poster, and then wrote the promotional advertisement with a marker. 2 big words were written at the top. Free. Chapter 5, The Stall Opens. When Jiang Cheng went out today, he had a total of 500 yuan in his pocket. He discovered this when he went to after-sales service, felt it out of his pocket, and then took it out to check. I think it was money he took from home, and he planned to buy something for Zhu Chuyao when he went shopping with her. But now it comes in handy. He had observed it when he followed Shen Yuqing upstairs before, and he had just spent money to buy balloons and some plastic toys from the mall. The balloons were bought at a wholesale stall on the 4th floor of the mall. They were the kind that were tied with ropes and could float in the sky, with different patterns on them. With the rope and inflation, it costs 20 cents each. But in an era when pork is only 7 yuan per pound, this kind of balloon can be sold for 1 yuan each. I also bought some plastic toys on the 4th floor, which mainly has some wholesale stalls. The toys that Jiang Cheng bought all looked very nice, but the craftsmanship was simple. Basically they were assembled by molding and then pasted with decorative paper. The wholesale price of a 10 centimeters long car is 4.2 yuan. A large excavator is only 6.8 yuan. Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't buy much, and he was able to get this price because Shen Yuqing was with him. With Shen Yuqing there were naturally mall staff to follow him. When the owner of the wholesale stall saw that we were from the shopping mall, he simply did us a favor and gave us a minimum price no matter how much we asked. But Jiang Cheng knew that these prices seemed very low, but in fact, if calculated based on the cost price, the price he got was at least double the cost. After all, this requires absolutely no technical content and does not waste any working time. After pressing the mold, an old lady can assemble it in a few seconds. Labor costs were not valuable back then, and foreign trade had not yet taken off. Factories that had opened up early had piles of inventory with nowhere to sell it. There were also plastic rings sold as a set in the toy store, and Jiang Cheng also bought some. Shen Yuqing, who was following Jiang Cheng, saw Jiang Cheng buying toys and balloons, and thought that Jiang Cheng really planned to set up a stall at the door. Suddenly I felt it was meaningless. Even though I had just graduated from high school, the idea of setting up a stall was better than most of my peers, but that was all. So after seeing Jiang Cheng put the balloons and toys he bought on the cart, she said to Jiang Cheng, "I have something else to do, you go ahead and put them on the cart first. If you need anything, you can talk to the mall staff." Shen Yuqing left right after she finished speaking, without even giving Jiang Cheng her phone number, and just told Jiang Cheng to find a staff member if he had any questions. In fact, deep down, Shen Yuqing thought that it was impossible for her to have more contact with Jiang Cheng, so today was just a small episode, a little disturbance in life, which would pass in the past. Jiang Cheng actually understood Shen Yuqing's thoughts very well, but he did not explain. I pushed my things downstairs. Even though he was reborn and possessed the memory of a prophet, there wasn't much he could do without the original capital. Just say it's all his old business, financial investment. I have 500 yuan in my pocket, who should I invest in? Or like those rebirth novels, where you take 500 yuan to find a big shot to trick him, and tens or even hundreds of millions of yuan come into your pocket in minutes. Jiang Cheng felt that if the boss wasn't sick, then he must be sick. So we have to take one step at a time. Drag the things to the open space next to the downstairs gate, and things will be much easier with staff helping you arrange things. Jiang Cheng used the big tip pen he had bought and started writing the advertisement on the poster he had bought from the toy store owner. After a while, the advertisement was finished. Jiang Cheng asked the staff to help him find an advertising stand, put up the poster, and then started to put things on display. Shen Yuqing's identity was still very useful. The staff couldn't figure out his relationship with Shen Yuqing, so the staff didn't object to his small requests and helped him handle them. It took just over 10 minutes to set up Jiang Cheng's stall. Soon, people who had just finished shopping in the mall noticed Jiang Cheng's small stall. There was an old lady looking at a poster propped up by an advertising stand for a while. Then he took out a receipt from his pocket and asked Jiang Cheng tentatively. Young man, is what you wrote here true? If you spend 100 yuan at the mall, you can use the mall receipt to get a free ring. The old lady looked at the wallet, belt, leather shoes, and half-broken bricks tied with balloons on the ground within the red line, with an expression of obvious disbelief. Jiang Cheng walked over and smiled. Sister, what's written here is true. As long as you buy something in the mall and have a receipt for more than 100 yuan, you can use the ring for free, and the things you get are yours. Jiang Cheng took the receipts from the auntie, took a look at them and said, Sister, these receipts add up to more than 120 yuan, which has met the requirement. As he spoke, he stuffed a small plastic ring into the aunt's hand. This circle is yours, it's free, and you can take whatever you get directly, no money required. Really? The aunt's eyes sparkled. I don't know if it's because she can get free rings or because Jiang Cheng calls her sister. This boy is tall and handsome, and looks younger than my son. He calls me sister so sweetly. Do I really look young? The aunt happily stood in front of the red line holding a plastic ring, and then carefully looked at the things on the ground inside the red line. If I get it, then the wallet will be mine too. My husband is planning to buy a wallet, and I asked, and the real leather one will cost at least 40. Sure, sister. Jiang Cheng said. An old lady was the first to take the lead in consulting, which immediately attracted several people to come and see. Oh, this receipt is only over 40 yuan. If it's over 100 yuan, I can also cheat. I bought a leather jacket today for over 200 yuan. I want to see if it's a scam. Several people around looked on curiously. The old lady threw the plastic ring in her hand away in an unlearned manner. With a click, the plastic ring was put on a small brick. Under the brick was a plastic toy, a small excavator. Oh! I got it right. The old lady was so surprised by the thing in her hand that she almost jumped up. Jiang Cheng didn't expect to have a good start. He was so lucky that he won the first customer he made a bet on. He walked over quickly, took the small excavator from under the brick and said, Sister, congratulations on getting a toy. Jiang Cheng handed the excavator to the old lady. The old lady couldn't believe it. She took the excavator and held it in her arms with a look of surprise. She was afraid that Jiang Cheng would snatch it back. She asked repeatedly, Is this really free? It's mine without my money. Jiang Cheng said, Sister, this is what you got, so of course it's yours, I won't charge you for it. Then I'll leave, really leave. The aunt still didn't quite believe it. Chapter 6, Embarrassing Classmates. People these days are afraid of being cheated, but they are actually very simple-minded and understand deeply that there is no free lunch in the world. In order to dispel her concerns, Jiang Cheng directly pressed the aunt's shoulders and said with a smile, It's really yours, you can take it home. The aunt really took it and left. The people watching around immediately became interested. Young man, look at my ticket. Can I borrow it? The middle-aged man who just said he bought a leather coat asked Jiang Cheng while holding a cigarette in his mouth. At the entrance of the mall, the staff who had just been responsible for assisting Jiang Cheng in setting up the stall were a little confused when they saw this scene. He followed Jiang Cheng all the way to the mall as he bought things, and he knew that Jiang Cheng had purchased these things with his own money. It's not the mall that pays him to buy the goods, but now he has set up a stall here. You can go to his stall with the receipt from the mall to trap the goods, and you can really take away what you trap. What is he doing? He bought the goods with his own money and gave them away for free. This confused the staff member. But over in Jiangcheng, the middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth had already got a plastic ring of his own. He held a cigarette in his mouth, half closed his eyes, and aimed with a circle in his hand. This mall has a pretty good promotion. If I go to buy the toys that person just stole, I probably won't be able to buy them for even 10 or 20 bucks, right? Have you seen the leather shoes? I'm afraid they'll cost more than 100 yuan, maybe 70 or 80 yuan at least. Some people came out of the mall, and some were about to go to the mall. When they saw so many people gathered here, they all came over to join in the fun. As for the toys worth dozens of dollars they were talking about, they were just what Jiang Cheng bought from upstairs for $3 or $4. The information gap in this era is so huge. But this is normal. Even 20 years later, the purchase price of this kind of toy is still very cheap, but it is normal to sell it for dozens of yuan at a stall in the night market. Jiang Cheng heard the people around him talking, and he said, "The leather shoes you're talking about are more than 100 yuan. They cost 800 yuan a pair in the mall. They are made of top-grade cowhide." What is more strange is that the money of that era is obviously very valuable, but leather shoes that cost dozens or hundreds of dollars in later generations can actually be sold for dozens or even thousands of dollars in this era. Is it so expensive? Is it really the first layer of skin? If it's top-grain leather, the price wouldn't be surprising. Yonghui Mall is really strong. They organized such a big event. Unfortunately, I can't buy so many things today. Hey, wait a minute, I'm just about to buy a pot. Let me see if I can get 100 bucks together. If I can, I'll come over and throw the ring. Oh, I only have 60 yuan. How about I go buy something worth 40 yuan? From the initial small stall with only 3 or 4 people watching, now there are more than 10 people gathered. Some people who have nothing to do see someone coming out of the mall and enthusiastically go over and shout, "Hey, girl, look at how much money you bought on your receipt. If you buy 100 yuan, you can come here to play rings. This is a mall event. Someone got the ring. It's not a scam. Is it true? Let me see." Although Yancheng is a 5th-tier city and is only a little over an hour away from Shanghai, the average salary in such a small county is only around 700 yuan per month. For example, the management staff of Yonghui Mall only get this price per month. So there aren't many people who spend hundreds of dollars in a single shopping trip to the mall, but there are quite a few too. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng lost a wallet, 5 balloons and 2 plastic toys. The guy with the wallet was really lucky. The wallet was placed on the ground, and the entire circle had to cover the wallet to be considered a winner. The plastic ring is flexible, so this is difficult. As for the balloons and toys, the rope of the balloon is tied to the brick, and a half brick is also pressed on the toy. Just put the brick on it. Bricks are very hard, so when the plastic ring is put over them, even if it bounces back and hits the bricks, it is not easy to bounce away, so it is relatively easy to put on. The reason why Jiang Cheng uses balloon toys and leather goods is very simple. If there is no data, then test the data, which will appeal to both young and old. Look at the entrance of this shopping mall and see whether it is more reliable to attract adults with wallets or children with balloon toys. "Young man, I want to exchange this ticket for 1 ring. It's hard to fit 1 ring. Can you give me a few more?" More and more people are making such requests. Many people do not leave after applying for the product, but stand by and watch the fun, but in fact there are more people just watching the fun. Chinese people all have a gambling nature. Even if they don't play themselves, they will just watch others gamble. The excitement at that moment of being trapped is so great that many people can watch it for a whole day without getting tired of it. So when this person made the request, many people around him followed suit and said, "Hey man, I'm not buying anything today, can you give me a ring and a condom? You don't have to take what I put in the bag." Jiang Cheng said, "You don't have to buy something to use it, you can also use it by spending money to buy a ring. Spending money to buy a circle." The onlookers immediately realized that the ring-tossing thing was not very new and there were many small stalls selling it on the street. "How much is a circle?" 5 circles for 5 yuan. Jiang Cheng said. "So expensive. If you buy that balloon on the street, it's only $1 each. Although this pair of leather shoes is a bit more expensive, it's hard to find the right one." "Yeah, it's expensive, young man." Jiang Cheng chuckled and shook his head without explaining. This was all within his expectations. After a few minutes, Jiang Cheng took out money from his pocket. It was the change he had earned from buying things before. There are nearly 200 yuan left in total, including several 10 yuan notes and one 100 yuan note. Jiang Cheng folded each bill in half, then opened the balloon on the empty space, put the money underneath, and pressed it down with a stone. "Oh my god, can I take the one in the $100 box?" After Jiang Cheng put the money away, he looked up and said to the people watching, "Yes, you can take the money if you get it. There will be more and more surprises. I want a set, give me 5 circles." The person who was just dissatisfied with the price of $1 for a circle, now saw 100 yuan placed on the ground in front of him and was immediately tempted. No matter whether it is a wallet or a toy, the most attractive thing is to count the money. Moreover, the 100 yuan was not placed far away, and it looked like it was easily put away like a stone. Jiang Cheng accepted the first 5 yuan, and then gave 5 rings to the middle-aged man who was speaking. Wait a minute, I'm going to go shopping first. After I'm done, I'll buy condoms for 100 yuan, which is just enough to make up for the money I spent on shopping at the mall. Some people who came to buy things were hurriedly walking towards the mall, hoping that when they came out after buying things, the stall giving out free rings would still be there. Ha! Isn't that Jiang Cheng? While Jiang Cheng was busy, a young girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old came out from the mall entrance with her parents, carrying things. Oh, are you setting up a street stall? How embarrassing. The girl's mother saw her looking around and asked, "What's wrong?" No, nothing. The girl turned around and said, she thought it would be better to tell her mother that the person who was doing such a shameful thing as setting up a stall was her classmate, and she had even written a love letter to this classmate before. It's really embarrassing. Chapter 7. Madam, you don't need my consent to give your husband a gift. The classmate who saw Jiang Cheng setting up a stall was steadily. I wrote a love letter to Jiang Cheng when I was in my third year of high school. After all, Jiang Cheng had good grades, was handsome, and was devoted and loyal. Of course, the main reason was because he was handsome and very likable. Steadily is not bad looking and had no shortage of harassers in high school, but she just liked Jiang Cheng. She wrote a love letter to Jiang Cheng, asking him to give up Ju Chuyao, but was rejected by Jiang Cheng. Unable to get the love he wanted, he finally developed a grudge and was dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng no matter how he looked at him. Seeing Jiang Cheng setting up a stall here at this moment is a very embarrassing thing for high school students of this period. So she felt a little secretly happy. I thought you were so great, but aren't you doing something as embarrassing as setting up a street stall? But I also feel a sense of loss, because the person I like is actually setting up a stall here. Sister-in-law, you have a lot of things in your hands, it must be more than 100 yuan, come over and put the ring on it quickly. An older lady came over and spoke enthusiastically to Steadilly's mother. What kind of loop? Steadilly's mother was a little confused, and the aunt explained enthusiastically. If you buy something worth more than 100 yuan in a mall, you can go to the side and try to get something with a ring with your receipt. You can take whatever you get without paying. We have wallets worth more than 100 yuan, leather shoes worth hundreds of yuan, and cash. Let me take a look. Steadilly's mother became interested. Steadily quickly grabbed her and said, "No, Mom, let's go home quickly. I'm hungry. It won't hurt to take a look." Free stuff is attractive at all times, especially to women. Steadilly's mother couldn't help but ran over to take a look, and found that they actually had to queue. So she also lined up at the back, and Steadily had no choice but to follow her mother. She found that Jiang Cheng hadn't seen her yet, so she couldn't help but look at the busy Jiang Cheng carefully. I don't know why, although I feel that it is embarrassing for Jiang Cheng to set up a street stall, but when I see him dealing with those uncles, aunts and adults, it's different, he handles it with ease. She felt very uncomfortable. Simply put, the more outstanding Jiang Cheng is, the more uncomfortable she feels. Tell his classmates that he is on holiday and is setting up a street stall. Watch how he embarrasses himself. In Jiang Cheng, there were only more than 100 yuan bills placed on the ground, but now there are already 4 bills of 100 yuan. Of course, these 4 100 yuan notes were earned by Jiang Cheng. He then exchanged them with the person who was tossing the ring for money, and changed the total into 100, which he placed on the ground where the ring was tossing. The ring tossing stall has grown to a small size, with a circle of people surrounding it, and people who want to toss rings have started to line up. Some of them came with money, and some came with receipts. In fact, there are people who simply put money on the ground to attract people to circle around, but this does not necessarily lead to good business. So Jiang Cheng understood it very well, so he thought of free. As long as it is free, it will attract traffic and create a herd effect. The better the business will be, because it easily arouses people's herd mentality. It's like if someone sets up a small stall next to you, selling 5 circles for 5 yuan, with the same things inside, the business will definitely not be as good. Finally, it was Steadilly's mother's turn. Young man, I want that wallet. Can you give it to my husband? Jiang Cheng. You gave it to your husband and asked me if it was okay? It's as if you need my permission before giving a gift to your husband, and my last name is not Wang. Of course, once you put it on, it's yours. Whether you give it to your husband or boyfriend, it's fine. Okay. Steadilly's mother happily took the plastic ring and put it on the bag. Nowadays, the only things sold on the stalls in Jiang Cheng are leather bags, leather shoes, belts, and cash. As for the toys and balloons, they have all been removed. Because Jiang Cheng discovered that although it was easy to make money from children, if he wanted to attract customers at the entrance of the shopping mall, it would be more direct to arouse the interest of adults. Because when children want gifts, adults can refuse, but when adults want something, the only thing that can refuse them is the wallet in their pocket. It's just like an adult will never be picky about food because he always buys what he likes to eat. Oops, it didn't hit the target. Sun Xiaoli's mother threw the plastic ring away, raised her index finger and showed a disappointed look. Someone nearby shouted, "You've been waiting in line for so long, buy a few circles. It's not expensive to buy a few, 5 for $5, maybe you can win some cash." "Can I buy a circle?" Sun Xiaoli's mother hesitated. The man behind immediately started to urge, "Hurry up, we are still queuing here." Buy. I'll buy $5. Sun Xiaoli's mother took out 5 yuan in cash and handed it to Jiang Cheng. He took 5 rings and started to put them together. Sun Xiaoli stood next to her mother and watched the money being handed to Jiang Cheng. She wanted Jiang Cheng to recognize her and see her contemptuous look. But she found that Jiang Cheng looked at her with a strange look and pretended not to know her. "Oh, he's afraid of losing face, so he pretends not to know me." Sun Xiaoli was thinking about it, but when she saw the stack of money in Jiang Cheng's hand, she felt strange. Is he making money? Aren't only adults allowed to make money? Jiang Cheng didn't care about that. He just felt that the girl looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where. Soon, Sun Xiaoli's mother finished all 5 sets. But nothing was caught. "I'm almost there, I can get that 100 yuan. Give me 10 more circles." Sun Xiaoli's mother took out another 10 yuan and handed it to Jiang Cheng. "The people behind me were not happy." "Are you kidding me? If you want to buy the rings, you should buy them all at once. You can't buy them one by one. I can't wait in line for nothing." Jiang Cheng put away the money and said to the person behind him with a smile, "Brother, wait a moment, don't be anxious, it will be your turn soon, maybe you will buy the circle in batches." The middle-aged man stopped cursing and rubbed his hands together, trying to feel the texture, his eyes fixed on the 100 yuan bill on Jiang Cheng's stall. Sun Xiaoli's mother started to circle again, but this time her target was no longer the wallet or leather shoes, but she was staring directly at the 4 100 yuan bills on the stall. "As for what gift to give to my husband, my husband has long been forgotten." At the entrance of the mall, women who come to shop in groups from time to time seem to be in a hurry. "Let's walk faster and line up after shopping. Maybe we can catch up and put on a pair of leather shoes to go back." Inside the mall, many people were struggling at the stalls, saying, "Boss, can you make this a little cheaper? I want to buy 2 to make up the 100 yuan. Such things are happening in many stalls, and many stall owners are confused. What's this for? There are already several groups of customers who are determined to collect the full amount of 100 yuan. What do they want to do with the full amount of 100 yuan? At the entrance of the mall, 2 floor supervisors of the mall had been observing Jiang Cheng for a while. They all knew that Jiang Cheng was brought by Yancheng. One of the smart ones observed the situation clearly, patted the shoulder of the person next to him and said, "Brother, let's stop talking for now. I'll go up and take a look." He turned around and left after he finished speaking. Actually, he wanted to go to Yancheng's office to flatter her. This marketing strategy is absolutely amazing. It attracted customers and promoted consumption. Chapter 8, Sister You, I didn't even know how powerful I was. Jiang Cheng had already figured it out, this would definitely make money. But he himself did not expect that business could be so good. But it also has a lot to do with his position. It was placed right next to the entrance of the mall, and with his strategy, it was easy for people to think that it was an official event of the mall. After all, it said that one could get a free ring with a receipt from the mall. More than an hour has passed since he set up the stall, and he has already earned nearly 500 yuan. This is because one of the 100 yuan bills was taken away by someone, so I lost 100 yuan. As for the handbags and belts, more than 10 of them were taken away, but no leather shoes were taken yet. This is all because of Jiangcheng's design. Because the banknotes are stuck to the floor and there is only a small stone, the plastic ring will easily bounce back when it goes over it, so it doesn't count even if it presses the corner of the banknote. But wallets and belts have protrusions, so when the plastic loop is put over them, even if it bounces back, it will sometimes be blocked by the purse or the belt, and then fall to the ground and trap the purse or leather shoes. The leather shoes are placed in a shoe box, and small stones are placed on the shoe box. The shoe box is more elastic than the ground, so the chance of getting stuck is small. In fact, many people know the trick here, but they can't stand the fact that it's free. You may say he is unfair, but he doesn't have to charge you any money. As long as you have the receipt, he can ask for the money. If you want to pay, it's your own business. So it's unfair, and there is no way to say this. Moreover, for 5 yuan, you can get 100 yuan in cash and shoes worth more than a few hundred yuan by buying 5 rings. This is already a huge offer from the mall. That's right, now Jiang Cheng's leather bags, leather shoes and belts have been spontaneously spread into various versions by people who are watching the fun, but the lowest version, which is also a genuine leather bag, sells for more than 100 yuan at the counter of the shopping mall. One of the 2 floor managers at the entrance of the mall left. The other one finished smoking a cigarette, threw away their butt, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. His name is Liu Qiang. He has been working in this shopping mall for more than 2 years. Now he has been promoted to floor supervisor. He thought this was the top of his 3-level position. After all, above me is the general manager of the mall. But some time ago, a mysterious person came to the mall, and it was rumored that she was the daughter of the mall owner. You have to know that this mall is a national chain, the boss is a big entrepreneur, and the boss's daughter is the daughter of a wealthy family. If I could make some connections, maybe I wouldn't have to stay in this small mall anymore. Of course, Liu Qiang only dared to think about getting promoted in his position and career by getting a little connection with the boss's daughter. He didn't dare to think that he could win over his boss's daughter, not even in his dreams. He had seen Yancheng many times. She was more beautiful than a star, but when she just stood there, he didn't even have the courage to look up and look directly at her. How could he take down such a woman by himself? Are you afraid that you have become stupid because you watch too much TV? Hey, brother, I don't think your poster is noticeable here. Liu Qiang walked over, patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and said. He had seen Yancheng taking Jiang Cheng to pick up goods in the mall before, and knew that Jiang Cheng's position was also arranged by Yancheng, so he preconceived that Jiang Cheng was Yancheng's man. If I establish a good relationship with the young man in front of me, maybe I can get in touch with Yancheng more. Jiang Cheng originally thought that maybe the people in the mall had some ideas after seeing his good business, but when he heard what Liu Qiang said, he quickly asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" "There is equipment in the warehouse." "Brother, you may not know this, but there is a set of equipment sitting idle in my warehouse on the 2nd floor. It's useless. I'll ask someone to move it over to you right now." Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. This was a great feeling. He didn't have any cigarettes in his pocket because he hadn't learned to smoke yet, otherwise he would have given this brother one. "Is that true?" "Thank you, brother," Jiang Cheng said. Soon, a set of speakers was pushed to Jiang Cheng's stall on a cart. Liu Qiang took the initiative to help Jiang Cheng connect the lines, then tested the sound and handed the microphone to Jiang Cheng. "Brother, just shout over here." Jiang Cheng looked at the microphone. This is a good idea, but it is really tiring to shout. Liu Qiang was indeed young, having worked his way up from an ordinary inspector to a floor supervisor. He immediately understood Jiang Cheng's thoughts. "Brother, you go do your thing, leave this to me. We are all doing things for the mall anyway, I'll call someone to help you." So an unlucky guy was caught for no reason, and the microphone was handed to him, shouting, "Don't miss it if you pass by, free ring tossing, free ring tossing. Anyone who spends over 100 yuan in the mall can get a free ring tossing, with cash, wallet, and leather shoes. You can take everything home with you." Jiang Cheng was stunned by this scene. Speaking of my own stall, it instantly became more upscale. It was no longer a small stall, but a front-end activity backed by an entire shopping mall. The stall, which already had a long queue of people, was now surrounded by people. Most of the people who came out of the mall after shopping were pulled over directly or indirectly to see it. Since the unlucky guy is working so hard, Jiang Cheng feels that he cannot fall behind. Add money. The 400 yuan on the ground became 600 yuan. The number of wallet straps around has increased. Reposter. I didn't get my 30 bucks back, but I got a wallet worth 288 bucks for free. The free ring tossing service is attractive enough, and some people who just want to watch the fun but don't want to use the rings are gradually attracted to pay for it. But now the breaking news has come out. if you spend 30 yuan and don't win the deal, you can still get a wallet for free. This wallet is of great quality, you can tell it's real leather at first glance. It's a good deal no matter how you calculate it. If you win the cash wallet, then that's a big win, but if you don't win, you won't lose anything either. You only need to spend 30 yuan, and if you don't win anything, you can exchange the wallet. Steady. I want a set, I want a set. Don't push me, sir. I've been standing here the whole time and have been queuing for a long time. What the hell are you talking about? You were just watching the fun. They said they would give away wallets if they didn't have condoms, so you pretended to be queuing. Don't think I'm old and have bad eyesight. Look at what you said, I'll be behind you. The queue is already crowded. Liu Qiang saw that after he arranged the big speakers, more people gathered around Jiang Cheng's booth, and he was immediately happy, thinking that his idea had worked, and he would let this young man mention him to Yu later, and this wave was not a loss. Oh my god, I won! I won 100 yuan. I got it in one circle. A woman in the crowd was jumping excitedly. She had just come out after buying something. Holding the receipt, she heard someone say that she could play ring toss for free, so she came over. She actually caught a ring. Upstairs in the mall, Xu Hui, who had just been watching Jiang Cheng downstairs with Liu Qiang, was struggling in the mall for a long time. He wanted to flatter Yu Qing, but he didn't dare. But I saw more and more people at the stalls, and because I wanted to go downstairs to play ring tossing, I wanted to collect enough things worth 100 yuan. He finally mustered up the courage and walked towards Yu Qing's office. My marketing plan is great. Did it boost sales? Yu Qing, who didn't even know how powerful she was, looked at Xu Hui, who came to report with envy, inexplicably. Take me to see. Chapter 9. I just want to tease my little brother, not kill him. Yu Qing herself doesn't even know how powerful she is. But seeing Xu Hui's fawning and serious look, it didn't seem like groundless talk. She appeared calm on the surface, but was actually very curious. After all, she has been working as a manager in this shopping mall for more than a month, but she still hasn't figured out all the ins and outs of this shopping mall. Many things still require advice from the original general manager Chen Guodong. So many times, Yu Qing felt stupid, and this feeling was very uncomfortable. But now that she has graduated, she has to have a job. She doesn't want to go out to work for her family, and start from the bottom. Yu Qing doesn't have the interest to go to the grassroots. But being the top leader was not something he could do, which made Yu Qing think, why not just go back to school and be a counselor? This is the first time in more than a month that I have found someone sincerely praising me, instead of racking her brains to think of how to make ugly things sound nice among her many actions. After all, he is a top student, he just can't do business, but he is not stupid, and he can still tell whether other people's flattery is genuine or not. Yu Qing followed Xu Hui out of the office and walked downstairs. Wow, Mr. Shen, you haven't done anything in the past month. It turns out you were holding back on a big move. As soon as she came down from the 4th floor, the proprietress of a stall selling wholesale toys greeted her with a big smile. The boss lady felt that this rhythm was praising Mr. Shen. But when Yu Qing heard these words, her pretty face, which was originally cold and beautiful, seemed to be covered with frost. What do you mean I haven't done anything for more than a month? I've done so much groundbreaking work, can't you see? Xu Hui, who was leading the way, also turned around and said, Boss Shen, it turns out that I misunderstood you. I thought you were a young lady who knew nothing. It turns out that you are one step ahead and have been observing the market for such a long time. Amazing. Xu Hui gave a thumbs up. He felt that his unconventional praise was a roundabout way of praising Yu Qing. This beautiful young lady must have been praised very much. Yu Qing gave a polite smile, and those who were familiar with her would notice that there was murderous intent in her eyes. He is dead. Yu Qing thought secretly as she looked at Xu Hui's annoying face. At the same time, she became even more curious about what Jiang Cheng was doing. Why were all these people praising her? What big trick was she planning? Several bosses on the 4th floor greeted me. As soon as I got down to the 3rd floor, someone shouted. Boss Shen, wait a minute, this is a new bag in our store. My husband brought it back from Yancheng a few days ago. It will definitely look good on you. An older sister ran over with a white bag and stuffed it into Yu Qing's hand. Yu Qing is very tall, with a pair of long, straight legs. She is wearing high heels and standing in the mall, giving people the feeling that she is a big star. Many people looked in her direction. Yancheng took the bag and forgot to refuse. She asked puzzledly, "What's wrong with you today? Why did you give me a bag?" The older sister smiled and said, "Just accept this as a small token of my appreciation. You are so pretty, just consider it as an advertisement for my bags." Yancheng frowned slightly and asked, "Why do you want to give me a little thought?" The eldest sister's face froze for a moment. She didn't know why this pretty girl was so difficult to communicate with. But today he had gained an advantage after all, so he said, "Of course I want to thank you. Your advertisement today brought a lot of business to my store." Many customers came to the store in groups, and in order to collect 100 yuan, they dragged their friends to buy together. I originally had more than 100 bags. In order to do more business and make more sales with smaller profits, I specially made discounted models. One bag only costs a few dozen yuan, and 2 bags together cost more than 100 yuan. In this way, I can sell 2 at a time. The more Yancheng listened, the more confused she became. Xu Hui had already reported it to her. Of course, she knew that the incident was caused by Jiang Cheng, but she didn't understand the whole process. What did the little brother do? What 100 yuan? I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? The eldest sister was stunned and almost couldn't hold it in. She looked at Xu Hui, then said to Yancheng, "It's the ring-tossing stall downstairs. I know the stall downstairs. I arranged it. What's the matter?" When the aunt heard that it was Yancheng who arranged it, she knew it was not wrong, and she also said, "The booth you arranged is great. As long as you spend over 100 yuan, you can get a free ring with the receipt. There are purse clips worth more than 200 yuan, leather shoes worth several hundred yuan, and cash as well. The main thing is that if you can't get the right one, they'll give you a purse clip as a gift. You can get it for free if you bring your receipt. This is advertising for the merchants in our entire mall. Free." Yancheng understood, and her big eyes showed surprise. It took her 2 full seconds to react, and she stretched out her long legs and walked downstairs eagerly. Xu Hui followed immediately. He also kept praising him from behind, "Boss Shen, you are really wise. As expected of a top student from a big city, I have learned a lot from you. And I admire your courage. You pay for the advertisements for these merchants out of your own pocket. As long as you spend 100 yuan or more, you can get a free ring. Sharp." The more Yancheng listened, the more his scalp numbed. It was free, he paid for it out of his own pocket, and advertised for the merchants. It was a trap. Every word here would not be strange if applied to her, because she is rich and the mall belongs to her. But she knew that it was not her who did it, but the little brother. Isn't he the little brother going to set up a stall to make money? Is it to win my favor, so you spend your own money to give me free stuff and advertise for the mall? But he searched his pockets and only managed to find a few $100s. The more Yancheng thought about it, the more anxious he became. She just wanted to tease her little brother, not to kill him. If this were really given away, ordinary small bosses would not be able to afford it. What's more, my younger brother made things worse, and in the end he had nothing to give away. As a brother who just graduated from high school, he can't handle such a big scene. Don't they just sell plastic toys and balloons? At most it's just a bag and a belt. How did you get the cash? Outside the mall, Jiang Cheng was busy. Fortunately, there were mall staff on site to help maintain order. The staff members didn't understand who Jiang Cheng was and just thought he was a new activity booth arranged by the third-level leaders. Moreover, with Liu Qiang, the noodle supervisor, watching over them, they didn't dare to be lazy. But the more this is the case, the more credible it becomes to those third-tier customers who are here to join in the fun. In their eyes, this is an official event organized by this huge mall. And the force is really huge. You can exchange 30 yuan for cash. If you fail, you can get a genuine leather wallet. There are actually quite a few stalls in the small square on the left side of the 3rd floor of the mall, including one selling ring tossing. At this time, the boss of the ring tossing business had just heard someone talk about what happened at the entrance of the mall, so he ran over to see what was happening. He was furious when he saw it, but there was nothing he could do. The official activities held by other malls are so huge, how can I compare with them? Just at this moment, a beautiful figure with long legs walked out of the mall. It was Yancheng. Chapter 10, Boy, I want to hook up with your girlfriend. As soon as he walked out of the mall, Yancheng saw that the empty space next to him was full of people. The flow of people in the shopping mall is obviously better than usual. But I don't know if it's an illusion because the entrance is crowded with people. But the increase in traffic in the mall is indeed a good thing for Shenyuqing. The management system of Yonghui Shopping Mall is to rent out stalls in the mall to individual business owners and collect rent. But at the same time, Yonghui Mall also has many commodity supply chains that can provide high-quality goods for stalls. Just like the Yonghui Mall in Yancheng, 2/3 of the stalls source their goods from Yonghui Mall. Therefore, the more customers Yonghui Mall has, the better the business is, and the greater the benefits for Shenyuqing. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. He walked towards the stall with his long legs. The person in front seemed to have sensed something. He looked back and saw a beautiful woman with a cold temperament coming towards him. He unconsciously made way for her. Shenyuqing easily passed through the encirclement and walked inside. At a glance, I saw Jiang Cheng standing in front, and someone was throwing a ring next to him. Shenyuqing glanced and saw 3 horizontal and 3 vertical bills of 900 yuan in cash on the ground outside the stall. Next to them are wallets and belts with packaging boxes, and at the back are shoe boxes. A man, while pouring water on himself, shouted at the microphone, "Don't miss it if you pass by." There were 2 shopping mall staff members nearby, watching the crowd and maintaining order. When they saw Shenyuqing coming over, they immediately shouted, "Boss Shen." Liu Qiang also saw Shenyuqing and walked over quickly. "Boss Shen, I saw that Jiang Cheng was very busy here, so I didn't ask you for instructions on such a small matter. I took the initiative to call someone to help, and the loudspeaker was also moved from the warehouse." Shenyuqing had no intention of listening to what he said. She walked quickly towards Jiang Cheng and grabbed Jiang Cheng with her slender fingers doing manicures. Jiang Cheng saw him when Shenyuqing appeared. It's because this girl is too dazzling standing in the crowd that everyone will unconsciously take a second look at her. Of course, the appearance of such a focal person is easy to attract attention. "What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng asked when he saw Shenyuqing's hurried look. He was somewhat worried that Shenyuqing would blame him for borrowing resources from the mall. But it doesn't matter. In the past 3 hours, he has earned enough money to last him a while. "Little brother, what are you doing with the plane?" Shenyuqing grabbed Jiang Cheng's clothes, pulled him to the side, and asked Jiang Cheng in a low voice. "That is actually not small. Look, I'm taller than you." Jiang Cheng gestured. "Don't interrupt me, let me ask you something. What kind of plane are you working on?" "It's a loop." "Why give it away for free if you want to put it on? Do you have so much money to afford it?" "Who said I gave it away? I'm making money." Because Shenyuqing grabbed Jiang Cheng and spoke in a low voice, he was closer to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng could even feel the heat on his face when Shenyuqing spoke. "Make money?" "Yes, I made money. Look at what's on the ground and in my pocket. They are all earned." As Jiang Cheng spoke, he took out a bag of money from his trouser pocket. It was all loose change and he couldn't tell how much was in it. "It looks like there are at least 1,000. And there were 900 people lying on the ground under the weight of the stones. Did you earn all this?" Shenyuqing was at a loss, her big eyes clearer than those of a college student. Jiang Cheng said, "Of course I made money, otherwise my family would have to have a mine. Why am I giving money to others here?" But they all said you should deliver it, and the loudspeaker was still shouting. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, "It's just a little marketing trick. Hey young man, hurry up. You are irresponsible at work and you are flirting with beautiful girls. I will go to the mall to complain about you. Can you please hurry up? I'm still waiting in line and I haven't even eaten yet. Can you start dating later?" "Complain? I want to complain. He doesn't do his job properly and has a love affair at work." A man pointed at Jiang Cheng and said to Liu Qiang. Liu Qiang was wearing work clothes and looked like a foreman. Come on, don't be in a hurry. Without a relationship, how can you have the motivation to work and make money?" Jiang Cheng shouted at the top of his voice and went over happily to collect the money. Fall in love. Shenyuqing stood there biting her lip, her eyes flickering. The reason why she picked Jiang Cheng up today was indeed because Jiang Cheng sent her flowers. It all started from this point. So now, on the street, when people told her that she was in love with Jiang Cheng, it hit the nail on the head, making her feel weird and a little embarrassed. But I didn't talk about it. Then she stood there, watching Jiang Cheng collect money from others. The people in the queue were very anxious and kept urging Jiang Cheng. While watching the excitement, some people were talking. What time does this stall close? Is it too late for me to go in and buy something now? I just looked at that wallet, it's really good, it's made of real leather. At most I can get 30 yuan, and if I don't get it, I can still get a wallet. Yonghui Mall is great, much better than the old trade next door. After buying something, you can also use a ring for free. Whether you can get the ring right or not depends on your ability. If you ask me, the boss of Yonghui Mall is really good and willing to spend money. Listening to the people around him talking, Shen Yuqing didn't know what to say. How could I be willing to spend money, and this idea was not mine? Jiang Cheng did all of this himself, and he was still making money there. After watching for a while, Shen Yuqing also understood that although Jiang Cheng's advertisement was free, there were indeed many people who brought receipts to use the ring for free. Most of the people who used the ring for free left after using it. But there are still a small number of people who choose to pay. Moreover, Shen Yuqing discovered a very strange phenomenon, that is, among those who paid money, if they paid 5 yuan and did not win the prize, 90% of them would continue to pay until they collected 30 yuan. She even just saw someone collect 3 30 yuan tickets in just 2 or 3 minutes. In the end, the old man exchanged 2 bags and wallets, and the purchase price he got from Shen Yuqing was less than 15 yuan. Originally, the wholesale price of this wallet was more than this, but because it was a product from Shen Yuqing's supply chain, she gave Jiang Cheng the factory price directly for fun, or to show off in front of Jiang Cheng. So much money. I can also set up this stall. Behind Shen Yuqing, a middle-aged man was carrying a cloth bag, the kind of cloth bag commonly carried by street vendors. He was the owner of a ring-tossing business in the small square next door. He had just observed the conversation between Shen Yuqing and Jiang Cheng, and was greatly shocked at this moment. This is not an official event of the mall? Did this guy do it himself? Even quite profitable. Young man, can you let your girlfriend stand a little closer to the inside? I want to have sex with her. A man who was queuing to buy a circle looked at Shen Yuqing and said to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, what the hell do you want? I asked you to steal the wallet, not the boss's wife. Chapter 11, Queen, too busy to have time to flirt with me. Die. Hearing Jiang Cheng joking with the guests who were playing the ring, Shen Yuqing blushed. He glared at Jiang Cheng fiercely, not caring whether Jiang Cheng saw it or not. Then he asked a staff member on the scene to move a chair over and let her sit on the place where Jiang Cheng's stall placed the goods. Since you're the boss lady, it's okay for me to sit here. As a result, the stall, which was already crowded with people, gradually attracted more people, and some people's eyes never left Shen Yuqing. This woman is even prettier than a celebrity. Liu Qiang was very tactful. After Shen Yuqing came, he stood beside her. Together with Xu Hui, the two of them acted like bodyguards on the left and right. When they saw someone coming to chat with them, they would stop that person immediately. Go and do your thing. After a while, Shen Yuqing turned to Xu Hui and said, Okay. Xu Hui didn't understand the situation. He just felt that the eldest lady's tone didn't seem very good. He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong, so he could only leave embarrassedly. Liu Qiang's big mouth smiled so much that it reached his ears. His decision was indeed wise. By hooking up with this young man Jiang Cheng, he could really get closer to the young lady. Loyalty. Be sure to be loyal. There are no more bags. Go get some more. Jiang Cheng shouted at the top of his voice. Okay. Liu Qiang responded, and then pulled over a mall staff member. You stay here and watch over others. Don't let anyone disturb Mr. Shen. After Liu Qiang finished speaking, he turned around and happily dragged the cart to get his bag. He had personally gone to the warehouse to get the wallets that Jiang Cheng used before, because he had heard Shen Yuqing say that Jiang Cheng could keep accounts, so he did not ask for instructions on small matters and directly gave the count to Jiang Cheng. Even though there were people watching over Shen Yuqing just now to prevent him from being disturbed, he did not ask any questions. Liu Xiong only knows how to talk less and do more. If he doesn't do it well, the boss will naturally say something. Shen Yuqing's eyes widened, looking at Liu Qiang who had already run away and then at Jiang Cheng. He uses my people more smoothly than I do. No wonder, there were so many bags placed next to them. It turned out that he had contact with someone in the mall and took them directly from the warehouse. At this second, Jiang Cheng completely surprised Shen Yuqing. This kid really has a way, quite impressive. She just wanted to have fun, so she tried to get Jiang Cheng to use the vacant land next to the mall. But no one expected that Jiang Cheng could pull off such a big commotion all by himself, and even the staff at the mall were willing to be ordered around by him. Moreover, it really brought benefits to the shopping mall. Many stall owners inside expressed their support for this activity at the gate. That's really amazing. Yancheng sat next to the stall for more than an hour, watching Jiang Cheng spinning like a top, unable to stop, and didn't even have time to come over and flirt with her. But sometimes, he would raise his eyebrows and make faces at her. Of course, Yancheng rolled his eyes in return. I was really tired. It was very noisy down there, the loudspeakers were blaring non-stop, there were so many people around and the air was not good. Yancheng couldn't hold on any longer, so he stood up and decided to go to the office to rest. Seeing that it was getting late, he didn't know when Jiang Cheng would be on stage. Jiang Cheng was also feeling dizzy. The weather in August was still quite hot. Although there was a cool breeze in the evening, he had already sweated out countless liters of sweat and drank many bottles of Red Bull. Fortunately, I don't have to do any hard work and I can hold on if I persist. Of course, when Jiang Cheng drank Red Bull, he did not forget to bring some for the staff on site. Neomar, who was previously responsible for shouting, finally got an idea from his parents. After recording, the voice should be played back in a loop so that he wouldn't have to shout every word at the top of his lungs. However, they do a very good job in maintaining order and explaining the situation to people who don't understand it. You know, normally in shopping malls, the work I do is very stupid, shouting at the vendors at the stalls and spinning like a top. But today at this event site, it's so crowded and lively, and it feels particularly meaningful to do my job. They feel that the work they do is of great significance to all the stores in the mall. This feeling of being needed for their efforts makes them feel good. After 7 o'clock in the evening, the flow of people increased, and Jiang Cheng was so busy that he wanted to give up. But unfortunately, I am poor and if I want to do business, I must have startup capital, even if it is not much, but I must have it. After 9 o'clock, the flow of people began to decrease. There were still people queuing behind. Jiang Cheng shouted, "Don't queue anymore, don't queue anymore. Today's event is over. For those who are still queuing, we will close the stall after we have collected the tickets." It was time to close the stall at 10 o'clock. Jiang Cheng packed up the things and handed them to Liu Qiang, asking Liu Qiang to find a place for him to put them. Liu Qiang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely arrange everything for you. Just leave it to me and don't worry about it." Liu Qiang is very smart. In the afternoon, he saw Mr. Shen sitting at the stall. He sat there for 2 hours. From this we can see that Mr. Shen values this stall very much, as well as Jiang Cheng. So when he saw Jiang Cheng collecting money non-stop, he was not envious at all, because he subconsciously felt that there was a big boss behind the scenes, and those leather bags and shoes were really being given away, and ordinary people couldn't handle it. Liu Qiang patted his chest and made the promise. Jiang Cheng didn't say much and bought 8 packs of cigarettes from the store. The cigarettes were not expensive, 18 yuan a pack, and each person had 2 packs. "Oh, there are still cigarettes to smoke, thank you very much." "Thank you, Cheng Ji. Nice smoke." The 4 of them didn't hesitate to accept the cigarettes. In fact, in Jiang Cheng's opinion, 2 packs of cigarettes for 18 yuan was definitely too little. After all, today is quite busy and these for people have been a great help. But he knew very well the principle of gratitude and resentment. Today, these people watched him take the money. If he gave them money or bought them good cigarettes at this time, the meaning would be different. So I can only express my thoughts on this. No one would think of taking advantage of people who work hard in this kind of thing. After things are settled and they have made money, it will not be too late to compensate them. After handing the things to Liu Qiang, Jiang Cheng left. "I'm tired and hungry, and I haven't eaten yet. Now I just want to find a place to have dinner and then take a rest. I don't have any other ideas." With an 18-year-old body, at this moment, I suddenly felt the helplessness of middle age. The long-legged lady was probably still in the office upstairs, but Jiang Cheng no longer had the energy to look for her. Moreover, Jiang Cheng felt that one should not get so close to women. I suffered a lot because of this in my previous life, so I summed up this little experience. Liu Qiang pushed Jiang Cheng's things, along with several other people, into the warehouse, put them away carefully, and then locked the door. Just as I was about to go to the lounge to get something before leaving get off work, I ran into Jiang coming down from upstairs. "Why are you back? Where's your little brother?" Jiang asked as she came down the escalator. Little brother." Liu Qiang was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Oh, Jiang Cheng, he said he was very tired and went back first." "He went back?" Jiang felt inexplicably nervous and asked, "Will he come tomorrow?" Only now did she know that her little brother's name was Jiang Cheng. But she didn't even leave Jiang Cheng's phone number. Chapter 12, Men are all lies, no matter what age. Are you coming tomorrow? Liu Qiang was stunned by Jiang's question. "You are the one who arranges the personnel, and you ask me whether he will come tomorrow? It's okay, go and get busy first." After sending Liu Qiang away, Jiang went downstairs and went home. According to her previous schedule, she would have been home by this time. Today, because of Jiang Cheng, she was very tired, but she did not go home. She took a rest in the office and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already this time. "You said you would flirt with me, but you just patted my butt and left." It turns out that men's words are all nonsense, no matter what age they are. Jiang groaned indignantly. She didn't ask Liu Qiang about Jiang Cheng taking the bag from the warehouse to pay the bill. Those purses were worthless to her. She only cared about whether Jiang Cheng would come again tomorrow. She didn't know why she cared so much about whether Jiang Cheng came or not. It should be that Jiang Cheng promoted the mall's customer flow and consumption, right? Jiang Cheng didn't care whether the bill was paid or not. In fact, he deliberately didn't pay the bill, and Liu Qiang didn't ask him. As a financial tycoon in his previous life, Jiang Cheng understood a very simple truth: no matter in what era or at any time, those who owe money are the boss. So he was not in a hurry to pay the bill. This had nothing to do with integrity, and he would not refuse to pay. Only after they were far away from the mall did Jiang Cheng take out the money from his pocket and count it. His total capital was 500 yuan, and the unpaid bags, belts, and leather shoes amounted to nearly 1,000 yuan. The money in his pocket all added up to more than 3,200 yuan. In other words, he earned about 2,000 this afternoon. If you save 2,000 yuan for 20 years, you can earn it back in one afternoon, which is a lot for ordinary people. But 20 years ago, this was 3 months' salary for most people in Yancheng without eating or drinking. It's hard to make money. Jiang Cheng expressed such emotion while sitting in a taxi. If the actual situation was known by the 4 people who helped him today, they would probably beat Jiang Cheng up. "We were working together, right under my nose, and you earned my 3 months' salary in just one afternoon. Still hard to make money." Moreover, Jiang Cheng is very clear that this way of setting up stalls today is not a long-term solution. Just like putting money on the floor to make a ring, there is no clear law to stop it. But as time goes on, there may be many jealous people reporting it, and when there are enough people reporting it, the relevant departments will come out to stop it. However, Jiang Cheng did not plan to do this for a long time. If he did, it would be too embarrassing. Not to mention rebirth, even in his previous life, when Jiang Cheng came into contact with the stock market after going to college, he would not look down on this small thing. "Young man, the night snack street ahead is too crowded, why don't you get off here?" The taxi driver interrupted Jiang Cheng's thoughts. "Master, please pull over. I'll get off here." Jiang Cheng got out of the car and looked at the surrounding streets, feeling a little dazed for a moment. He was no stranger to the late-night snack street in the southern district of Yancheng. His parents had run a late-night snack shop here in his previous life for many years. He comes here now to go to his parents' store. The late-night snack street has a booming business and is the focal point for late-night snacks in the southern district of Yancheng. But my parents' store was not located on the main street of the late-night snack street because all the shops there were full, so they rented a store on the corner of the commercial street. My dad is a chef, and his cooking skills are just so-so. My mom is a cheerful person, and the couple has been running this shop for many years. Business is pretty good, and Jiang Cheng's high school tuition all comes from this. When I got to the store, I saw my mother busy at work. Looking at his mother who looked 20 years younger and whose black hair was tied up high, Jiang Cheng felt a little dazed for a moment. But people who work in finance, perhaps due to their professional habits, find it difficult to be emotional, so Jiang Cheng did not show too much emotion. He greeted everyone normally and walked towards the kitchen. Because his father is in the kitchen. From his hurried steps, it can be seen that Jiang Cheng is still very moved to see his parents who have grown old and returned with the passage of time. But for the parents, this day was just an ordinary one and nothing special. "Dad, I want some egg fried rice," Jiang Cheng said towards the kitchen, but he found that his voice was trembling a little. Jiang Cheng's father's loud voice came from the kitchen, "You can go wherever you want to cool down. It's very busy here. Go to the bakery next door by yourself." "Jiang Cheng, I was just touched for nothing." "Okay." Jiang Cheng squatted on the side of the road with more than 3,000 yuan in his pocket, a piece of bread and a bottle of Coke in his hands, watching people coming and going on the street. The kind of mother-son relationship where they are loving and filial and treat each other with respect can be seen on TV and in books. In real life, after the City's college entrance examination, you are just a grain of sand in your parents' eyes, very much a hindrance. No matter you came back from 20 years ago or from an internet cafe, you will be treated as a rebellious son. But if you go to college and don't go home for a few months, she may miss you and cry if she calls you immediately. But when you go home for the holidays, within 10 days or half a month, you may disturb her dog if you speak too loudly. Jiang Cheng, who was squatting on the side of the road, was thinking about this randomly, feeling the evening breeze, when he suddenly remembered something. "This matter is quite important. About my parents' late-night snack shop." Jiang Cheng recalled that in his previous life, before he even had the chance to report to university and the school had even started, the nearby late-night snack street was closed. Jiang Cheng couldn't remember the reason for closing the road, probably to build a civilized city, beautify the exterior walls or store signs, etc. But this caused a series of major reactions. As a gathering point for late-night snacks in the southern area of Yancheng, after the late-night snack street was closed, customers who wanted to eat late-night snacks had nowhere to go, and the owners of the late-night snack stalls there had nowhere to go either. It is impossible for the market to be empty, and it is impossible for no one to eat midnight snacks if the late-night snack street is closed. Soon, Yushi Road, about 2 kilometers away from here, became the next late-night snack gathering point in the south of the city. The main reason is that the road there is wide and there is parking space, and there is a wide sidewalk and public space in front of the store, which is very suitable for setting up tables for late-night snack stalls. Moreover, because the development there is not good, there are not many people, the stores are cheap and most of them are empty. With a number of innate conditions coming together, plus the closure of the late-night snack street, and the right time, place and people, it is inevitable that the late-night snacks on Yushi Road will be popular. We have to find a good store on Yusai Road, the sooner the better. Maybe the news of the road closure will come out in the next 2 days, and then it will be too late. When Jiang Cheng thought of this, he couldn't help but feel better and took a few big bites of bread. This is the benefit, it feels great. The next day, Jiang Cheng felt a little sore all over, but he still took a taxi to Yonghui Mall. "There's no way. After paying the bills, I only have about 2,000 yuan left in my pocket, which is not enough to do anything." Chapter 13: The Cattle and Horses Who Voluntarily Signed Up. Jiang Cheng slept until the next morning when the sun was shining on his butt, then he got up, packed up, ate something downstairs, and took a taxi to Yonghui Shopping Mall. When he went out, his parents had not yet gotten up, because those who run the late-night snack business go to bed late and get up late. However, Jiang Cheng thought that the task of finding a new store for his parents should be done as soon as possible, and it would be best to finalize it this afternoon. Because he couldn't remember the exact date of his previous life, but what was clear was that the current late-night snack street was definitely closed before he went to college. After the late-night snack street was closed, my parents' store was not affected because it was located next to the commercial street and not in a very good location. At that time, my parents thought that this was a good thing for their family. After all, the good locations in the late-night snack street had been blocked, and customers could only eat at the shops next door. But they didn't expect that just a few days after the late-night snack street was closed, late-night snacks on Yushi Road, 2 kilometers away, became popular. The late-night snack street was now completely deserted. There was still some business at the beginning, but after 2 or 3 months, it became so deserted that there were few people walking on the street at night. My parents' store was completely closed and they could only break even. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng went to college at that time and had already made his first fortune through the stock market, so he did not add any financial burden to his family. But in Jiang Cheng's memory, his parents aged particularly quickly in those years, which might have a lot to do with the business of the store. Jiang Cheng also thought about earning more money and giving it to his parents so that they would stop making midnight snacks. But this didn't work in the past, let alone now. The older generation is like this. If they don't have anything to do, they will feel uneasy. So it is better to ease than to block. Jiang Cheng feels that he must take the first step and find a store on the new late-night snack street, Yushi Road. When he hands it over to his parents before he goes to college, it will be considered as one thing that is done. Thinking about this on the way, I got off the car at the roadside in front of Yonghui Shopping Mall. As soon as I got off the car, I received a call from my classmate Chen Haoming. Jiang Cheng had familiar memories of Chen Haoming, as he was a good playmate of his in high school. The two have a good relationship, not only because they are classmates, but also because Jiang Cheng's father worked in Chen Haoming's family's small restaurant before opening his own late-night snack shop, so the two play together since elementary school. Jiang Cheng, are you up yet? We agreed to play games in the internet cafe together today. We're here now. Chen Haoming's voice came from the phone. Jiang Cheng no longer remembers when he made the appointment with Chen Haoming to go to the internet cafe, but that doesn't matter. You guys play, I won't go, I have things to do. What are you doing? You've already finished the college entrance exam. Don't tell me you still need to study. I won't listen to that excuse. Make money. Making money? Jiang Cheng, are you kidding me? You can make money. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone directly. It was so hard to make this money. He worked so hard all day to earn 2,000 yuan. Is it an honorable thing? Still need explanation. It's embarrassing to explain, Jiang Cheng felt. But the call was hung up and soon came back again. Hey, hey, hey. Don't hang up, take me with you when you make money, right, brother? Take you? Very tired. Jiang Cheng, I'm not happy when you say that. Have you ever seen Chen Haoming as someone who can't endure hardship? You'll give up halfway through. Jiang Cheng, you are insulting me. I treat you as a brother, but you look down on me. So this is how I am in your mind. Well, a natural-born ox and horse. Come to Yonghui Mall. On the 5th floor of Yonghui Mall, in Shenyuqing's office, she came to Yonghui Mall very early today. I went downstairs to check twice, but the open space at the door was empty and there was no sign of Jiang Cheng. She didn't dare to ask Liu Cheng or Chen Guodong why Jiang Cheng hadn't come yet. In fact, if she thought about it carefully, it seemed that it would be okay for her to ask, but for some reason, she just couldn't bring herself to ask. I felt a little nervous at this moment and felt very uncomfortable. To say that she cares about Jiang Cheng a lot, that's not the case, but she is just worried about him. The main thing is that this little guy said in person yesterday that he wanted to flirt with me. Shenyuqing had almost never heard such words before, because there were many boys who wanted to get close to her, but everyone seemed to be wearing a mask, trying to act gentlemanly or gentle in front of her, but no one was so explicit, just like the bloody encounters in TV dramas. In fact, these days, everyone from top to bottom is influenced by movies and TV dramas in many aspects. After all, there are not many entertainment activities. But for a girl like Shenyuqing who doesn't look ordinary, very few people treat her the way they do in TV dramas because it feels very unsophisticated. Especially, the man who said he wanted to flirt with her yesterday was just a little brother in her eyes. Yuqing, I asked you to have breakfast with me, why did you come to the company so early today? Shenyuqing, whose thoughts were wandering aimlessly, was interrupted by a voice. She looked up and saw that it was her best friend Yilingxi who walked into the office. Yilingxi was his college classmate, but after graduating from college he did not take the postgraduate entrance examination and chose to go home and work in his father's factory. This time she came to see her, also shouldering the mission of the factory. Yesterday, she went with Yilingxi to apply for a business license. She was originally waiting for Yilingxi downstairs, but because she met Jiang Cheng, she left early. There are some things at the company, so I came here first. Yilingxi looked surprised, walked to the desk, dragged out a chair next to Shenyuqing, sat down and said, "Are you suddenly so active in your work?" "I have always been very active in my work." Shenyuqing was not talking nonsense. She was indeed very active in her work, but unfortunately, it was as if she was not born to be this kind of person. After working hard for a month or two in Yonghui Mall, she finally concluded that it would be better to lie down and do nothing. "Speaking of your shop, the business license has been obtained." When do you plan to open it? Shen Yuqing asked. When Yilingxi was asked this, her cute, slightly chubby, and charming face suddenly collapsed, maybe in 2 days. Seeing her appearance, Shen Yuqing sighed and said, don't be anxious, take your time. Yilingxi shook her head and said, maybe we don't have time to do it slowly. It was fine originally, but an order that we had agreed on long ago yesterday had to be cancelled due to force majeure. This can be said to be our last big order. It is already difficult without large orders, but because of this order, a huge amount of inventory is still left. Now all the bags, leather shoes and belts are piled up in the warehouse, with no market for them. In half a month, the bank's 3 million loan will expire. Chapter 14 Terrible Profits. Shen Yuqing didn't know what to say after hearing this, because she had no other choice. Yiling's family ran a leather goods factory, but 2 years ago, her father's health deteriorated and he had to return home to recuperate. The factory was completely handed over to Yilingxi to manage, and it was originally thriving. But just 3 months ago, issues with international trade terms led to the interruption of many international orders. A large proportion of domestic factories rely on trade inventory, and 80% of Yiling's leather factories' orders are from abroad. The inventory is piling up, and hundreds of workers cannot all stop working. If they do, all their wages must be settled, otherwise the workers will definitely cause trouble. But after the wages were settled and the workers left, the factory was completely ruined, leaving behind only unwanted goods and a mountain of debts. So even when there is an inventory backlog, production continues. The factory has opened a wholesale store in Yancheng, but the situation of all the wholesale stalls there is similar now. The goods cannot be sold at all, even at a loss. Yilingxi came here this time with the intention of splitting her forces into 2 groups. On the one hand, she would open a stall in the Yancheng wholesale market, and on the other hand, she would come to Yancheng to open a brand store and open a retail market. This is a choice without choice. Shen Yuqing listened to Yiling's words and saw that her eyes were red again, so she could only interrupt Yilingxi and comfort her. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them in the office. If there was a man in the office who saw this scene, he would be heartbroken. Shen Yuqing is the type who is aloof and dignified, with a cold and elegant temperament that keeps people away, while Yilingxi is extremely pure, giving people the impression that she looks like a pure and innocent high school student no matter what age she is. But she is so pitiful that I feel pity for her. Below them all, Liu Qiang was also paying attention to when Jiang Cheng would come. Whenever he had time, he would wander around downstairs, and he had been wandering around for a long time. After finishing a cigarette, I was about to go upstairs and come down to check later. But I saw a familiar figure walking towards me from the roadside in front of the small square. Here we come. Liu Qiang suddenly became energetic. This young man is his lucky star. Shen Yuqing has been in this mall for more than a month, but except for yesterday, he has not spoken a few words to Shen Yuqing. But yesterday was different. Although I spoke less to Shen Yuqing yesterday, no more than 3 sentences in total. But he actually stood beside Shen Yuqing for more than an hour, that is, when Shen Yuqing was sitting at the stall downstairs, he was always guarding beside Shen Yuqing. The young lady must have seen it all. Moreover, he could see that the eldest lady was very concerned about Jiang Cheng. Before he got off work yesterday, the eldest lady even asked him about it. After thinking about it all night, Liu Qiang felt that he was right. As long as he had a good relationship with Jiang Cheng, he would be able to marry the eldest lady. So when Jiang Cheng came, Liu Qiang cared more about him than Jiang Cheng himself. After greeting Jiang Cheng, he immediately ran into the mall to call for help, without even asking him to do anything. He called out the 3 people from the mall yesterday and set up the stall for the sedan. Young man, why are you here so late today? Aren't you afraid that the mall will fine you? If you don't come, I'll go to the mall to complain. The old man next door insisted that I bring him here today. He said he wanted my wallet too. When Jiang Cheng arrived at the scene, he found that there were guests who had arrived earlier than him and were waiting for him. And there were more than one such guest, there were 6. Jiang Cheng also found out of curiosity and discovered that these 6 people were all after the wallets and leather shoes. Okay, everyone, wait a moment, plug in the speakers and get ready, we'll start right away. It was quickly arranged by Liu Qiang and his men, but a small space in the middle was left empty. There was money displayed there yesterday, but Jiang Cheng doesn't plan to do that today. Because laying out money is a bit of a scam. First of all, money is just a piece of paper placed on the ground, and you can't catch it at all. If you catch it, it's just luck. The probability of this kind of luck is no different from buying lottery scratch cards. So it's okay to do it once, but if you do it more than that, you will lose your reputation and you will be easily complained and reported to the police. I was originally thinking about whether to exchange something else in the middle, but when I saw those people waiting just now, Jiang Cheng decided to just put the wallet in the middle. Regarding the wallet, Jiang Cheng added a rule yesterday: 5 circles for 5 yuan, and if you can't get anything with 30 yuan, you can also take the wallet away. If you collect 3 wallets, you can exchange them for a pair of leather shoes. In fact, from Jiang Cheng's perspective, the best result is that a wallet is sold for 30 yuan, or a pair of leather shoes is sold for 90 yuan. The profit here is incredibly high. You have to know that the purchase price of a wallet is only 5.8 yuan, and the leather shoes are just over 20 yuan. And this thing is really not scary. Jiang Cheng has checked it carefully and found that the leather bag and leather shoes are really genuine leather. However, it is obvious that they are not top-grain leather and are glued together with scraps of leather. Soon the stall was set up and Liu Qiang was waiting for Jiang Cheng to put the cash in. But Jiang Cheng went over and put 9 wallets in the middle. "Hey, why don't you put the money in?" Liu Qiang asked in surprise. Jiang Cheng didn't explain, but said calmly, "I'll put the wallet away today." Liu Qiang nodded as if he had suddenly realized something and said, "That's right, wallets are more attractive. When I was here just now, several people asked me to buy wallets." Jiang Cheng smiled but said nothing. Some people who are lucky or have good skills can get the wallet with just over $10. But most people yesterday got 30 yuan and nothing, and then exchanged their points for their wallets. 30 yuan for a wallet is not a high price, but if you just put the wallets on the shelf and sell them for 30 yuan each, not so many people will buy them. Not to mention 30, even if it's sold for 20 or 10 yuan, business may not be that good and there will definitely not be such a queue. To be bold, even if they were sold for a few dollars each, no one would line up to buy them. Because when something is sold for $30, people's first impression is that it is something that costs $3 or $4. When something is sold for a few dollars, people's first impression is that it is something that costs a few dollars. So the first step in thinking logically is to think about whether you need it. The current queuing situation is entirely due to the West-Red effect caused by traffic hype. Because there were no price tags on the wallet and the leather shoes, the wallet had been verbally bid up to 288 yuan, and the leather shoes to 500, 600, 700 or 800 yuan, and Jiang Cheng himself didn't know the exact price. Therefore, you can exchange a wallet worth more than 200 yuan for a few dollars. The attraction is completely different from buying a wallet for a few dollars. Even if you can't get the wallet in the end, there is a backup plan, and you can get one for 30 yuan. Why do people believe that they can get a wallet with more than 200 yuan for 30 yuan? It's because everyone mistakenly thinks that Jiang Cheng is doing promotional activities on behalf of them all. Jiang Cheng thought about this and an idea popped up in his mind. After all, this is just a small-scale operation and it won't be big. If I had a large batch of this kind of goods in hand, it would be much easier. Chapter 15. He is just a high school graduate. Jiang Cheng, you are not serious, are you? You can't make much money by setting up a stall here. You might as well go play games. Li Mingho has arrived by taxi, but he is not alone. There is a teenager with him. Jiang Cheng felt unfamiliar when he first saw him, but he remembered the person, he just couldn't remember his name. I only had this impression when Li Mingho mentioned it. Zheng Junjie. He remembered that he rarely played with this person when he was in school. When you came here, didn't you brag a lot, saying that you can do it? If you can't, then leave quickly and don't waste my time, Jiang Cheng said. Who said I can't do it? Zheng Junjie, do you think we should set up a stall here or go play a game? Zheng Junjie seemed a little shy. How about we take a look? Are you ready? Can we start now? Those who came early to wait for the ring can no longer wait. Okay, let's start with you first. Then Li Mingho saw Jiang Cheng easily took 10 yuan from the man. Then there were people queuing behind that person. Business is so good. It's free ring toss. Liu Qiang, who had been waiting there, saw Jiang Cheng start to collect money, and started shouting as well. The speaker next to it was also turned on at this time. Li Mingho was shocked. How could a small stall in Jiangcheng become so big? Are there any shopping mall staff helping out? This surprised him. What surprised him even more was that it was free. But he just saw Jiang Cheng collecting money again. What is going on? Li Mingho became curious. On the fifth floor of the mall, after Shen Yuqing comforted Yilingxi, she said she wanted to go downstairs to take a look. Yilingxi asked Shen Yuqing what she was going to see, but Shen Yuqing refused to tell her. You can't say you're going to watch your brother set up a stall, right? As soon as the two came out of the office on the fifth floor, they saw Liu Cheng coming out of the warehouse with a cart half full of wallets, leather shoes, and belts. These are all Yilingxi's goods. She recognized them at a glance. Shen Yuqing's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, because Liu Cheng came up to the warehouse to drag the goods, which meant that Jiang Cheng had arrived. But she quickly realized that Yilingxi was standing next to her. The goods belonged to Yilingxi, so she explained, a friend of mine wanted to set up a stall, but he didn't have a source of goods, so I asked him to get the goods from here, and the sales seemed to be pretty good. Someone is taking goods from me, great. For Yilingxi, she has nothing now, only a large amount of goods piled up in the factory. Of course I'm happy to hear that someone is purchasing goods. But then his eyes dimmed and he said, it would be nice if more people came to buy goods from me like this. Shen Yuqing was very happy at the moment, in a good mood, and said casually, what is the use of having more people? Only good business is good. If the business is good, one person is worth 10. After she finished speaking, she turned to Liu Cheng and said, he must be waiting for the goods urgently, so please push it over quickly. Okay. With Shen Yuqing's permission, Liu Cheng didn't dare to waste time. He worked harder and dragged the cart away. Shen Yuqing also followed behind and walked downstairs with his long legs. Yilingxi said, so it is useful only if the business is good, but I have too much goods, and it is impossible to clear them out with a small number of people. Shen Yuqing didn't understand these business matters, and didn't care about them, so he said, let's go down and take a look first. Seeing her smiling face at this moment, Yilingxi. I thought she meant that her friend could help her sell a lot of goods so she didn't have to worry. So she said, if he is really that capable and sells all my goods, I will marry him. Shen Yuqing, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned around, and opened her mouth slightly, your calculations have hit me in the face. I helped you sell the goods, but you still want someone else's people. Then the two best friends linked arms, put on high heels, and walked downstairs happily. One of them alone is already stunningly beautiful, and when the two of them are together, they are even more eye-catching. Some of the boss ladies behind the counter were already pulling their boss's ears. Look, is that something you can see? Look at your miserable appearance, do you think you can even be with her? Is it because I can't satisfy you, or what's wrong? In fact, both Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi were well aware of this situation. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They couldn't help but quicken their pace, otherwise it would be awkward. Then the four slender, straight, white legs swayed even more dazzlingly. Coming down from upstairs, along their way, Shen Yuqing saw many stalls where people were discussing things like spending 100 yuan on shopping. She may not have been clear about it yesterday, but after hearing people discussing it today, she knew for sure that it was because of the Jiang Cheng stall downstairs. Shen Yuqing was also very surprised. You know, it was only a little after 10 in the morning. Usually at this time, the mall had no business and was deserted. But now she saw that the flow of people was about to increase than before. She had heard that there were people at several stalls who came for Jiang Cheng's ring tossing. How can ring tossing be so attractive? Shen Yuqing couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. After all, there were many small stalls selling ring tossing outside. They all say they need to spend 100 yuan on shopping. What's going on? Did you organize some kind of activity? It looks pretty impressive and brought a lot of business to these merchants. Yilingxi next to her asked. Shen Yuqing said, hurry up, let's go down first, and you will know in a moment. Yilingxi was puzzled. Then the two went downstairs, and as soon as they walked out of the mall, they saw a small stall surrounded by a crowd. Yilingxi noticed at a glance that her wallet and belts were placed on the floor of the stall. There was also a small cart next to it. Inside the cart were stacks of boxes. Those boxes were all bought by Yilingxi before and were used as packaging boxes for her wallet and leather shoes. He's selling my wallet. No. Why is it free? Yilingxi looked surprised. The main reason was that there were too many people at the scene, and she had never seen anyone selling wallets in such a scene. Then Shen Yuqing, with a hint of pride, told Yilingxi about the situation in Jiang Cheng. At Jiang Cheng's stall, he sat in the front row with a chair and collected money and receipts for free items. Li Mingho and Jing Junjie were inside the stall, cleaning up the plastic rings thrown in by the ring pullers, as well as giving people the things that were trapped in the rings or exchanging them for leather shoes. The two people who originally thought that Jiang Cheng was joking were now busy and sweating profusely. However, seeing Jiang Cheng collecting money non-stop, the two people became extremely busy. What did you say? He is just a student who just graduated from high school, not someone who has been setting up a stall all year round. Yilingxi looked at Shen Yuqing in disbelief and asked. Chapter 16, Someone sends you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Yilingxi was surprised by Shen Yuqing's words. In Shen Yuqing's eyes, the story created by Jiang Cheng was just interesting, and she also felt a little proud. She wanted to show off to Yilingxi that she had such a great friend. But when these words fell into Yilingxi's ears, they sounded different. This must be a genius, right? She had traveled to so many places, but this was the first time she had seen such a small wallet being sold so well. In fact, before coming here to find Shen Yuqing, Yilingxi had traveled to many places, investigated the wallet market, and had seen some stalls with better business. But in the final analysis, wallets are not a popular commodity, nor are they a necessity, so no matter how good the business is, it is impossible for queues to form. This was the first time she had seen such a situation in Jiangcheng. Although the poster next to Jiangcheng said it was free, and there was a pair of speakers next to it for promotion. Even what he sells are not wallets, but free rings, or plastic rings. But Yilingxi could see clearly that Jiang Cheng was actually collecting money, and the core product was the wallet, but it was just presented in a different way. So business can be done this way. Yilingxi felt that her eyes had been opened. Shen Yuqing saw her surprised look and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, can you ask him to come over and meet him?" He seems to be busy. How about waiting for a while?" Shen Yuqing was a little embarrassed and hesitated. In fact, she and Jiang Cheng were not very familiar with each other, and she was just busy bragging. In Jiang Cheng, he didn't expect that business would be so good as soon as the stall opened today. It seems that I underestimated these little business tricks in my previous life. But think about it, these tricks are the summary accumulated over time, and they must be useful. But Jiang Cheng knew that this was not a long-term solution, and even if it could last long, he was not willing to do it. Even if the business is booming, how much money can you make? The daily limit is no more than 10,000 yuan. If Li Mingho, who was already exhausted, heard this, he would definitely grab Jiang Cheng and say, "Brother, use whatever tricks you have, just go deeper, I can handle it." Jiang Cheng, who was collecting money, saw two beauties standing at the door, Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi. Today Shen Yuqing was wearing a white vest, which was tight and outlined her figure very well. She was wearing jeans on the bottom, revealing a pair of slender and white long legs, and high-heeled sandals on her feet. Yilingxi had her hair tied up and was wearing a t-shirt. However, the hem of the t-shirt was tied into a knot on the left side over her belly, revealing a bit of her belly. Her lower body was the same as Shen Yuqing's, wearing jeans and high heels. Such an outfit would not be outdated even 20 years later, let alone 20 years ago. They were two beauties comparable to stars, so naturally they attracted attention wherever they went. Jiang Cheng stood up and called Jing Junjie over. "You sit here and collect the money, I'll come over later." "I'll take money." Jing Junjie was a little flattered. When he was busy inside just now, he had been staring at Jiang Cheng, putting handfuls of money into his pocket. Although none of the bills were his, they gave him endless motivation. "How much do you trust yourself to allow yourself to collect money?" "Why, you can't." "No. I can. The job of collecting the money was given to Jing Junjie. Jiang Cheng didn't know why Jing Junjie was so excited. The money was not given to him, so why should he be happy? This is just like the cattle and horses in later generations. They work as hard as tigers. Their bosses change their wives and drive Land Rover. They get 2 rewards and are very happy. Then Jiang Cheng walked towards Shen Yuqing. After all, this is someone else's territory and the shopping mall belongs to others. When he first started setting up a stall here, it seemed like a joke, but now that his place is so popular, it has a different meaning. It is actually quite normal for the boss here to ask him to pay money, or to drive him away and replace him with his own people, upon seeing this situation. That's why Jiang Cheng feels that what he is doing now is not reliable. But now, the owner of the mall has arrived and seen the scene in front of him. Jiang Cheng could only go over and see what the other party said. But before he could speak, he saw a very beautiful sister next to Yancheng, stretching out a small white hand to her. "Hello, my name is Yilingxi." Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng and Yilingxi shook hands gently, and he could feel that the hands were small, soft, and a little cold. "You are so awesome. Can you tell me how you came up with this idea?" Yilingxi looked at Jiang Cheng with sparkling eyes. Jiang Cheng looked doubtful. Yancheng next to him explained, "I forgot to introduce you, the bag you have is hers, it was produced in her factory." "Oh, the real master is here," Jiang Cheng said, "so that's how it is. The bags here are still being counted. Yesterday's bags haven't been paid yet. I'll pay them to you today. If you're in a hurry, you can pay them now." "No, no." Yilingxi quickly shook her hand and said, "There's no rush. Are you free now? Can we find a place to chat?" Jiang Cheng looked around and saw that there were still quite a lot of people queuing at the end of the pond, and there were also many people gathered around. Many people were looking in his direction, and Jiang Cheng knew that these people were looking at the beautiful woman. He nodded and said, "Okay." Although he didn't know what Yilingxi meant, from yesterday to now, he had earned almost 3,000 yuan with the help of Yilingxi's wallet and Yancheng's venue, so Jiang Cheng wanted to hear what Yilingxi and Yancheng had to say. Then Jiang Cheng was taken back to the office on the 5th floor by two women with a heroine style. Yilingxi gave Jiang Cheng a brief account of her current situation. This time it was Jiang Cheng's turn to be surprised. "You said you still have 4 or 5 million worth of goods in your warehouse, can I sell them?" "Yeah, nearly 5 million at cost." Yilingxi looked at Jiang Cheng with her big, twinkling eyes, with some anticipation in them. On the contrary, Yancheng, who was sitting next to her, was unable to get a word in. She knew that she didn't understand business matters. Jiang Cheng seemed calm on the surface, but his heart was boiling. He had been thinking that it would be better if he had more goods on hand, but he didn't expect that someone would give him a pillow when he was sleepy. At the same time, he also had a general understanding of Yilingxi's situation. The factory had a stock of 4 to 5 million, mainly bags. There are also wholesale stalls in the southern city of Dongguan, but the wholesale stalls cannot sell the goods. So she opened a small store stall in Yancheng's mall. The stall was almost decorated and was being renovated according to the requirements of the hired store manager. She planned to try retail as well, and then find people to join and open branches in other places. Jiang Cheng felt that if he really followed Yilingxi's way, Yilingxi would be dead. But the situation is different now. Yilingxi met him. "Then can you tell me what the factory cost of these wallets and leather shoes is?" Chapter 17. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Yilingxi said, "Of course you can." At this moment, Yilingxi had a vague feeling that she had found a savior. In this era, there is no shortage of business legends. Many people rely on their brains and emerge as legends in the business world with just an idea. Yilingxi felt that she had met such a person today. If Jiang Cheng was a person who set up a stall all year round, she would not find it strange. But this is just a student who just graduated from high school. The more this is the case and the younger you are, the more attention you will pay to it, because in many legendary business stories, the protagonists are unknown young people. The factory price of the wallet is 2.2 yuan, including the cost of materials, site and labor. The cost of the belt is 1.7 yuan, and the cost of the leather shoes is a little higher, 9.8 yuan. But out of the 5 million worth of goods, 4 million of them were wallets. This was because there was a large order from abroad at the time and we prepared them in advance. Now the order has been cancelled, so. Yilingxi didn't finish her words, but Jiang Cheng could understand what was going on. Due to disputes over trade regulations, all export orders in the country were cut off for a period of time. It took more than a year to recover, but during this period, many people who went into business to build factories went bankrupt. "I can give you all the goods in my factory. As long as you have a good way to sell the goods, I can just recover the cost, and all the profits will be yours." Yilingxi sat on the chair and looked straight at Jiang Cheng and said. Jiang Cheng sat face to face with her. Not sure if she was afraid that Jiang Cheng couldn't hear her clearly or if she was extremely serious about this matter, so she sat very close to Jiang Cheng, her long legs almost touching Jiang Cheng. "Do you believe that I can get rid of it?" Jiang Cheng asked. Yilingxi shook her head and said, "I'm not sure if you can get rid of it, but I know you have more ways than me." "Very good, this kind of awareness is very good." Jiang Cheng took a close look at Yilingsi. Although this sister looked cute on the surface, she could definitely go for sexiness if she changed her outfit. If you say she has no brains, she really does have some. When she herself is not capable, she knows to find someone who is capable. It is said that she has brains, but she has so many goods in her hands. In this blank environment that has not been polluted by unscrupulous businessmen, she is actually afraid that the goods will not be sold. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed a way." Before he finished speaking, he heard Yilingsi scream, and then he felt his arm being wrapped softly. Yilingsi was so excited that the chair under her butt moved over with her butt. She hugged Jiang Cheng's arm and looked at him in surprise. "You really have a way. If you can get rid of my goods, all the profits will be yours." Yilingsi dared to trust Jiang Cheng like this because she knew that Jiang Cheng was a student who had just graduated from high school. What bad intentions could a student have? Besides, it's summer vacation, and other kids are just thinking about going out to play, but he comes here to set up a stall and hope to make some money. How unpretentious. Therefore, the defensive mentality towards Jiang Cheng has been reduced to the extreme. This is why girls are not suitable for big business, because they are easily emotional. If you don't believe me, let Jiang Cheng change his face. Don't be so handsome and sunny. Make him a little uglier. And see if Yilingsi can still trust him so much and dare to let him handle millions of goods. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Give me all the profits. I can't eat it all by myself. How about this? We divide the profits equally among the three of us present." Me too. Shen Yuqing, who had been sitting next to him, crossed her legs and playing with her high heels with her toes, was a little surprised when she heard Jiang Cheng mention her, pointing her index finger at herself, and asked. She had just felt like an invisible person, bored to death, and even regretted letting her best friend Yilingsi and Jiang Cheng meet. "But I didn't expect that Jiang Cheng would take the initiative to mention me at this time." Jiang Cheng said, "Of course you are included. Isn't this mall yours? I also need your cooperation." Okay. Shen Yuqing was a little flattered, but appeared calm on the surface. This has always been her personality, and she must maintain it. After all, her friends, especially those of the opposite sex who want to get to know her, all say that she is aloof and a queen. Shen Yuqing likes this kind of evaluation very much. "I would like to ask, are you the manager of this mall alone, or do you have a say in every Yonghui mall in the country?" "Don't worry, all the Yonghui shopping malls in the country belong to her," Yilingsi said before Shen Yuqing could speak. Shen Yuqing showed a little pride on his face. "Snort. Now you know how powerful I am," she said calmly. "As long as it does not violate some principles, I should be able to have a say in the national affairs." Jiang Cheng took a serious look at the woman sitting on the office chair next to him. She had a stunning face, legs that were longer than his life, and unexpectedly, an enviable family background. "I originally thought that she only had a say in the Yonghui shopping mall in Yancheng, but I didn't expect that she was a real rich girl visiting incognito. My family is the behind-the-scenes boss of the entire Yonghui shopping mall." Shen Bancheng's daughter? Jiang Cheng thought of an old friend from his previous life. He frowned slightly and asked Shen Yuqing, "Your last name is Shen?" Yilingsi looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, then at her best friend Shen Yuqing. She was surprised that Jiang Cheng didn't even know her best friend's last name. That means they are not very familiar with each other. "Oh." Shen Yuqing's face turned cold. "I have decided not to cooperate with you." She is really the daughter of Shen Bancheng. Jiang Cheng had an idea in his mind, and thought that if he had known beforehand that Shen Bancheng had such a beautiful daughter, he might have saved him. "You said there's a stall on the second floor. What's going on? Can you take me to see it?" Jiang Cheng didn't continue to discuss the topic with Shen Yuqing, and turned to ask Yilingsi. Yilingsi said, "Of course, but the store manager said that the new packaging has not arrived yet, so it is not appropriate to open for business now." "It's okay, let's go check it out first." Then the three of them walked to the second floor together. Yilingsi and Shen Yuqing were both very curious about what Jiang Cheng was going to do. After all, from what Jiang Cheng said, it seemed that he had already taken on the job for Yilingsi's family, otherwise he would not have said that the profits would be shared among three people. But Jiang Cheng didn't explain the specific operation methods. Arriving at the second floor, Jiang Cheng saw Yilingsi's newly opened stall. The interior was nicely decorated, with white walls and glass cabinets installed on all four sides. The cabinets were golden with metal edging and light strips installed inside. Looks very upscale. Not bad, it's useful, he muttered after looking over the whole process. The store is open, so why aren't there any products on the shelves? Yilingxi explained. The new store manager said that the new brand needs to be launched in one go, and it will be put on the shelves after the packaging arrives. Lingxi, why are you here today? While the three were talking, a young man in a suit and with slick back hair walked towards them and looked at Yilingxi with a smile on his face. Chapter 18. Why don't you go and rob? Manager Liu, you should be more formal, Yilingxi said lightly in response to Liu Hongtao's address. Liu Hongtao's face froze for a moment, his eyes swept across Jiang Cheng and Shen Yuqing's faces, then he smiled easily and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi." Yilingxi looked at Jiang Cheng, ignoring Liu Hongtao beside him, and asked Jiang Cheng, "What do you think we should do with this store? I have already registered the trademark and other things. This is the first store we have opened, and I don't know if I can do it well. I want to increase sales and then go to the investment conference to attract investment and franchisees." Liu Hongtao, who was standing next to him, frowned in displeasure when he saw his boss saying these things to outsiders. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "We'll talk about the franchise later. Since these counters have been decorated, you can put the bags on the shelves first." As for joining the franchise, Jiang Cheng knew it was a dead end. Not to mention now, even in a few years when some sports franchise brands take off, it will not be the turn of these leather goods. Leather brands have always been controlled by foreign countries. Apart from luxury goods, the brands that have truly opened up the market are still those that have been blocked by counterfeits. Therefore, given the current situation of debt and inventory backlog, it is almost impossible to build a brand and turn things around through franchising. Yilingxi walked into the store and said, "We can put it on the shelves anytime. We have already prepared the trademarks, price tags, and display stands." As she spoke, she walked into the store and opened a box. Inside were transparent product display racks and transparent plastic price tags. "Boss Yi, this is our trade secret. You can't tell anyone else before it's on the shelves." Liu Hongtao finally couldn't help it and spoke out. "This." Yilingxi paused. She spent money to poach Liu Hongtao, who used to be the manager of a stall in Dongguan City. That stall was doing very well, and Yilingxi spent 80,000 yuan in job-hopping fees to poach Liu Hongtao. "Manager Liu, why don't you listen to what Jiang Cheng has to say first?" Liu Hongtao glanced at Jiang Cheng and said, "This person should still be a student, right?" Jiang Cheng didn't know this would happen, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I just graduated from high school." Liu Hongtao showed disdain in his eyes, and then he ignored Jiang Cheng and looked at Yilingxi and said, "Boss Yi, I really have something to tell you. There is a small stall at the door downstairs that sells our products at a low price. The wallets that were originally priced at 58 to 88 yuan can be taken away for 30 yuan each. There are also 188 leather shoes and 330 wallets, which can be taken away for 90 yuan. This is a fatal blow to our brand. Before the products are even on the shelves, our pricing system has been destroyed by others." Liu Hongtao had already inquired downstairs and knew that this was arranged by Shen Yuqing. But he didn't dare to cause trouble for Shen Yuqing, and Shen Yuqing was so pretty, he wanted to get in touch with her. Even if you go out and introduce her to others as your friend, it must be a very face-saving thing to have such a beautiful and rich friend. So he could only speak to Yilingxi indirectly. "I know, that's the stall in Jiangcheng," Yilingxi said. In fact, she also knew that the small stall in Jiangcheng was destroying the pricing system of her brand store which had not yet opened. But Shen Yuqing had done this in advance, and it was too late when she knew about it. And the key is that Jiang Cheng can really sell things. You have to know that she has been to many places, and the pricing of goods is actually very mysterious. The same thing may be sold for 20 yuan by some people and 200 yuan by others, but the cheaper ones do not necessarily have good business. Selling it is the key. So she looked at Jiang Cheng for help. "What? The shop downstairs is also his." Liu Hongtao's tone was a little angry, and he glared at Jiang Cheng and said, "Please stop the activities of the stalls below immediately. You are destroying our price system. It is irreparable damage. What are you yelling about?" Jiang Cheng was a little annoyed with him, but he couldn't let him destroy his business. Millions of goods are about to flow from the rich woman into his hands. Even the King of Heaven cannot destroy them. Price system. Jiang Cheng sneered and gave him a disdainful look like Liu Hongtao. Then he walked inside, reached out and grabbed Yiling's hand and lifted it up. To explain, Jiang Cheng didn't want to hold Yiling's hand, it was just because Yilingsi was holding a plastic tag with a price tag in her hand. He glanced at the price written on the price tag in Yiling's hand, 58. Yiling's hand was held by Jiang Cheng, and her eyes flickered. But seeing that Jiang Cheng was looking at the price above seriously, she couldn't pull her hand away and just let Jiang Cheng hold it. Liu Hongtao next to him widened his eyes. That little hand had been haunting him for a long time, and now it was held in the hand of a high school student right in front of him. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng only held Yiling's hand for 2 or 3 seconds, then let go and said, "We need to redraw the price tag. I see you seem to have 2 brands, right?" Yilingsi said, "Yes, because the inventory in our factory is mainly divided into 2 orders. One of the orders was for glued material, and another was for a whole piece of cowhide, but the order for the whole piece of cowhide was very small, only about 1/5 of the stock. So when I thought about creating a retail brand, I registered 2 trademarks, one for the low-end Jungfa and one for the high-end Nick." Very good. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up after hearing that. He had previously discovered that the briefcases taken from the warehouse had 2 labels, both with English on them. Among them, there was a branded leather bag, which was obviously of better quality and leather, so Jiang Cheng did not use it and always used the slightly inferior one. The price system needs to be revised. We can't sell it so cheaply. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Liu Hongtao said loudly, "You also know that the price can't be so cheap. Our wallets are 88 yuan each, but you sell them for 30 yuan each there. You don't even need to open this store. Who will buy them after you open? Can you please keep your voice down a bit? You're disturbing other guests." Shen Yuqing, who had been silent, spoke in a cold voice at this time. "My brother, when is it your turn to yell at him in front of me?" Liu Hongtao swallowed, stopped talking, and stared at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng ignored him and said to Yilingsi, "Reprint all these price tags. Don't use plastic ones. Use metal ones. The small metal price tags like those in jewelry stores. Then replace all the display stands. Replace the plastic ones with wooden ones. They must be solid wood. The most important thing is the price. It can't be so cheap. Young, yes, you mean Jungfar. The price cannot be lower than 288. Nick's price is 18,000, the lowest is 18,000 per wallet." "What, 18,000? Why don't you just go and rob it?" Chapter 19 Yiling's decision. Liu Hongtao widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. He wondered if he had heard it wrong or if Jiang Cheng was crazy. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Liu Hongtao asked in a raised voice. Shen Yuqing and Yilingsi, 2 beautiful women, also stared at Jiang Cheng with wide eyes. Jiang Cheng said, "You heard it right, it's 18,000. Shen Yuqing and Yilingsi looked at each other, both of them with their mouths slightly open. "What the hell are you doing? This wallet is so expensive, do you think you are selling luxury goods? If you can sell even one of them, I'll eat shit." Liu Hongtao was so anxious that his neck became thick. Jiang Cheng said, "Don't eat and drink for free, but you are right about one thing, this bag can't be sold at all." "Oh." Liu Hongtao laughed in anger and said to Yilingsi, "Boss Yi, you heard it, this little brat is here to cause trouble." Yilingsi also frowned, looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Jiang Cheng, what does this mean?" Jiang Cheng said, "Do you think you can sell a lot of bags here if they are priced at more than 100, 200 or even a few dozen yuan?" Yilingsi paused. She really didn't have the confidence to sell a lot. She just wanted to open up a decent market here, and then go to the investment fair to wholesale her goods to others in the form of a brand. Jiang Cheng said, "Since it can't be sold, why sell it? Let's put it this way. If you believe me, do as I say. If not, then let's just pretend that we haven't talked about anything before." Jiang Cheng said directly. In fact, he had no better idea. He had no money on him and it was impossible for him to advance the principle for Yilingsi. So the actual core of everything he did was just to get something for nothing. The venue belongs to Shen Yuqing, or Yilingsi, and now he also wants to use it for Yilingsi's newly opened store. As for whether Yilingsi agreed or not, Jiang Cheng was not sure. But if this road doesn't work, he can take another one. As a person, you must know how to adapt and seize opportunities. If the front door is blocked, use the back door. The problem was placed in front of Yilingxi, but Yilingxi did not make a decision immediately. After all, she had goods worth 5 million in her warehouse and a loan of 3 million waiting for her. There is still a group of workers in the factory waiting for her to pay their wages. None of these things can be taken lightly. Boss Yi, you can't listen to him. If you listen to him, we're done for. No one will buy it if the price is so high. I can't sell a single bag. If we really want to do this, we might as well go to the 30 yuan stall downstairs. At least we can still sell the bags. Liu Hongtao was very anxious, but before he could finish his words, he saw a jade hand reaching out to stop him. Yiling's eyes lit up. She hadn't figured out the problem at first, but after Liu Hongtao reminded her, she finally understood it. Yes. The wallets sold in the store are not as good as those sold at the stall downstairs. Although their store plans to set the lowest price at 58 after opening, the stall will sell the products for a maximum of 30 yuan. But Yilingxi doesn't care about these retail prices. What she cares about is selling the goods, even if it's 10 yuan a wallet, or even 5 yuan a wallet, as long as it can be sold. The key issue now is that even at cost price, no one is willing to buy so much. Because of the large number of factories, everyone's life is hard. So the ability of the stall to sell wallets is much more important than this small shop. Moreover, that stall was an idea that Jiang Cheng came up with, an idea she had never seen before. It is actually possible to use free rings to do business. Not only can you sell wallets, but you can also attract customers to them all. Jiang Cheng, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. Yilingxi said firmly, as if she had made some decision. Liu Hongtao took a breath, reached out to grab his hair, opened his eyes wide, and lingered on Yilingxi and Jiang Cheng. He felt that Yilingxi was also crazy. Boss Yi, no, if you want to do this, I won't do it. Liu Hongtao said. He was poached by Yilingxi to open a brand store. If he was so bad that he couldn't even sell a bag in the brand store, what else could he do here? Can he still realize his plans and dreams? Can he sell the bag, make the money, and then trick Yilingxi into his bed? Impossible. He must find a way to wake Yilingxi up. He felt that if he resigned, Yilingxi would definitely be nervous. After all, he was poached by Yilingxi. Okay, I approve your request. Please submit a resignation report. Yilingxi said calmly, but in fact her little hands behind her back were trembling slightly. She was also scared, very scared. But her intuition told her that all the things she did were not as good as what Jiang Cheng could do casually. Believe in Jiang Cheng, maybe there will be a miracle. Because she could see the consequences of believing in Liu Hongtao, which was to open a small shop and then find ways to attract some business, and finally pin her hope on people from other cities coming to purchase goods. But if you believe Jiang Cheng, the consequences are invisible and full of assumptions. At least at the stall downstairs in Jiang Cheng, she had just looked at it for a while and saw that at least 7 or 8 wallets had been sold. On average it takes less than 1 minute to do each one. You, Mr. Yi. You can't be fooled by him. Liu Hongtao felt like he was going crazy. Yilingxi spent 80,000 yuan to poach him, and Yilingxi just abandoned him like that. Jiang Cheng said, just shut up. If you don't want to do it, then resign. If you want to do it, then stand still and listen to me. After dealing with Yilingxi, Jiang Cheng didn't want to waste time talking to Liu Hongtao anymore. Okay, tell me what you plan to do. Liu Hongtao said with gritted teeth. Because he found that he couldn't persuade Yilingxi, and Yilingxi was determined to believe this high school student. If he is really asked to resign, he will be unwilling to do so. Jiang Cheng calmed Liu Hongtao down and stopped caring about him for the time being. As for whether Liu Hongtao stayed or left, he didn't really care, and he didn't want to waste this time on Yilingxi. Just as I said just now, all the display stands for items will be replaced with solid wood ones. Oh, and only the display stands for wallets. There are also price tags. Go to a gold shop and take a look, and you'll know what the metal price tags I'm talking about look like. These 2 things should be prepared before lunch. Jiang Cheng finished speaking. Yilingxi turned to look at Liu Hongtao and said, Did you hear that? Me? Liu Hongtao pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. Does that mean that in the end these tasks fell to me and I became an errand boy? When he saw Yilingxi's expression, he knew that if he didn't cooperate, he would have to get out. Okay, I heard it. Liu Hongtao said, gritting his teeth. Jiang Cheng said, You heard it but you still don't do it. I want to see something before noon. Chapter 20. The spider-like sister packs up. Liu Hongtao was dumbfounded, but there was nothing he could do. Yilingxi had become obsessed with this high school student, and she felt that if she didn't do as she was told, she would definitely be expelled. Jiang Cheng, you have already figured out what to do, right? After Liu Hongtao left, Yilingxi asked Jiang Cheng nervously. Although between the store manager whom she hired at a high price and the high school student whom she just met not long ago, she chose the handsome boy. But she was still nervous. Yancheng's eyes lit up at this moment. She felt so excited. The younger brother just now was so domineering, and he directly drove the store manager away. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he is going to do something big. Although she herself has poor business sense, it does not stop her from admiring the strong. This is a common problem for most women. Women all like strong men, and my little brother is very strong just now. Jiang Cheng took a look at the two beautiful women who were staring at him. The specific plan still needs to be tested, and we need some manpower. I have the manpower. The factory is in Yancheng. Many workers have stopped working and have nothing to do. Yilingxi said. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. This is possible, but put it aside for now, let me finish testing it. If you ask whether Jiang Cheng has a perfect solution now, the answer is no. However, he had absolute confidence that he could sell the goods from Yilingxi's factory and make money. This confidence comes from a marketing philosophy that has surpassed the market for decades. These things may seem fake, but they are definitely real swords for slaying dragons. If you two have nothing to do, can you do some work for me? Jiang Cheng almost got stuck on what he said. This can't be blamed on him, the two women were just too attractive. But Jiang Cheng felt that he was still quite loyal. He said that he wanted Yancheng, so he would flirt with Yancheng. Yes. What can I do for you? Tell me. Pack up. Jiang Cheng said. That's right. Next, two women, each with long legs and wearing high heels and with different styles, stayed in the small shop that had not yet opened and started the package delivery business. It was only at this time that Jiang Cheng found out that the reason this small shop had not opened was that the store manager Liu Hongtao had customized a batch of fancy packaging boxes which had not yet arrived. But it doesn't matter now, I want to use it. I saw Jiang Cheng yesterday on the 4th floor, where there was a place selling packaging. Because he had not yet decided what to do yesterday, he observed the market at that time and thought about the conditions for later. But in the end we chose the ring, so no one can use the packaging box. But now it comes in handy. Jiang Cheng walked to the 4th floor and found a packaging store based on his memory. In fact, there are several packaging stores on the 4th floor, but the one Jiang Cheng chose has something that other stores don't have. Seal. In fact, it is not a real seal, because the departments that can make seals are more or less related to the country. This is just a showpiece. But it's fine to have something like this. Jiang Cheng quickly negotiated a price with the boss. A small packaging box without any logo or text on it was 1.2 cents each. The seal costs 2 cents each, but if the text on the seal needs to be customized, it takes 2 hours to make the mold. Jiang Cheng calculated the time and thought it could be done after lunch. So I first wholesaled a large box of packaging boxes from the boss and moved them all to the 5th floor, Yancheng's office. Yancheng is also one of the partners, so she is very happy to use her office. She felt herself in a daze and got on a boat, as if she was going to do something big. The packaging box that Jiang Cheng bought was probably the same size as a mobile phone box in later generations. Then put the wallet in and seal it with transparent tape. A daughter of a Yonghui store and a beautiful factory boss started doing packaging work in the office. Why don't you do it? Yancheng looked up and asked Jiang Cheng while tearing the tape. Because they were two beautiful girls, they sat on the floor and covered the things with a piece of paper when packing. So that pair of long legs, placed like a spider spirit, is pleasing to the eye. Of course I have more important things to do. Jiang Cheng said. What is it? Yilingxi also turned around to ask Jiang Cheng, because she saw Jiang Cheng sitting in the office chair, doing nothing, staring at the two of them working like a supervisor. Jiang Cheng pointed to his head and said, use your brain. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the office door, and Yancheng said, come in. Chen Guodong walked in from outside. Jiang Cheng knew this person. He saw him when he just came to the office yesterday. In Jiang Cheng's opinion, Chen Guodong should be the mastermind of them all, and Shen Yuqing is just a rich lady who comes here to make soy sauce. Boss Shen, what are you doing? Chen Guodong was stunned. He never thought that he would see such a scene in Shen Yuqing's office. The daughter of Shen Bancheng, the boss of Yonghui Mall, was sitting on the floor of her office, doing the packaging work on the assembly line. Can't you see I'm packing? Chen Guodong. Tell me, what's the matter? Shen Yuqing asked Chen Guodong in a rough voice without stopping what he was doing. Chen Guodong glanced at Jiang Cheng, and then said to Shen Yuqing, the stall downstairs, the one that puts the ring, has seriously affected our business situation. From what I have observed, their turnover has exceeded most of the stalls in our mall. When Jiang Cheng heard him say this, he roughly understood what he meant. No wonder this person looked at him strangely just now. Shen Yuqing had a simpler mind for business and asked, yes, his business is very good, I know, what's wrong? Chen Guodong said, but they didn't pay a penny to our mall. This. Shen Yuqing looked at Jiang Cheng. Then he said to Chen Guodong, that stall doesn't charge money. I told you to lend it to my friend. Chen Guodong said, Mr. Shen, this won't work. Breaking the rules will cause problems. If it's just for fun, it's fine, but when its size reaches a certain level, it must follow the rules. Otherwise, it will be unfair to other merchants, and this will cause problems. Shen Yuqing. She didn't know what to say for a moment, because the problem seemed to be just as Chen Guodong said. She felt that she could be willful, but she could not do such a thing as ruining her father's business because of her willfulness. Just tell me how much it is and I'll pay for my friend, Shen Yuqing said. It is a rare thing to have your own mall and pay for it yourself. When Chen Guodong heard what Shen Yuqing said, he was unable to react for a while, but at least that stall was included in the business scope. But at this moment, Jiang Cheng, who had been silent, said, no. That stall doesn't pay a cent, and the mall has to pay me 300 yuan a day. Chapter 21 Girl, can you please tell me what eyes you are opening? What? The mall still gives you 300 every day. Chen Guodong's loud shout came from the office. Shen Yuqing was confused. She saw the same expression on Liu Hongtao's face on Chen Guodong's face. But she also wondered if Jiang Cheng was joking. The mall still has to give her 300 yuan every day. 300 yuan is not a lot for Shen Yuqing. She thinks that giving Jiang Cheng 300 yuan is no big deal. But what is the purpose of asking the mall to add 300 yuan every day? Yilingxi was also staring at Jiang Cheng with the same curiosity. Jiang Cheng ignored the two women. He looked at Chen Guodong and said, you heard it right. The mall pays me 300 yuan a day. Are you dreaming? Chen Guodong blurted out. He knew that Jiang Cheng was Shen Yuqing's friend, so he would not speak to Jiang Cheng in such a tone. Otherwise, knowing that the stall downstairs was profitable and had a large flow of traffic, he did not go directly to negotiate, but came back to report to Shen Yuqing first. But this young man who looked like a high school student was so arrogant and ignorant that he even wanted the mall to give him 300 yuan. Many bosses who have made money by opening stalls in shopping malls have a saying, a stall is like a wife, you can't borrow it, you can't change it, and you can't touch it. But now what this young man is saying is that I have to pay for using my wife. There is no such thing in the world. Jiang Cheng said slowly, first of all, my stall is not rented in the mall. I was invited by the mall to do traffic driving activities for the mall, so do you think I should be paid for doing things for the mall? Isn't it natural that the mall gives me 300 yuan a day? In fact, Jiang Cheng had thought about this problem before Chen Guodong came. He has obtained a large amount of goods through Yilingxi and can use them. Then the stall problem must be solved, and the best and most suitable one is of course the entrance of Yonghui Shopping Mall. But the stall he was using now was only verbally lent to him by Shen Yuqing. If it was really to be a long-term business cooperation, it would not be appropriate. But if he pays the mall as a booth fee, various problems are inevitable in the later stage. Because his attention is not limited to Yonghui Shopping Mall in Yancheng. It would be impossible for Yancheng's Yonghui Mall alone to sell the millions of goods in Yilingxi's hands. You have to know that those millions are just calculated based on cost. If we really want to sell it, the volume will be at least tens of millions. Therefore, he cannot give money to Yonghui Mall. Once he gives the money, it will become Yonghui Mall. The current leasing relationship of the stalls inside can be easily strangled by others, and it is also easy for others to tamper with it behind the back. Who invited you? Are you kidding me? Chen Guodong looked flustered and angrily at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng pointed his chin at Shen Yuqing, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "She invited me. Let me ask you, have the stalls downstairs attracted more customers to Yonghui Mall and promoted their consumption?" But we can do it ourselves without you." Jiang Cheng just chuckled but didn't say anything. As expected, he started to have evil thoughts just as the activity started. But this was all within Jiang Cheng's calculations. The saying that money can move people's hearts is always true. Seeing that the stall downstairs was making money, Chen Guodong couldn't help but be tempted. The main idea of this stall was that if you spent over 100 yuan in the mall, you could get a free ring. He can just follow their lead and say that he is doing an event for the mall, and then transfer the money to his own pocket. Shen Yuqing was confused at first, but after hearing this, if he still couldn't figure out the situation, then all the years of reading would be in vain. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Liu Qiang. "Come up to my office." In less than a minute, there was a knock on the office door. Then Liu Qiang walked in. It was obvious that he had run up there, trying hard not to breathe heavily. "This is Mr. Shen," quoting him for the first time. "Mr. Shen, how can I help you?" Liu Qiang glanced at Jiang Cheng, who was sitting next to him, his eyes excited and full of gratitude, and then asked Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing said, "Go print out a market survey questionnaire now and see if the owners of the major stalls in the mall are satisfied with the promotional activities outside the mall. I'm sure you'll be satisfied, Mr. Shen. Just now when I went upstairs, the owner of the stall praised us for the good event." Liu Qiang blurted out without thinking, with an excited look on his face. Shen Yuqing said, "Then go investigate it, just go investigate it." Okay. Liu Qiang didn't dare to say more, turned around and went to do his work. But when he left, he noticed that Chen Guodong was also in the office. Chen Guodong was his boss. But he found that Chen Guodong's face seemed not to be very good, and Mr. Shen did not give the work of investigating the entire shopping mall to Chen Guodong at the first time, but gave it to himself. Liu Qiang felt that he had really gotten promoted this time, and Jiang Cheng was truly his benefactor. Seeing Liu Qiang take the order and leave, Chen Guodong roughly knew what the result of the investigation would be. His plan failed, and the more he looked at Jiang Cheng, the more unhappy he became. But he had no other options than follow Mr. Shen's arrangements. After saying that, he turned and left the office, slamming the door shut as he left. Shen Yuqing was shocked for a moment, then said, "Don't worry about him. When the market questionnaire is delivered later, I will report the situation to the headquarters, and I will also tell my father. Then I will sign an agreement with you and hand over the stall at the door to you." Jiang Cheng said, "Actually, I also want a seat at the entrance of the other Yonghui Mall." Shen Yuqing sat on the ground and glanced at Jiang Cheng charmingly. "How could I not know what you are planning?" Cut. Shen Yuqing gave a disdainful look and went back to work. Jiang Cheng smiled awkwardly. This time he really took advantage of Shen Yuqing's identity. If he used normal business negotiation methods, he would not be able to obtain the right to use the stall in front of Yonghui Supermarket, and he would not pay, but instead asked Yonghui Mall to pay him. Under normal circumstances, that position would either be seen as a business opportunity by internal managers because of his actions in the past 2 days, and then pocketed for themselves. Otherwise, a similar auction mode will be started, and the highest bidder wins. But he used Shen Yuqing's identity to position the stall as belonging to the mall and invited him to come and do promotional activities for the mall. You really opened my eyes. You don't pay rent to the mall, but you actually want the mall to give you money. Are you trying to take advantage of both ends? Yilingxi felt more and more that she had made the right bet this time and had not made a mistake. Jiang Cheng curled his lips and thought to himself, "Girl, don't talk nonsense. If you say you want to open your eyes, you have to be clear about which eyes you want to open. You guys continue packing, we'll move this afternoon." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the office. "I'll go downstairs and check the situation." Chapter 22, Adolescent boys get scared when they see older sisters. Downstairs of Yonghui Shopping Mall, Li Mingho and Jing Junjie were very busy. This is even with the help of 2 staff members. Li Mingho was responsible for picking up plastic rings in the venue and packing up those who were caught with wallets. Someone paid 30 yuan and won nothing, but was able to exchange it for a genuine leather wallet worth 288 yuan. 3 genuine leather wallets can be exchanged for a pair of genuine leather shoes. He ran as fast as he could, sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked. Hey, Jingjunjie, put it on slower. You collect money so quickly, I'm too busy to keep up. Li Mingho shouted unhappily. Zheng Junjie was also sweating profusely. He was getting nervous from collecting the money, and when he heard Li Mingho yelling at him, he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Bills were stuffed into his pocket one after another, and those who were stuffing the bills were more anxious than him, the person collecting the money. This must have scared him to death. I want to go slower too, but they won't let me. He was the one who spent all the money in the past. When did he ever receive any money? Finally, he saw the figure he had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Cheng squeezed through the crowd. Jiang Cheng, you are finally here. You come to collect the money and I will go to pick up the plastic rings. I can't do the job of collecting money. Look at what you have accomplished. Jiang Cheng turned around slowly and glanced at the people queuing behind him. Don't queue up anymore, I'll count the number of people now. Those who are in line will have their receipts taken, and will be done for the morning. Those who don't line up can only come in the afternoon. Hurry, it's time to finish work, get in line. And me, I haven't even got my receipts covered yet. Wait for me a moment, I'm going in to buy something now, and I'll put a ring on you when I come out. When Jiang Cheng said that it was time to close for business, many people who had not yet lined up or gone in to buy things became anxious. Especially for those who are waiting and hesitating whether to spend money to buy a product, now they finally have to make a decision. Jiang Cheng was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and immediately ran to the back of the team to intercept. But many people still squeezed in, and the line lengthened by about 20 people. Finally, Jiang Cheng called a staff member of the shopping mall to block the line and not let anyone pass no matter what. I finally finished the work after taking out the last 20. Amid the scolding from the onlookers, Jiang Cheng and Li Mingho and others collected all the items on the stall. Then leave the livelihood alone. Push the cart upstairs. Jiang Cheng, all this money is yours. I'll help you out in the afternoon. Don't charge me. While wiping the sweat off his face, Zheng Junjie took out all the money in his pocket and stuffed it into Jiang Cheng's hand. After the wrapped money was taken out, it scattered and a lot of it fell on the ground. People passing by looked at them in amazement. Wait a minute before taking it out. Jiang Cheng quickly stopped him. Then Jiang Cheng took the two of them and pushed the cart to the 5th floor. When I opened the office door, Li Mingho was still shouting about how tired he was. But at a glance, I saw two women sitting on the floor in the office packing things. Li Mingho was stunned, his whole body frozen at the door. Why are you leaving? I'm so tired, find a place for me. Zheng Junjie was stuck in the middle of his words because he also saw the two women sitting on the floor in the office. That pair of long legs is much longer than the English teacher's. Her face is also prettier than her English teacher's. One look makes me shy. The two finally reacted and lowered their heads shyly. Adolescent boys are like this, always so timid. What are you all doing standing at the door? Come in. Jiang Cheng called the two of them in, and they could only sit obediently on the sofa next to them. Then Jiang Cheng sat in the seat that originally belonged to Yancheng, took out all the money in his pocket and the money that Zheng Junjie gave him and put them on the table. The money collected today is separate from the money he collected yesterday. Then Jiang Cheng began to count the money. So many, are they all selling wallets? When Yilingxi saw the money Jiang Cheng took out of his pocket, she got up from the ground, patted her butt, walked to the desk and said in surprise. Jiang Cheng said, almost. Then I counted all the money. It has been 2.5 hours since I opened the stall, and the total money I have collected is more than 2,600 yuan. Based on this amount, the turnover per hour is almost 1,000 yuan. Then Jiang Cheng calculated the costs and got the data from Liu Qiang. Then subtract the goods you just brought back from the stall. A total of 12 pairs of leather shoes and 102 wallets were consumed, but not a single belt was consumed. This was because Jiang Cheng set up a stall today and did not put any belts on the stall. So in total, according to Yiling's quotation, the leather shoes are 9.8 yuan a pair and the wallet is 2.2 yuan a pair. Although this is the cost price, it is not the ex-factory price that Shen Yuqing mentioned yesterday. But as a businessman, Jiang Cheng would of course make some considerations. Since the cost price has been mentioned, then it will definitely be calculated based on the cost price. So the total cost here is 342 yuan. 2,600 342 equals 2,258. In 2.5 hours this afternoon, the profit was 22.58. This is almost as much as yesterday's entire afternoon. This is because today's plan was summarized yesterday. Moreover, there were many customers who had understood the situation yesterday, so the ring-tossing movement was very fast today. If someone was slow, the people behind would urge them on, and it would be useless to go faster. This 200 is yours. This 200 is yours. Jiang Cheng took out 400 yuan from the loose change and gave 200 yuan each to Li Mingho and Jing Junjie. I made 200 bucks. Is this really mine, Jiang Cheng? The two people sitting on the sofa raised their heads and looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. There are many places recruiting summer workers, but the monthly salary for a summer vacation is only 550 yuan at the highest and 400 yuan at the lowest. Did you earn 200 yuan today? In fact, these two people come from well-off families. Li Mingho's family runs a big hotel, and Jing Junjie's family works in the relevant department. But having money at home is completely different from earning money yourself. Keep it. This is your salary for today. We still have work to do in the afternoon. Jiang Cheng said. Damn, Jiang Cheng is really a brother. Oh my. Li Mingho grabbed the money and kissed it hard a few times. They also saw a lot of money on Jiang Cheng's table, but that was someone else's money. What did it have to do with them? And they didn't understand the situation. Li Mingho glanced at the desk behind Jiang Cheng, but his eyes unconsciously saw Yiling's legs, and he quickly looked away. How much did you earn, Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng said, you also saw that everything on the table is mine. After he finished speaking, he stared into the eyes of Li Mingho and Jing Junjie to see how they would react. He said this on purpose. After all, there are still many things to do in the later stage and manpower is needed. Li Mingho's eyes were shocked and he said, I thought you were only good at studying, but it turns out you are also good at making money. Is there really a golden house in the book? We are brothers. You must take me with you when you make money. Yeah, and me too. Jing Junjie also said. Chapter 23, Licking the Dog Behind the Dog. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with their reactions. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he let these two people see that he could say he did nothing this morning. It was all these two people who made so much money. But they each got only 200. Then Jiang Cheng asked them these questions again. If they were two adults who have been working in society for a long time, they would inevitably have a lot more thoughts. Anyone who has no thoughts at this time is either too honest or an absolutely ruthless person. As for the two people in front of me, after hearing the amount of money they earned, their first reaction was excitement, and then they naturally asked for a mentor. At least from now on, these two people don't have any bad intentions, and they just want to go with me. Okay, don't worry, it's easy to make money. We still have a lot of things to do. Let's eat first. Steady. Chen Mingho excitedly patted Jing Junjie on the back. This slap almost made Jing Junjie pass out, but because of the scene in the office, it was difficult to get angry, so he said, steady. Where are we eating? Do we have takeout? Oh, the company has a cafeteria, but I like to ask the hotel next door to deliver meals. Shen Yuqing stood up from the ground again and said. Jiang Cheng said, then ask the hotel to send it and see how much it will cost for the 5 of us. For 5 people, about 300 yuan. Jiang Cheng took a breath. How much did you say? 3. Forget it, stop talking. Li Mingho, go find a restaurant downstairs and order some food. Jiang Cheng said to Li Mingho. The world of rich women is really hard to understand. In Yancheng, where the average salary is 600-700 yuan, a lunch or a work meal for 5 people costs 300 yuan. Jiang Cheng felt that even if he was hungry for a day, his stomach wouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Li Mingho took 200 yuan and ran out of the office. He also felt that this elder sister was really outrageous. Jiang Cheng, you haven't told me how many bags you sold. Yilingxi was still paying attention to this question. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had already gone to order food with others, she couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Cheng said, oh, by the way, your bill has not been settled yet. Finally, Jiang Cheng settled Yilingxi's bill for the goods she had received yesterday and today. Nearly 200 wallets, 32 leather shoes and 14 belts were used. After paying the bill, Jiang Cheng still had 5,400 yuan left. You sold more than 200 wallets in 2 days. Yilingxi found Jiang Cheng's performance a little bit unbelievable, but in fact, the data was quite easy to accept. What really surprised her was that he just used her 2,000 wallets to earn 5,400 yuan in 2 days. In Yilingxi's opinion, if she could sell more than 5 wallets a day in the specialty store downstairs, she would be considered to have established herself, even if it was a small loss. But if you can sell more than a dozen items a day, and occasionally hold events to increase sales, then you will be very successful. After all, most of the retail stalls nowadays are doing this kind of business. Jiang Cheng said, "Do you think I make too much money? Starting from this afternoon, this money is no longer mine alone. But before that, the money is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a bag from the side, put 5,400 yuan into it, and then put it in Shen Yuqing's desk. "I'll get it when I leave this afternoon." "No problem." "Great. I just heard that you are good at studying and doing business. So which university did you get into?" Yilingxi put her hands on the table, tapped the toe of one of her high-heeled shoes on the ground, and raised her little hip in jeans, and asked Jiang Cheng curiously. Shen Yuqing was also very curious about this question, but she had never asked it before. "Magic City University." Jiang Cheng said. "There is nothing to hide. In about half a month, he will have to report to school." Hearing the name of Modu University, Shen Yuqing was shocked. Because the job she was assigned was to be a counselor for the freshman class at Shanghai University. "He is so strong," Jiang Cheng was admitted to the Magic City University. "Yuqing, you are not." Yilingxi naturally knew about her best friend's work situation. But before she could finish her question, Shen Yuqing interrupted her immediately. No, I also think Jiang Cheng is super awesome. It's not easy to get into Magic City University. Those who get in from other provinces are all amazing people." As she spoke, she moved closer to Yilingxi and winked wildly at her bestie. Although Yilingxi didn't understand the situation, she still chose to keep it secret. Li Mingho quickly came up with 2 bags containing takeout. Jiang Cheng asked Li Mingho how much it cost. Li Mingho meant that he would treat him, but Jiang Cheng refused to give in. It means that public is public and private is private. Seeing Jiang Cheng's tough attitude, Li Mingho had no choice but to reimburse and accept Jiang Cheng's money. However, the fast food for 5 people cost a total of 34 yuan, which included 2 large bottles of Coke. "Cheers, and wish our business will prosper." "Cheers." "Cheers." The 5 of them poured themselves some drinks and started eating fast food in the office. Zheng Junjie was almost bewitched by the 2 beautiful older sisters and became mentally retarded. He could not even hold the chopstick steadily. "I have been a good boy in the family since I was a child. I just like to go to the internet cafe to play games. When have I ever had a meal with such a beautiful big sister?" Li Mingho was better and would secretly glance at the 2 older sisters from time to time. Jiang Cheng didn't care. His sister's feet didn't come into his bowl, so what was there to be afraid of? The 2 older sisters, Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi, exchanged glances that only they could understand. They smiled secretly, but at the same time they also felt that Jiang Cheng seemed a little different from other high school students. "I don't want to pack anymore. I'm so tired." After dinner, the packing work started again, but this time Li Mingho and Zheng Junjie were added. However, after packing only a few items, Shen Yuqing gave up. He threw the transparent tape and packaging machine in his hands to the ground and started to act cheating. "Sister, you take a rest, I'll take care of the packing," Zheng Junjie said. "Damn, you really lick it." Jiang Cheng was sitting on the office chair and was impressed by Zheng Junjie's show-off. "Hey, this little brother is really caring." Shen Yuqing was very happy and moved a stool to sit with Jiang Cheng. Yilingxi took a peek. Li Hamming, who was standing next to him, was good at observing people's expressions and said, "Sister, you should take a rest too. I'm here for you." "Wow, really? That's great." Yilingxi also stood up and happily sat on the other side of Jiang Cheng. Then 3 people watched and 2 people did it. Jiang Cheng understood the truth even more deeply: the dog lickers the dog. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Cheng, who was sitting and chatting happily with his 2 sisters, looked at the time and stood up and said, "It's almost time, let's go to the stall." "Are we still doing the ring?" Yilingxi asked, looking at the packed boxes piled up in the office with a seal-like paper on them. Chapter 24 Blind Box is officially launched. The packed boxes piled up in the office are all the size of mobile phone boxes, and a wallet is placed in each box. Of course, the wallets put in there are all Jungfrau wallets, which are 2.2 yuan each. Then wrap the outside of the box with a seal. There is a big word, seal, on the seal, and the date and company's signature are written below. Qingling Blind Box Company, Limited. The signature of this company was printed by the boss who did the packaging at the request of Jiang Cheng. Although the name is printed, the company has not actually been registered yet. But it doesn't matter. Jiang Cheng, I want to ask what a blind box is. Yilingxi asked curiously. The two of them were so excited about packing because they saw Qingling Blind Box Company, Limited, written on this thing. Aren't you Shen Yuqing? Ling, isn't he that Yilingxi? So both of them felt that Jiang Cheng, this younger brother, was quite capable. Jiang Cheng said, I am too lazy to explain, you can see for yourself later. Then Jiang Cheng asked Li Mingho and Jing Junjie to use a cart to carry the packed boxes to the stall at the entrance of the mall. And he took Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi, the two girls, to the stall on the second floor. Liu Hongtao had already returned and was inside the stall. When he saw Jiang Cheng and the others coming down, he looked at Jiang Cheng with an unhappy expression and said, We have already purchased all the things. Let's see what you are going to do. Jiang Cheng checked it over and found that the work was done quite well. The small wooden frames were all solid wood, and the price tags were also made of metal, and the numbers on them could be flipped freely. He asked Liu Hongtao to go to the warehouse and bring over all the wallet styles. Although Liu Hongtao was unwilling to be commanded by Jiang Cheng, his boss Yilingxi was right there. It was as if he had been drugged by this kid and he listened to him in everything. He had no choice but to obey. The wallets in the warehouse were taken out. There were a total of 7 models of Jungfrau and only 2 models of Nick. But in fact, there is only one model of Nick, but in 2 different colors, black and brown. Nick's wallet is rectangular in shape, the kind that can hold 100 yuan bills without folding them, and it also has space for cards and ID cards. The workmanship is also relatively more refined, and basically no flaws can be found. After all, this is a real leather wallet. Although its cost is only 32 yuan. Then Jiang Cheng started to arrange the goods, and the 2 women followed to help. People passing by looked inside, and it was unclear whether they were looking for the goods or the women. Then Jiang Cheng started to mark the prices and put the numbers on the price tags. The prices of Jungfrau bags range from 188 to 288. Then Nick's 2 bags took up 2 separate glass cabinets, with only decorations placed next to them, nothing else. It is also the most conspicuous place in the store. Then Jiang Cheng marked the price to 18,000. You really sell it for 18,000? Liu Hongtao still couldn't believe it. Jiang Cheng said to Yilingxi calmly, I think you can be fired as an employee. If he doesn't even believe in his own company's products, how can he make customers believe in them? What do you mean? I'm just asking you. Liu Hongtao was scared, but at this time he really didn't dare to argue with Jiang Cheng. Mr. Yi has already drunk this kid's magic potion. And the company sets the price, and employees really have to support it. Do you have any questions about this price? Jiang Cheng asked. Liu Hongtao's face turned red, but he could only say, no problem. Yilingxi had been standing beside Jiang Cheng, looking at the wallet in the cabinet that was marked with a price of 18,000. She asked Jiang Cheng curiously, do you believe that this wallet can be sold for 18,000? Jiang Cheng said without thinking, I don't believe it, do you believe it? He turned to ask Shen Yuqing, who shook his head and said, I don't believe it. Yeah, who would spend 18,000 to buy this crappy wallet? Jiang Cheng said. Liu Hongtao, who was standing by, was almost angry to death. But he found that Jiang Cheng's eyes were looking at him. Jiang Cheng said, everyone knows that this wallet can't be sold for 18,000. I didn't plan to sell this wallet, but remember, its price is 18,000. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it will still be 18,000. Authentic product from Hong Kong, Nick's genuine leather wallet. After setting up the stall upstairs, Jiang Cheng took the 2 women whose curiosity was maxed out downstairs. I don't know when, but parasols were opened above the stalls in Yancheng. It was not a temporary parasol, but one that had been installed on the wall a long time ago. It was pulled out at this time, covering the entire stall. Under the parasol, Li Mingho and Jing Junjie faced the crowd outside, with expressions of fear on their faces. Behind them, there were packing boxes piled higher than people. When does it start? I've been waiting for a long time with my ticket. Everything is ready, let's get started. The two were really frightened when faced with the crowd surrounding them. Before this, they were still students in school, and if they did something wrong, their parents might have to be called. But the people gathered outside at this moment are all parents. How can they not be afraid? Jiang Cheng walked over and put his hands on their shoulders. You two are so scared. Can you do it? Can you handle it? The two were startled when Jiang Cheng put his hand on their shoulders. Able. Able. That's good. I just made an agreement with those two pretty sisters that the wallets here will be sold at 8 yuan each, but the rules need to be changed. If you can't cover the 10 yuan, you have to take your wallet. The most you can earn is 2 yuan per box. How about that? Jiang Cheng asked the two in a low voice. So many. Li Mingho turned around and asked with his eyes wide open. Zheng Junjie did some calculations and said, if we calculate it this way, at 10 yuan per wallet, we will definitely sell more. If we sell 200 wallets this afternoon, won't we make another 400 yuan? Zheng Junjie's eyes lit up. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, said nothing, and walked forward. Everyone, don't panic. The owner of the mall has stepped up the activity. From now on, you can get a free leather wallet with your receipt from the mall, or you can buy a coupon. If you don't get the 10 yuan coupon, you can get a blind box for free. There is 100% a Yongfa wallet in the blind box. What is a blind box? Someone in the crowd asked. Jiang Cheng pointed behind him and said, the blind box is the box behind me. There is 100% a wallet in it, but no one knows what style it is. Whatever you get is what you get. Similarly, if you collect all 3 blind boxes and don't want them, you can return the 3 blind boxes in exchange for a pair of leather shoes. Chapter 25. I discovered a big secret. Jiang Cheng did not give Zheng Junjie and Li Mingho much time to think. He walked to the front and announced the rules to the onlookers who wanted to play the ring. People who come to line up before Jiang Cheng's stall opens are basically those who already know the rules of Jiang Cheng's stall. From what I hear you say, do you mean the price has been reduced? Before, it cost 30 yuan to get a wallet, but now it only costs 10 yuan. Yes, 10 yuan is enough. Jiang Cheng said. Can the receipt be free? The receipt remains the same, of course it's free. Start quickly. I bought the things at noon, and I have the receipt in my hand, just waiting for you to open the order. Don't waste time, it's time to start. After Jiang Cheng announced the rules, new posters were put up in front of the stall. Then the ring tossing activity began again. Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi had been standing by to observe the situation at the scene. Yilingxi was very excited. I finally saw a glimmer of hope. If this kind of stalls fill up all the Yonghui malls, I think I will have a chance to sell the millions of goods in my hands. Shen Yuqing looked at her excited bestie seriously, and asked tentatively, the rules of his stall seem to be very simple. After you learn it, will you send someone to do it yourself, or will you cooperate with Jiang Cheng? Yilingxi paused, turned around and said, no, I can't do it by myself, I must cooperate with Jiang Cheng. Although the rules of his stall seem simple and easy to learn, and I am indeed confident that I can learn them and then send people to do it. But you have to know that he is just a high school graduate, and yet he can come up with such an idea. Before he showed up, we had all the props and venues here, but I couldn't think of it. Perhaps many people will choose to do it themselves at this time and not share the benefits with others, but who can say for sure that Jiang Cheng, who can come up with such an idea with just a little thought, will not have more ideas in the future? For people who work in marketing, sometimes all it takes is an idea and execution to change the situation and destiny. I feel like I'm not a very good person, but if I can lift up a very good person and keep up with a very good person, maybe I will become a very good person. So don't say that Jiang Cheng gave me a share of the profits. Even if I don't want the profits, as long as Jiang Cheng helps me sell the goods in my hands, I will not break my promise to him. After hearing what Yilingxi said, Shen Yuqing put his arms around Yilingxi's neck and gave her a kiss on the face. I knew you were still so cute. She couldn't help but feel relieved. Although she didn't understand business, she could understand Jiang Cheng's operations by watching him. In fact, it was very simple. As long as she looked at the entire process and thought about it, she would be able to figure out what was going on. So she thought, under such circumstances, many people probably wouldn't be willing to share the benefits with Jiang Cheng. Being her best friend, she gave her the explanation she wanted to hear. Yancheng felt that if her best friend wanted to swallow Jiang Cheng's share, she would be really embarrassed. And Jiang Cheng actually filled in Shanghai University as his college entrance examination application. Should I become a counselor? What if he is my student? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? It can't be such a coincidence, right? After working at the stall for an hour, Li Mingho and Jing Junjie were exhausted. But they are both happy. Every wallet they see going out the door means they can make $2 more. Even if someone has only $2 or $3 and their wallet is robbed, it doesn't really matter, because the principal can be recovered by selling a few coupons. If someone takes 10 wallets to exchange for leather shoes, as Jiang Cheng just said, they can also make a profit of 20 yuan for each pair of leather shoes they take away. After waiting for more than an hour, the two women, Shen Yuqing and Yi Lingxi, who were busy downstairs, returned to the stall, but Jiang Cheng stood downstairs and watched. After watching for more than an hour, Jiang Cheng found the problem. In the morning, many people exchanged their wallets for leather shoes, but now very few people do so. Jiang Cheng also discovered the reason. In the morning, the rule was to win 30 yuan. If you didn't win, you could get a wallet. In fact, 30 yuan is not a small amount of money for many people, so some people are unwilling to give up after exchanging their wallets and want to make more money. They think that if they win one for a few dollars, and then buy another one to make up the difference, 3 wallets can be exchanged for leather shoes, which is also a profit. Therefore, the worst result is that you can get a pair of leather shoes for 90 yuan, which is not a loss at all. After all, in the shopping malls, a pair of leather shoes costs more than 100 yuan, and better ones cost several hundred yuan. The rule for the afternoon is that you can get a wallet for every set of 10 yuan. Therefore, many people stop after they have stolen a wallet or received a wallet. Because they were thinking that if they continued to collect the pieces, they would have to collect 9 more pieces before they could exchange for other things. Otherwise, having only 6 or 7 wallets is useless, and they don't need so many wallets. So many people's spending limit is 10 yuan. But Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry to make changes, because there was still a good show planned, and no one knew when it would be revealed. Jiang Cheng, I feel like everyone's enthusiasm isn't as high as it was this morning. Should we change it back to 30 yuan for a wallet, and 3 wallets can be exchanged for leather shoes? Taking advantage of the break, Liu Qiong walked to Jiang Cheng and asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng looked at him and was a little surprised that this man who had been doing hard labor had also figured out the trick. No need to change, as long as everyone is happy. 10 yuan for a wallet, they think it's a good deal. 30 yuan for a wallet, many people will feel a little uncomfortable. What Jiang Cheng said is true. In the morning, although the guests were more enthusiastic, many of them cursed when they left. But it was different in the afternoon. Although the consumption enthusiasm was not as high as in the morning, everyone was smiling from ear to ear when they left. No matter whether they were those who got the ring for free, those who won the ring, or those who received the wallet without winning the ring, they all felt that they had made a profit. After all, huge profits are short-lived. In an industry without a moat, after the violence, one has to learn to maintain a steady and sustainable income. Oh my god, do you know what I just found up there? This is the bag you put on the ring. It's really sold for more than 100 or 200 yuan upstairs. And it's from Hong Kong. It looks high-end and is displayed on the counter. Guess what I saw? There was a wallet that was selling for 18,000. Chapter 26 Sudden Dog Food. 18,000. Are you crazy? You want to buy a wallet worth 18,000 yuan for 10 yuan. Is this true? All my family's savings added up to less than 10,000 yuan. Your family has 10,000 yuan. Are you kidding me? I can't even get 2,000 yuan. You're just bragging, I don't believe it, take me to see it. The small stall downstairs in Yonghui shopping mall was in a frenzy because of the sentence, 18,000. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Just as the excitement was going on, another person rushed out of the mall. Hurry up and see if anyone has stolen Nick's wallet. I just asked Nick for 18,000 yuan from his wallet. If you don't believe me, go up and have a look. There are 2 super beautiful girls, prettier than celebrities. Come on, let's go and have a look. Let's go, let's go. Then, I saw a magical scene at the stalls inside the mall. A large group of people rushed in from the mall entrance and crowded towards the second floor. What's going on? I heard there's an event at a shopping mall outside, where a wallet is worth 18,000 yuan each. Are you kidding me? It's really 18,000. Why should I open a stall? Many stall owners also followed the crowd and rushed to the second floor. The small stall at the door had been surrounded by crowds of people, but it finally became quiet. However, there were still a few people waiting there to throw rings. Li Mingho and Jing Junjie were also a little confused when they saw this scene. What's going on? Don't worry about it, just keep hooping and get ready. Jiang Cheng said. Ready. The two looked at each other. Jiang Cheng's words made them shudder. They were already busy enough, yet they still had to make preparations. Did that mean there would be more people later? Although it's a bit scary to imagine, for some reason, I feel a little bit happy in my heart. How much money does this make? Mom, I don't have to ask you for pocket money anymore. On the upper floor of the shopping mall, Yilingxi's small shop is not big at all, less than 40 square meters in total. Liu Hongtao stayed inside the store and introduced the store to the customers who came in. The two women, Yilingxi and Shen Yuqing, were standing at the door of the store, leaning on the corridor railing and chatting. Suddenly I saw a large group of people rushing up. What's the situation with those people? I don't know, it's a bit like grabbing eggs. In some places, there are events where you can give out eggs for free, and scenes like this occur. Something's wrong, it seems to be coming towards us. Yilingxi grabbed Shen Yuqing's arm and pulled her back. The two women were so frightened that their faces turned pale. And those people rushed up and rushed into the shop selling leather goods. Boss, is your wallet really worth 18,000 yuan? Where's the wallet with the 18,000? Bring it here so I can see it. Oh my god, this wallet is exactly the same as the one I bought, and it's selling here for 288. I got it for only $5. I saw the wallet I received for 10 yuan, and I sold it here for 198 yuan. I made a net profit of 180 yuan. This wallet is really 18,000. I saw it here, it's really that expensive. Oh my god, this wallet is different from the ones I bought. The quality is great. The shop was instantly packed with people, and Liu Hongtao was squeezed directly onto the glass cabinet. Fortunately, the glass is made of resin and the cabinet doors are locked, so they cannot be opened without a key. So he wasn't particularly worried about his things being taken away. Don't push, if you want to buy a bag, come one by one. Liu Hongtao was really shocked. In his opinion, the store had no preparations at all, even the exquisite bags and packaging boxes were not ready, and there was no banner downstairs. How could it do any business just by opening like that? Moreover, the wallets upstairs are so expensive, and there is a small stall downstairs that gives them away for free. Can guests come here? However, he was getting a salary and working for Yilingxi, so he thought it would be a good idea to just endure it and see how the situation develops. But what is the situation now? He couldn't quite understand. Who bought your bag? I won't buy it. Only a fool would buy it. I've already exchanged a bag for $10, and it doesn't smell good. Go away, don't block me. What's the style of that bag behind you? I saw it, my wallet is 268. Liu Hongtao was surprised to find that none of these people had the idea of buying wallets, and many of them already had wallets in their hands. What's going on? Liu Hongtao wanted to cry. He was squeezed in, unable to go in or out. He thought it was fortunate that he was a boy. If he was a girl, she might get pregnant after being squeezed. Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi, who were standing outside the shop, opened their mouths in confusion when they saw this scene. There were quite a few people outside the shop, and it was impossible to squeeze in. What on earth is Jiang Cheng doing? Why are all these people running to the store? Let's go down and take a look. We can't get into the store anymore. They didn't dare to squeeze into the store in such a situation. Who knows if there will be any lewd hands, and people are so crowded. The two of them changed the stairs and went downstairs to the stall outside. This was the time when they had seen the fewest people at the stall since Jiang Cheng started setting up the stall. There is no one queuing. What's going on, Jiang Cheng? Why did they all go upstairs? Yilingxi walked over with a clatter and asked Jiang Cheng. I don't know if it was because her steps were too fast or her strength was too great, but her high heels were shaking as she walked over. This made the two young men, Li Mingho and Jing Junjie, blush and quickly turned their faces away. Jiang Cheng said, it's normal. Everyone is curious about why a wallet costs 18,000 yuan. Shen Yuqing walked over, and compared to Yilingxi, her steps were very elegant, neither hurried nor slow. Taking a look at the scene, there were still a lot of packed boxes piled up behind Jiang Cheng and the others. But on the ground around, there were many open boxes thrown there randomly. Two old ladies who were collecting scraps were rushing towards this side with snakeskin bags. You didn't put the 18,000 yuan wallet in these blind boxes, did you? Jiang Cheng looked at Yancheng, blinked his eyes and said, "You guessed it right. What reward do you want? How about I give you a cent?" Yancheng glanced at Jiang Cheng, rogue. But I felt weird in my heart. Was I teased by a little brother? Yilingxi looked at Jiang Cheng, and then at Yancheng. No, why did you suddenly turn around and start showing off your affection? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yancheng quickly covered Yilingxi's mouth. Li Mingho and Jing Junjie kept looking to the side, as if they were not paying any attention to the conversation between Jiang Cheng and the others. But at this moment, both of them were shocked. Is Jiang Cheng's operation so awesome? Damn it, how dare he? The two felt sad that when they were studying, they thought their grades were not as good as Jiang Cheng's, but other aspects were just fine. However, after the college entrance examination, they found that not only their grades were not as good as Jiang Cheng's, but they were not as good as him in every aspect. So angry. Chapter 27. You are so smart, let's have a kiss. Jiang Cheng was chatting with the two women downstairs, attracting envious glances from the people around them. But now there are no people trying to get a ring, as everyone went upstairs to look at the wallets that cost 18,000 yuan each. In fact, after Yancheng and the others finished packing, Jiang Cheng took out a few items from Nick's brand wallet and packed them. While no one was paying attention, he had already taken it down without anyone noticing, but he kept it aside and didn't put it among the pile of blind boxes. Just after everyone left, Jiang Cheng stuffed several Nick blind boxes he had packed into it. Of course, he knew where he was placed. In fact, in order to ensure the fairness of blind boxes, it is necessary to ensure that no one can know what is inside the blind box, not even the boss himself. But now in the initial stage, Jiang Cheng can only do other things. Soon someone came running down from upstairs in a hurry, holding a wallet in his hand, but it belonged to Yongfar. Hey, young man, do you have the wallet with 18,000 yuan upstairs? Among the people at the scene, Yancheng, Yilingxi, Li Mingho, and Jing Junjie were all unclear about the situation. Only Jiang Cheng, the operator, knew the details. He said, "Of course, Nick's wallet is also in our blind box. Where is it? I want to buy it." In the blink of an eye, many people came out of the mall and gathered in front of Jiang Cheng. They heard Jiang Cheng say that Nick's wallet was in the blind box. They all looked excited. "I want one too, give it to me. Here's my receipt. I won't do it for free. I'll pay $10. Give it to me, I'll go first." Regardless of whether the wallet worth 18,000 yuan is really worth 18,000 yuan, if you can buy it back for 10 yuan, you will not lose money anyway. When others ask you about it, you can tell them that this wallet sells for 18,000 yuan in the mall, and that will be very face-saving. After all, this is not a lie, the wallets are still there in the mall's specialty store. Jiang Cheng pressed his hand and said to everyone, "I can assure everyone that our blind box definitely contains a Nick wallet. Yes, it is the Nick that was imported from Hong Kong. But I want to make it clear, because all the blind boxes are sealed, and I don't know which box Nick is in. And there is only one Nick wallet in 1,000 boxes." Jiang Cheng had finished speaking when someone immediately questioned him. There is only one Nick wallet in 1,000 boxes. Who can buy that? Yeah, isn't this a scam? It's pure deception. Fraud. Jiang Cheng waited until everyone had finished shouting, and then explained, "Nick's wallet retails for 18,000 yuan. There's only one in 1,000. Even if you buy all 1,000, it's only 10,000 yuan. It's impossible that such an expensive wallet is all in this blind box, right? The mall can't afford to lose money, right?" After Jiang Cheng finished explaining, the people around him were still shouting that it was a lie. But someone immediately took out 10 yuan. "I guess you are just kidding, give me one and try it." "Okay." Jiang Cheng took the 10 yuan and handed it to Li Haoming. "Go get a blind box and ask him which one he chooses." Li Haoming was still a little dazed, and didn't react for a moment before asking, "Aren't you going to put the ring on?" No more, hurry up, I want the one on the left row, the one at the bottom." Oh. Li Hamming put the money into his pocket and quickly went to get the box before he realized that if he didn't put the ring on it, wouldn't the speed be much faster? Get the blind box for only 10 yuan. According to the man's request, Li Mingho took out a blind box and handed it to the man. Jiang Cheng certainly knew that this one couldn't be Nick, because he knew Nick's location. Open it and see if there's a Nick wallet. The person who got the blind box licked his lips and started to tear the box. Soon the box was torn open and the person took a look inside. As a regular customer of the stall, he didn't even need to take out his wallet to know which model was inside. Damn it, I told you it was a lie, there's no way Nick's wallet is in here. It's really a lie. How could such an expensive wallet be put in there? I'll take one. Someone else took out 10 yuan. This time Li Mingho was much smarter and took the initiative to take the money. Give me three at a time for 30 bucks. I'll take 2. Suddenly many people paid money. But once all the blind boxes are opened, they are all permanent. This is definitely a lie, there's no way there's a Nick wallet. You're not losing out. I saw all 3 of the wallets you opened were for sale. They are all over 200 each. Those who didn't open Nick's wallet all looked unhappy, but when they thought about the wallets in their hands, each of which was bought for 10 yuan, but sold for more than 100 or 200 yuan there, they felt better immediately. But more people questioned this, questioning whether Jiang Cheng was a liar. However, the sales of blind boxes in front of the stall have gradually increased, and the number of people trying to put the boxes has become smaller. Most people just pay for the blind boxes directly, 10 yuan each. But nearly 100 of them have been sold, and no one has opened a Nick. More and more people are questioning. But a large number of people were actually just joining in the fun, shouting that it was a liar while their eyes were on the 2 women on the field. Yilingxi dragged Jiang Cheng to the side and asked in a low voice, "Do you have Nick's wallet in here? If you don't open it, they will really think you are cheating." Jiang Cheng said, "No hurry. Of course there is one in Nick's wallet, but I don't know which one it is. Whether it can be opened depends on everyone's luck. This is a blind box." Yilingxi seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Cheng said, "If they asked them to open Nick's wallet right away, then Nick's wallet would be worthless. Look at it now, no one is questioning the value of Nick's wallet, they are only questioning whether I am cheating." After hearing this, Shen Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she looked at Jiang Cheng with sparkling eyes. "I see, you must first raise everyone's expectations. When everyone doubts that you are lying, the value of Nick's wallet will be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Smart, come here and give me a kiss. Get out of the way." Shen Yuqing, whose face was flushed with excitement, was suddenly teased by Jiang Cheng and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Cheng. In just the short time they were chatting, almost 200 blind boxes were sold, which is 2,000 yuan. Li Mingho and Jing Junjie were busy like spinning tops, but they were extremely excited. Money, all this money. Hey! I opened it, and there really is Nick. Chapter 28, Making money is like picking up money, counting money until your hands are tired. Nick is really Nick. I know this one, it's exactly the same as the one above. Don't grab it, it's mine. There was a person at the scene who spent 50 yuan to buy 5 blind boxes. The third blind box really opened Nick, a black wallet. The wallet is rectangular and looks more exquisite than Jungfar's. Many people wanted to reach out and touch it, but the one who saw this blind box was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble, holding the Nick wallet tightly in his arms. "Get out of the way, this is mine." After a while of commotion, the middle-aged man finally shook off the crowd. At this time, someone outside the encirclement questioned, "Are you a shill? I don't believe that you can buy a wallet worth more than 10,000 yuan for 10 yuan. It must be a scam." Yes, this is someone hired by them all. Until now, everyone thought that this stall was a promotion hosted by them all. The middle-aged man who was questioned suddenly became angry. "I'm asking your sister to help me. I'm asking your Amu to help me. Your whole family is asking for help. How do you curse? So you're saying I'm a shill?" When the middle-aged man saw Nick's wallet, he hurriedly took the wallet and left. Nick's wallet was actually opened, which immediately caused a wave of enthusiasm at the scene. "Here's 100 bucks, I want 10. I want 10 too, give them to me. I want 3. The guy who was throwing the ring had been kicked aside by Jiang Cheng at some point. There were also people who used receipts to trick people, but no one paid any attention to them because everyone was too busy. Li Haming and Jing Junjie received a lot of money. Seeing how busy the scene was, the two women, Yi Lingxi and Shen Yuqing, also wanted to come over to help, but they pushed the situation away after a short while. Because when they were collecting money, there were always people who wanted to take the opportunity to touch their hands, which scared the two of them. Jiang Cheng looked at the box behind him, then said to the two of them, "Hurry up and organize people to pack it up. Only keep Yongfaz, and leave the rest to me." "Good." Yi Lingxi took Shen Yuqing away. Don't mention how excited she was now. If Jiang Cheng continues like this small stall will almost be equivalent to a small order from the wholesale department. At this moment, she was secretly glad that she chose to trust Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, by the time the stall on the second floor opened, it would be impossible for her to have such business. Moreover, the blind box wallets sold now not only help her recover the cost, Jiang Cheng also said that he would share the profits with her. Shen Yuqing was also very excited, her face flushed, but compared to Yi Lingxi's lively personality, she was a little cold by nature. So she looks a bit like a woman with a blushing face after strenuous exercise, gentle and charming. The popularity of the scene was somewhat beyond Jiang Cheng's expectations. Ever since he started the blind box business, he knew that he would be able to succeed. If one method didn't work, he could try many methods, and there would always be one that would work. But I didn't expect it to explode immediately after one shot. This is how business works. Most of the time, no one is 100% sure that a project will succeed. Just like some large companies, after making money they will diversify their investments. Basically 99% of the projects will fail, but as long as there is a project that is tested successfully, they will make money. Jiang Cheng's luck is so good that the first test was successful. The blind boxes that had been packed in advance behind him seemed to be unable to hold up. However, Jiang Cheng also knows that there will be some issues to be dealt with later, otherwise this level of popularity will only be short-lived. On the outskirts of the crowd, an old lady saw many people surrounding a small stall, holding money in their hands and rushing to buy something. Then the aunt saw them coming out with boxes full of wallets. The aunt was curious, so she walked up to a woman and asked, "What's so good about stealing wallets? Why did you buy so many wallets?" The old lady looked at the 3 wallets in the woman's hands. The woman still looked a little disappointed, but when she heard the aunt ask her this, she immediately said excitedly, "You don't know this, it's possible to buy a wallet worth 18,000 in this blind box." Blind box? What blind box? The wallet is placed in a box, and no one can see it. You can only buy the box and open it to see what's inside. The old lady thought about it and thought it was a bit magical. Then she asked, "Even if there are more than 10,000 wallets in it, but you bought more than 10,000 wallets, it is also used to make money, why do you spend money to buy so many wallets?" The woman said, "You don't understand, this blind box is only 10 yuan each." The old lady was even more confused. 10 yuan is also money. I bought pork ribs, which are not delicious. Why did I buy a useless wallet? The woman was anxious, stamped her feet and said, "Why can't I explain it to you clearly? This wallet is sold for more than 100 or 200 yuan upstairs. If you don't believe me, you can go to the store on the second floor and see for yourself. But it's only 10 yuan to buy a blind box here, but you can't choose. If 10 wallets are packed intact and not damaged, you can exchange them for leather shoes. Leather shoes must cost at least several hundred yuan a pair. Even if I don't change my leather shoes, I can give this wallet to my son and son-in-law during the Chinese New Year. They are all wallets worth 1 or 200 yuan. Is that okay?" When the aunt heard it, "Hey, don't argue, that's the truth." "Then I'll go take a look." "Auntie, hurry up and buy it. Squeeze in. Don't you see, they are almost sold out. Once they are sold out, they will be gone." 2 people were talking. Then I heard shouts from inside the encirclement, "I got it, I got it, I got it again. It's really Nick's wallet. This one S brand. Sell it to me for 300 bucks, I'll buy it. I'll give you 400. Sell it to me for 400. Not for sale. Oh my god, someone actually spent money to buy it?" Many onlookers discovered a new highlight and opened Nick's wallet, and some people actually wanted to buy it. If I open it myself, can I still make some money? Those who were originally planning to buy 2 or 3 immediately made up their minds to buy 5 or 10 first. Don't push. Don't push in the back, they are almost sold out. Jiang Cheng's voice was shouting in front. But immediately Liu Chong came down pushing a cart. "Jiang Cheng, hurry up, here are 300. Jiang Cheng was also surprised when he saw the full cart. He thought it would be impossible for the two women to pack the things so quickly. They must have asked the mall staff for help. The scene suddenly became lively again. By the way, call Yilingxi down, I have something to tell her. Jiang Cheng asked Liu Qiang to call Yilingxi. There is another very important thing that he has not arranged. This is also because the blind box business exploded too quickly, leaving him, a prepared person, without time to prepare. If you don't lay out the pieces in advance, this situation can easily go wrong. By then, once the reputation of the blind box becomes bad, there will be no way to recover from this point. Chapter 29. We got rich. With the explosion of blind box sales, Jiang Cheng discovered a serious problem, that is, the leather shoes were out of stock. Jiang Cheng had considered this issue before. After all, leather shoes are different from wallets and come in different sizes. However, based on the previous sales volume, Jiang Cheng felt that he could cope with it for a while. But today Yilingxi suddenly said that she wanted to hand over all the inventory in her factory to him for operation. The issue of leather shoes was ignored. Not only are the sizes out of stock, but it is also very troublesome to exchange them. If you only need a small amount of about 10 pairs a day, you can just ask someone to run to the warehouse to get the shoe sizes. But it's different now. A large number of people want to exchange leather shoes, and the staff are simply too busy to handle it. Jiang Cheng, what should we do? We can't find any shoes in the warehouse. Li Mingho was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Zheng Junjie was really about to cry, his tears were already flowing, but he was still collecting money. Jiang Cheng looked around the scene, and Liu Qiang also joined in to help. He stood at the back and was responsible for helping to take the blind boxes. Upstairs, Shen Yuqing and the others were organizing people to pack blind boxes, and asked them to be responsible for finding shoes, but it was too late. And if sales continue like this, a large number of leather shoes will be out of stock. Can you hurry up? I still haven't got my shoes. You can't tell. You won't even let me change my shoes. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Cheng's forehead was also soaked with sweat. Everyone who wants to change leather shoes, line up here. Make way, move aside. Those who are changing their leather shoes, stand over here. Jiang Cheng didn't dare to waste time. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be to handle the situation. The scene was very chaotic. Liu Qiang, please ask someone to get a registration book. You can register your name and ID number. Good. Liu Qiang wiped the sweat off his face and ran upstairs to get the registration book. Jiang Cheng originally wanted to ask for the registered phone number, but suddenly realized that not everyone has a mobile phone these days. You can only replace it with your registration ID card. Everyone who wants to change their shoes should register here and write down their name, ID number, and shoe size. Jiang Cheng can only ask people to register their sizes first, and then come back to exchange them tomorrow or later. What does this mean? Are you trying to tell me that leather shoes can't be exchanged either? Is this a lie? As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, those people started shouting. Jiang Cheng slammed the table and shouted, "There are so many people here, can't you see? Now you want to exchange for leather shoes, I will give you my life in exchange. Everyone register and come pick up your shoes tomorrow. If you don't agree to register, I can't do anything about it. Even if you kill me now, I can't take your shoes away." Those people saw that Jiang Cheng was even more ferocious than them, but there were indeed a lot of people at the scene, so they had no choice but to line up to register, cursing. The packing upstairs is still going on. But several times the packing speed downstairs could not keep up with the sales speed downstairs. Jiang Cheng, if we sell like this, we'll be rich in just a few days. Out of stock again, Li Mingho walked up to Jiang Cheng and said. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said nothing. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that this situation could not last for a few days. Now these people are just following the trend temporarily, and some people buy blind boxes without thinking. When everyone reacts, they will find that the attraction is actually not that great. However, there will definitely be a small amount of sales. After all, if you open a blind box for 10 yuan, you will definitely win a wallet worth 1 or 200 yuan in the mall. This business is not a loss no matter how you calculate it. You can also exchange it for leather shoes. If you win the prize, it is worth more than 10,000 yuan. You can show it off to show your face. Some people even paid money to buy it. But Jiang Cheng actually felt that the acquisition was unreliable and he had to add fuel to the fire. At 5:30 in the afternoon, before 6 o'clock, the blind boxes were out of stock again. Jiang Cheng saw people still queuing up. There are no more today, the event is over, those who didn't get one can only come back tomorrow. When Jiang Cheng finished shouting this, Li Mingho and Jing Junjie next to him were stunned. They all went to their warehouse and saw that the wallets were piled up in piles and it was impossible to sell them all in one afternoon. But at this moment, Jiang Cheng is synonymous with reliability in their hearts, so whatever Jiang Cheng says is what it comes down to. Are you kidding me? I've been waiting in line for a long time. You can't do this in your mall. You're teasing your customers. I've been waiting for so long, and you said you don't have it anymore. Young man, if you don't get me a wallet today, don't even think about leaving. I only want one, and there's not one left. You must give me one today, or I won't leave. Those who were originally queuing, when they heard that the blind boxes were sold out, directly surrounded the stall. Jiang Cheng quickly grabbed Li Mingho and said, "Hurry up and say hello, and stop sending blind boxes downstairs." Okay. Li Mingho turned around and ran. Dear uncles, aunts, uncles and sisters, there is really no more today. You just saw that the last batch has been distributed. We can only wait until tomorrow. Everyone, please don't make a fuss. If the matter gets out of hand, what if the mall stops promoting it? Then no one will be able to buy the blind box. You can't do this, you have no integrity. Everyone was still cursing, but fortunately no one rushed into Jiang Cheng's stall. The stall is finally closed. In fact, if you want to continue selling, the best business should be after 7 o'clock in the evening. But Jiang Cheng didn't dare to sell it, as he was afraid that Li Mingho and Jing Junjie would die suddenly at the scene. These two men were sweating non-stop and their bodies were probably falling apart. Jiang Cheng didn't run much and felt a little overwhelmed. Money, all money. Jiang Cheng, we've made it. In the office, Li Mingho and Jing Junjie took out all the money they had collected and put it on Shen Yuqing's desk. Li Mingho was a mess of excitement. Jing Junjie was dumbfounded when he saw the pile of money. In fact, his family was well off and he had never lacked pocket money. But the pocket money I get from home has a different meaning, it is the money I earned today. Shen Yuqing looked at the pile of money, her mouth slightly open, her eyes flickering as she looked at Jiang Cheng and then at the pile of money. She couldn't believe that the little brother she picked up from the roadside could be so powerful. Yiling's eyes were red with excitement. Since the factory's orders were out of stock, this was the only time she saw hope of saving the factory. Jiang Cheng, thank you. Yilingsi couldn't control herself and threw herself into Jiang Cheng's arms, hugging him tightly. Her tears couldn't stop flowing and her body trembled slightly. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. Yilingsi was very strong and the squeezing made him breathless. Moreover, her body was so soft that it seemed like she had no bones. She was so arrogant and lawless. But I had heard Shen Yuqing talk about the situation in her factory before, and for a moment I felt that this sweet-looking young girl had a hard time, and she must have been under tremendous pressure. He sighed, reached out and gently patted Yilingsi on the back. Chapter 30 sees the opportunity to stand at the forefront and follow the right big brother. Shen Yuqing was standing nearby and saw this scene. She instinctively wanted to stop it, but when she heard Yilingsi sobbing, she stopped. But I don't know why, I just feel uncomfortable. But I didn't say much. Li Mingho and Jing Junjie both looked up at the ceiling, as if they were looking at the light on the ceiling to see if there were any mosquitoes around. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. After a while, Yilingsi got up from Jiang Cheng's arms, lowered her head and gently wiped away her tears. Sorry, I just got excited. It's okay. Jiang Cheng said calmly, and then said, take out the data I asked you to record before and calculate it. He asked Yilingsi to record the data of the blind box at the very beginning. Okay, wait a minute. Yilingsi walked over in high heels, bent down and took out a plastic clip from Shen Yuqing's desk, on which was a notebook recording the blind box data. A total of 3,624 blind boxes were shipped out, but 1,080 wallets were returned in exchange for leather shoes, so the actual number of blind boxes shipped out was 2,544. There are 108 pairs of leather shoes leaving the warehouse. Yilingsi looked excited after saying this data. Jiang Cheng walked to the desk and said to Shen Yuqing, you clean up the money here. Shen Yuqing raised her head and moved her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng, sat down on the office chair inside the desk in her high heels unhappily, and began to sort the money on the table according to different denominations. Jiang Cheng said, according to the data, there should be 36,240 in cash here. But today is our first day of opening orders, so there will definitely be some discrepancies in the data. The shortfall can be charged to me. The actual number of wallets shipped out was 2,544, which is 5,088 at 2 yuan per wallet. Then there are 108 pairs of leather shoes in total. One pair of leather shoes equals 10 wallets, so multiply by 20, which equals 2160. 5088 plus 2160, the total is 7248. When Jiang Cheng was counting, everyone except Yancheng was staring at him. Li Mingho and Jing Junjie looked at each other with some horror. Then they heard Jiang Cheng say something that shocked them into incompetence in a second. Count out 7248 to them first, this is their money. Jiang Cheng, don't scare me. Li Mingho shouted loudly. More than 7,000. This is the salary that others would earn without eating or drinking for a year. Earn more than 7,000 in one afternoon. I was so excited when I got 200 yuan salary for 2 hours in the morning. Earn 7,000 in one afternoon. Li Mingho wondered if this world had gone crazy. But according to what Jiang Cheng said before, they were indeed given 2 yuan for each blind box. At that time, he didn't know the power of this and thought he could earn another 200 yuan in the afternoon. But this is not just 200, it's more than 1,000, which is someone else's annual salary. Help me quickly, pinch my philtrum. Jing Junjie had already laid down on the sofa with his legs stretched out. He pinched his philtrum with his hand and called Li Mingho weakly. Damn it, Jing Junjie, don't scare me. Li Mingho quickly turned around and climbed onto the sofa to pinch Jing Junjie's Renjong point. If he kicked his legs and passed out in excitement, it would be a big disaster. Yilingxi stood aside without saying anything, but her eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng, her eyes sparkling. While Shen Yuqing was cleaning up the money, he was also looking at Jiang Cheng. She was still somewhat shocked. After all, this is more than 7,000 yuan. Is this little brother really willing to give the money to others like this? What are you daydreaming about? Are you counting money? Jiang Cheng turned around and saw Shen Yuqing staring at him in a daze. Oh. After a while, Jin Junjie recovered. We can't take Jiang Cheng. We can't take so much. We've already received 200 yuan in salary, which is enough. Jing Junjie waved his hand. Li Mingho also said with a look of horror, Jiang Cheng, please stop teasing us. We will really be scared to death by you. We just did hard labor, how can we charge so much money? Jiang Cheng chuckled and waved his hand, saying, there are 2 fastest ways to make money in this world. Everyone's eyes were on Jiang Cheng, waiting for his next words. Jiang Cheng held up 2 fingers and said, the first is to seize the opportunity. If you stand at the vent of the wind, even a pig can take off. The second one is to follow the right, big brother. Congratulations, you have both. Li Mingho looked at Jiang Cheng blankly in a daze. He always felt that this good brother was a little different after graduation, especially today. Awesome, very awesome. I really want to act like him. But thinking back, it seemed that Jiang Cheng's academic performance was also very good before he graduated. It turns out that awesome people are awesome everywhere. Jing Junjie was dumbfounded. He just felt that Jiang Cheng was so arrogant and he was so envious. When he was in school, he was considered to have the best conditions in the class, but he was shy and had few friends. He would only occasionally go to the internet cafe with Li Mingho to play games. But in fact, they are not particularly close. I just happened to come here with Li Mingho to find Jiang Cheng today. But I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. In the past, when he was in the internet cafe, he was the most pretentious because he had good conditions and a lot of pocket money. But at this moment he realized that he was nothing in front of Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng was so domineering. Jiang Cheng looked at the 2 of them in a daze and continued, if you don't want this money, you're destroying my business model. There are only 2 driving forces for humans. The first is yellow, and the second is money. You are the foundation of my plan. I have been blocked from here. How can I carry out my subsequent plans? After listening to Jiang Cheng, Li Mingho began to hesitate. According to Jiang Cheng, if he didn't accept the money, it would be disadvantageous to Jiang Cheng. For a moment, he felt that his brain was not enough. How could he not ask for money and make others unhappy? Don't worry about me, take the money. Jiang Cheng pointed with his finger. Shen Yuqing had already counted the money, and pushed more than 7,000 yuan to Jiang Cheng's hand and placed it on the desk. Jiang Cheng picked up the money and put it in Li Mingho's hand. Now that I have money, I will still work tomorrow. Do it, definitely do it. This time, the shy Jing Junjie stood up first and said loudly. But after he finished speaking, he glanced at Yilingxi and Shen Yuqing and quickly sat down. He felt a little shy and embarrassed to be stared at by such a beautiful older sister. Jiang Cheng said, okay, but tomorrow, you need to spend your own money to buy blind boxes. The purchase price of blind boxes is 8 yuan each, and leather shoes are 80 yuan a pair. Li Mingho was quick-witted and immediately understood the principle behind this. Today he was paid 2 yuan a piece, and tomorrow he would buy goods at 8 yuan a piece, which was actually the same. When he thought of a question, he said, but there are more than 2 of us selling blind boxes today. You also sold with us, so you should share the money. And these 2 big, beautiful sisters, and the staff of the mall also helped pack and so on. Chapter 31 The First Layout of the New Era. When Li Mingho asked this question, Jiang Cheng smiled. He would have said it even if Li Mingho didn't say it because this point was crucial. Yilingxi had been staring at Jiang Cheng. When she saw the smile on Jiang Cheng's face, she felt as if a ray of light was shining on herself. She was glad that she made the choice today and chose to trust Jiang Cheng. That's what I'm going to say next. First of all, you want to give me some money, which is wrong. You have to know that the blind boxes are contracted to you, and you are outsourcing. So the profits you earn belong to the 2 of you. As for me, I can only be regarded as helping you. As a packer and on-site staff, I am just helping you. You can pay them wages, but you don't have to share the money. If you really want to share the money, you can, but once you share the money, you can't change it. And human nature, since you share the money, everyone will feel that this matter is not just your business, but everyone's business, and they will have the right to decide. It's up to you to decide how to do it. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Li Mingho's eyes flashed. Jing Junjie also started thinking. His heart was pounding. Before this, he only felt that he was a student who depended on his parents. But now he suddenly found that he seemed to have been forcibly pulled out by Jiang Cheng, and suddenly he became the boss who had the right to control other people's profits. You need to think about the issue of interests yourself. I pay them wages. Right. Jiang Cheng looked at the 2 of them and asked, how much are you going to give out? $500 a day. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, okay, then give them 500, let them all know that you are very profitable, and then they will rack their brains to get you. Jiang Cheng said no more, you go back today, I still have some things to do. You 2 can discuss how to pay wages. If you need help tomorrow, you can find Shen Yuqing. Good. Jiang Cheng issued an order to expel them, so Li Mingho and Jing Junjie didn't say much. With heavy hearts, the 2 left the office together. Needless to say, after these 2 people go out, they will definitely find a place to discuss it, but it will take a while to figure it out. Jiang Cheng was also curious about what kind of results they would come up with today. After Li Mingho and Jing Junjie left, Jiang Cheng and 2 women were left in the office. The remaining money is ours. Don't blame Jiang Cheng. I'm telling you the truth. You said you don't want my share of the profit among the 3 of us. If my goods can be sold, it will have saved my life. I can also not. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and interrupted Shen Yuqing directly. I have seen people who dislike the small benefits, but I have never seen people who didn't want money. If there is no benefit in cooperation, then the cooperation cannot last long. First of all, the blind box business is just starting now, and we need your assistance in many aspects, and we will also need your investment in the later stage. Jiang Cheng first said to Yilingxi, this is just our first base. From now on, I want to expand the blind box business to the whole country, and you have to contribute to it. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Shen Yuqing, and at a glance he saw Shen Yuqing's exposed collarbone, which was particularly prominent. Rogue. Shen Yuqing also saw Jiang Cheng's gaze, but instead of restraining it, he straightened his chest and leaned back on the office chair. Jiang Cheng cleared his cough, a little embarrassed, and then said, to start our blind box business, we need the resources of the mall, so your share must also be included in the mall's revenue. Will there be any problems with the mall's cooperation? What could go wrong? Yancheng leaned back in a chair with his arms folded across his chest and his legs crossed, and said with a look of contempt, "At worst, I'll take a bus home to see my dad." The rich woman was indeed ruthless and didn't talk much, so Jiang Cheng felt relieved. It's a pity that I didn't know in my previous life that Yancheng had such a beautiful daughter. I don't know what happened to his daughter after Yancheng went bankrupt in his previous life. But think about it, he should have gone abroad. After all, for a boss like Yancheng, even if he goes bankrupt, it's the company that goes bankrupt, and his personal assets are still rich. Then the three men began to count the money. After paying the money to Li Mingho and the other two, there was still over 29,000 yuan left on the table. Jiang Cheng first took out the money to pay for packaging and the boss, a total of 500 yuan. But it would cost 6,500 to pay for Yiling's wallet and leather shoes. The total amount is 7,000 yuan. The rest is pure profit, a total of 21,800. If 21800 is divided equally among three people, Jiang Cheng can get just over 7,000. That is to say, this afternoon, Jiang Cheng just helped out a little and earned 7,000 yuan. Although the money he got was about the same as Li Mingho and others, he didn't have to pay other people's wages. And this is a separate stronghold in Yancheng. I can actually earn more than 7,000. Yancheng was extremely surprised. Jiang Cheng said, "It's not that you earn more than 7,000. This more than 7,000 is because of the mall's venue resources, which belong to the mall." "No, this is mine," said Yancheng. Jiang Cheng knew that this filial son must have embezzled his father's money. Yancheng was really shocked. More than 7,000 were placed in the mall, several stalls, and the total amount for a month was only this amount. But for a small stall at the door, Jiang Cheng can make back the money he earned in half a day. Jiang Cheng then said, "Originally this sum of money could not be divided. We needed to leave some reserve funds for the company, but I personally need money for some things, so we will divide this money today." "No need," Yilingsi said immediately. "You can keep it if you don't need to share it. If you need money, you can take an advance from it and then make up for it later." Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "Okay." Then Jiang Cheng began to arrange some of the next things. He took out 10,000 yuan and gave it to Yilingsi, and first asked Yilingsi to help him find someone to set up a company on his behalf the next day, namely Qingning Blind Box Company, Limited. Jiang Cheng then re-established the purchasing rules. For this batch of goods today, Yilingsi gave the factory's cost price. But if you want to keep doing this for a long time, purchasing at cost price is definitely not an option. This is equivalent to tying Yiling's factory to Qingning, which is not a healthy system. For all future purchases, you will add 20% to the cost price as the purchase price, and that 20% will be your factory's profit. Yiling's eyes turned red. She nodded vigorously and said, "Okay." In fact, she also knew that if she shipped the goods at cost price, the factory would be almost dead after selling out the current inventory in her warehouse. But if there is this 20% profit support, then the factory will still have money to operate and there is still prospect for development. In the current situation of foreign trade order suspension, Jiang Cheng not only saved her life, but also gave her a God-chosen opportunity. Others went bankrupt, but she survived. Chapter 32, Long Legs Only Seen in Magazines. On the day when the foundation of the blind box business was laid, Jiang Cheng never imagined that one day his blind box business would go global. Things are unpredictable. Many years later, Jiang Cheng told the media, "It was because I had nothing at the time, only a batch of goods, a piece of vacant land and a face that others dreamed of, so I could only start the blind box business first." When all the profits from the first day's blind box sales were distributed, it was still early. Yilingsi said, "Jiang Cheng, do you want to go home? I'll take you there." Yancheng hesitated to speak. Originally, she wanted to find a chance to send Jiang Cheng back. Although there is no purpose, I inexplicably have this thought in my mind. But Yilingsi had already said it first, so she couldn't say anything else. Yilingsi said she wanted to take her there, and Jiang Cheng of course agreed, otherwise he would have to take a taxi to go downstairs. "If I get some cash, I'll have to buy a car first." Jiang Cheng thought so in his heart. But he was not going home now, but to Yushi Road. Based on my vague memories from my previous life, I estimated that the current late-night snack street would be closed in a few days, and the business of the late-night snack shop run by my parents would plummet. The couple's hair turned white in just a few years because of this. But before the road was closed, it was not difficult to go to Yushi Road, which became very popular later, and rent a storefront first. In the long run, in addition to the benefits, it could also relieve the parents' worries. Why not? Yuching, you shouldn't have anything else to do, right? How about we go together? Yilingxi is a businessman after all, with a sharp mind, and she can see Shen Yuqing's restraint. Besides, Jiang Cheng was introduced to him by Shen Yuqing, and she always felt that there was a vague and ambiguous thread between Jiang Cheng and Shen Yuqing. She didn't want to interfere in front of her best friend, that would be so embarrassing. I'm fine, you guys go ahead, I'm not going. Shen Yuqing was still polite, and with her cold temperament and her flashing eyes, she seemed to be a bit coquettish. This kind of coquettishness is different from the sticky and sweet kind. Let's go. Yilingxi knew her best friend very well. She didn't allow her to refuse and took her hand and walked out. At the intersection of Yushi Road, there are two connected storefronts. People are cleaning inside and shabby tables covered with dust are being moved out. The storefront is located at the main intersection, with a wide sidewalk in front and the road outside. According to the layout analysis, the location of this store is quite advantageous, and the entire street behind it is also in a very good location. But despite such a great location, there are few people. This is because Yushi Road is on the back of the downtown area, which is a bit like being in the dark under the lamp. People gather in the downtown area, but no one comes here to shop. On the contrary, it is not as good as the streets farther away. The streets farther away from the old city at least have residents going there to consume. On the contrary, people near or in the downtown area will never go to the back of it. This results in 70% of the shops on the entire street being abandoned despite such a prime location, with only a few mahjong parlors and tobacco shops open. At this time, outside the two stores that were cleaning the intersection, Lin Yuxuan was squatting under a green tree on the outside of the sidewalk, holding a stick in his hand, picking up stones on the ground out of boredom. He had promised his uncle Lin Daily that he would stay here for Lin Daily and watch the workers do the cleaning. This shabby shop can't be rented out, so why should we keep it clean? Lin Yuxuan felt that his uncle's cleaning work was in vain, but his uncle promised him that he would give him 50 yuan pocket money as long as he stayed there to watch the cleaning. 50 yuan is a lot of money, almost enough for him to spend for 2 weeks. Lin Yuxuan could only stare at it obediently. I was feeling bored when I suddenly saw a red car stopped on the side of the road. The car paint looks very high-end, and the car body is wide, giving people a domineering feeling. Lin Yuxuan looked at it curiously, and then he saw the car door open, and a long leg in high heels stepped on the ground in the passenger seat. Lin Yuxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The long legs you see on TV are not as beautiful as this one. Only on the covers of some magazines can you get this feeling. Then he saw a very beautiful and cool woman getting out of the car, and Lin Yuxuan was stunned. But soon the back door of the red car opened and a boy got out. Lin Yuxuan was stunned. The person who got off the car was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng knows such a beautiful woman. Is this his sister? Then the red car was driven onto the sidewalk. There was a wide space, so even if a small car was parked there was still room for pedestrians to pass. Then Lin Yuxuan saw another woman getting out of the car. This woman was just as beautiful, but compared to the cold and domineering appearance of the first woman, this woman looked like a ball of fire. After getting out of the car, the woman glanced at Lin Yuxuan. Lin Yuxuan was so scared that he quickly looked away. She looked at me, she actually looked at me. Will she like me? No, why are they with Jiang Cheng? Doesn't Jiang Cheng only follow Zhu Chuyao? Jiang Cheng, what are you doing here? Lin Yuxuan stood up and said. Jiang Cheng got off the car and stood with Yilingxi. He heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw that the person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he was. But it is also clear that he must be a high school classmate or alumnus. Who are you? Jiang Cheng asked doubtfully. He really couldn't remember and didn't want to pretend. Lin Yuxuan was stunned for a moment and his face turned red. Two such beautiful girls were looking at him, but Jiang Cheng actually pretended not to know him, which made him very embarrassed. He stared at Jiang Cheng without blinking, mainly because he didn't dare to look at the two beautiful older sisters. Hey, it's only been a few days since graduation, and you're pretending not to know even the class monitor. Lin Yuxuan mentioned his identity as squad leader, and his mind was a little confused at the moment. I just subconsciously feel that I am the squad leader of Jiang Cheng, and this identity is very prestigious. Oh, okay. Jiang Cheng said lightly, and then ignored him. What class monitor? I thought you were my counselor. He walked straight to the door of the small shop that was being cleaned, because he saw a piece of paper posted next to the door, store for rent. This location is very advantageous and can be seen as soon as the car arrives, so Jiang Cheng simply asked Yilingxi to stop the car and get off to take a look. Jiang Cheng walked over to check the number and took out the phone from his pocket. Jiang Cheng, what can I do for you? This shop belongs to my uncle. I own it. Tell me if you have anything to say. Jiang Cheng just looked back, ignored him, and picked up the phone to dial the number. Because after Lin Yuxuan revealed his family background, Jiang Cheng recalled some things. Chapter 33, he is still just a kid. Jiang Cheng and Zhu Chuyao can be considered childhood sweethearts. They have known each other since elementary school. Especially in elementary school, I don't know what the unspoken rules were, but boys and girls wouldn't play together. It would be embarrassing for a boy to play with a girl, and a girl would be laughed at by her female friends if she played with a boy. But Jiang Cheng and Zhu Chuyao played together. Later, they changed schools for junior high school and were assigned to the same class. Perhaps because of the different environments, this unspoken rule was naturally eliminated. Time flies. Even for teenagers, 6 or 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and they have developed special feelings for their childhood playmates. Everyone knows that Jiang Cheng likes Zhu Chuyao, even his parents have heard some rumors. But no one knows whether Zhu Chuyao likes Jiang Cheng. However, Jiang Cheng is Zhu Chuyao's little follower. He listens to everything Zhu Chuyao says and uses his pocket money to buy gifts for her. But Jiang Cheng is too honest and Zhu Chuyao is too beautiful. There will always be naughty students who want to interfere, pick Jiang Cheng's peaches, and abduct Zhu Chuyao. Lin Yuxuan is one of them. He likes Zhu Chuyao and has caused a lot of trouble to Jiang Cheng, especially spreading some rumors. These were some troubles for Jiang Cheng in his previous life, but the current Jiang Cheng doesn't care about them anymore, but he doesn't like this person either. So he ignored Lin Yuxuan and took out his cell phone to make a call. Don't say it's his? What the hell, he's just a student, at most you can say it's his. Jiang Cheng, did you hear me? Lin Yuxuan felt extremely embarrassed when he saw that Jiang Cheng completely ignored him. What humans cannot tolerate most is being ignored. Lin Yuxuan walked over and stood next to Jiang Cheng. He was very angry inside, mainly because there were two beautiful older sisters watching him. Jiang Cheng looked up at him, surprised by his reaction, and said, "Okay, the storefront is yours. I want to rent it. Tell me how to rent it." You want to rent a storefront? Lin Yuxuan was stunned. In his opinion, he and Jiang Cheng are just students. Students should study hard and ask their parents for pocket money. Jiang Cheng actually wants to rent a storefront. Isn't this something adults do? Renting a storefront means doing business. What kind of business can a student in Jiang Cheng do? Hey, stop being ridiculous. Is it your family that wants to rent a storefront? Shen Yuqing was standing nearby, and when he saw this scene, he glanced at Yilingxi. Yilingxi spread her hands to indicate that she didn't know the situation either. Let me tell you again, I want to rent a storefront, is there a problem? Jiang Cheng said. Lin Yuxuan was stuck for a moment, hesitating. You rent, what storefront do you want to rent? You don't know how to do business, so I won't rent it to you. Anyway, Jiang Cheng said he wanted to rent a storefront, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if Jiang Cheng suddenly became an adult, while he was still a child waiting for his uncle to give him 50 yuan. Jiang Cheng said no more and dialed the number. I said I won't rent it to you. Jiang Cheng just glanced at him, and the call was connected. Jiang Cheng said, you have 2 storefronts for rent on Yushi Road, right? It was Lin Daly on the other end of the phone. Hearing that someone was finally going to rent the 2 shops on Yushi Road, he said excitedly, yes, boss, those 2 shops are both for rent. Do you want to see them now? I'm right here at the intersection of Yusai Road. How long will it take you to get here? I'll be right there, wait a minute, boss. Uncle, don't rent to him. He doesn't know how to do business and is a liar. Lin Yuxuan shouted beside him. Phew tilde. Yilingxi couldn't help but burst out laughing, and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Shen Yuqing rolled her eyes at her and also found it funny to look at this kid. But suddenly I thought, when this kid and Jiang Cheng stood together, they seemed to be about the same age. Suddenly, she felt a little dreamy. These two people were obviously of the same age, but Jiang Cheng was unknowingly treated by her as someone of the same age as her. You know, Jiang Cheng earned nearly 30,000 yuan today just by commanding people in one afternoon. 30,000 yuan is not a small amount for Yancheng. It's a lot of pocket money. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone after communicating with Lin Daly. Let's go sit in the car. Jiang Cheng turned and said to Yilingxi and Shen Yuqing. Then he asked, if you have something to do, please leave first. I may need to stay here for a while. Before Shen Yuqing could speak, Yilingxi said, no hurry, you do your work first, and we'll go eat together later. Jiang Cheng nodded and said no more because he found that there were still things to deal with. On their way here, he saw Yilingxi looking worried. Logically speaking, he had helped Yilingxi open up the market today and taken the first step. Although today's sales volume is negligible compared to Yilingxi's entire duck product volume, this is only the first step in the layout, which will definitely be expanded later. But Yilingxi rarely smiled since she came out. Jiang Cheng had some guesses in his mind and knew what was going on. But things have to be done one by one. The three of them returned to the car and waited for Lin Daly. If you want to say that the air in the car is better, it is mainly because there is a faint fragrance coming from the two women, especially from Shen Yuqing. Jiang Cheng can smell a hint of milk. This is not a joke, it's not the smell of perfume, it's just a faint smell of milk. Body odor. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you could hold it in your arms and take a few deep breaths, you'd probably live a few years longer. If you inhale it every day, you'll live longer every day. Is there a problem with the production of leather shoes? Jiang Cheng asked in the car. Because I had heard Yilingxi say before that her main inventory was handbags, and a small amount of leather shoes and belts. The leather shoes are out of stock in the mall, and the ones in the factory will probably be sold out soon. As the blind box business expands in the later stage, leather bags will probably be enough because many people will return them in exchange for leather shoes, and leather shoes will become consumables. How do you know? Yilingxi sat in the driver's seat, looking at Jiang Cheng with some surprise. Then, seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, she explained, because everyone knows about the factory's returned orders, everyone knows that the factory has no new orders now, and the warehouse is piled up. People have already started to talk about the factory not being able to pay wages. So today I asked the factory manager to start the leather shoes production line, and many workers were making a fuss. Jiang Cheng actually guessed that this would be the case. After all, this is not an isolated problem. In this special period, many factories are facing such problems. I'll go to the factory with you tomorrow morning. Jiang Cheng said. No need, you're busy in the morning. Yilingxi said. The problems in the factory gave her a headache. She thought it was amazing that Jiang Cheng had an idea for marketing, but things in the factory were complicated and definitely not something that a high school student like Jiang Cheng could handle. Chapter 34, Rich Woman Takes Action. Outside the car, Ning Yuxuan felt uncomfortable. He was almost mesmerized by the two pairs of long legs of Shen Yuqing and Yilingxi. But such a beautiful woman was actually sitting in the same car with Jiang Cheng, and the car was so cool. Oh right. Jiang Cheng is actually with another girl behind Zhu Chuye's back. Lin Yuxuan took out his cell phone from his pocket, walked to a secluded place nearby and made a call. If Jiang Cheng knew his thoughts, he would correct them for him. This is not some other girl, but a woman who has not yet officially become a woman. In fact, Jiang Cheng was not sure whether these two women had officially become women. However, before I verify it myself, I will treat you as a woman who has not yet become a woman. Some things you have to try to know. Lin Daly, who had just talked to Jiang Cheng, was driving his broken Volkswagen hurriedly towards Yushi Road. He was playing mahjong with his friends, while cleaning the store, leaving it to his nephew Lin Yuxuan to look after. I didn't expect that the store could be rented out so quickly. It's just that it has been abandoned for too long and no one rents the house on this street. Occasionally someone asks about it, but the price is not right. But if the price were any lower, Lin Daly would feel bad. So I plan to improve the hygiene, hoping it will be easier to rent out. I didn't expect that someone would come to ask about it right after I finished the sanitation. It seems that saving face is still very important. But he heard his nephew shouting on the phone, asking him not to rent the house, and he really wanted to go over and give his nephew a good beating. Have you become stupid from studying so much? Soon, Lynn Daly arrived at the meeting door and saw a car parked on the sidewalk. This row of sidewalks was very convenient for parking. Even if we don't stop here, there is a large vacant lot on the opposite side of the intersection. It was planned to be developed and flattened, but the project has not started and it has been vacant ever since. When Lynn Daly bought this storefront, he also thought that the location was good, the road was wide, and there was convenient parking around it, and there would definitely be opportunities for it to develop in the future. But many years have passed, the commercial streets nearby have become popular, but this place has become increasingly deserted, and Lynn Daly sees no hope at all. When he saw the red car, he guessed it was the owner who was coming to rent the store. Lynn Daly parked the car and called Jiang Cheng. Then he saw two stunning women getting out of a red car. Lynn Daly almost drooled, but he knew that such a woman was not someone he could touch. He was just a small boss, and he understood better than students like Lin Yuxuan that in today's society, appearance, to a certain extent, was also a resource that he was not qualified to possess or get involved in. I could only look away and look at Jiang Cheng. Because the voice that just called was a boy's. I was a little surprised to see Jiang Cheng so young, and thought that he might be the young master of some family. After all, Yancheng is not far from Shanghai, and many people from Shanghai will also come to Yancheng. Boss, do you want to rent a storefront here? Lin Daly walked over and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng paused and asked, "How did you rent this storefront?" Without waiting for Lin Daly to speak, Lin Yuxuan ran over and shouted, "Uncle, don't rent it to him. How can he do any business? He is my classmate." Lin Daly was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he raised his hand and hit Lin Yuxuan on the forehead with a chestnut. "Shut up, adults are talking, children should not interrupt." Even a cold and queen-like beauty like Shen Yuqing almost couldn't help laughing. Lin Yuxuan covered his forehead with his hands, his face flushed red, and he was about to cry. "I'm sorry, he doesn't understand. My shop charges 900 per month, and two shops charges 1800. Look at this spot. Did you see it? It's right at the intersection, and there are a lot of cars coming and going on this road." Jiang Cheng directly stretched out his hand to interrupt his boasting. 900 is too expensive, 700 for one room, 1400 for two rooms. In fact, 900 is not expensive at all. I estimate that the price will increase in a few days, or even when the contract expires or next year, the rent of this storefront will definitely double, and it is not surprising to pay several thousand yuan a month. But Jiang Cheng must lower the price, because the current situation is indeed not worth 900, even 700 is too expensive. After all, there is not much use in renting here. Lin Daly knew it very well. In fact, he had wanted to rent a room for 1,200 yuan before, and 900 yuan was already a price that had been reduced several times. But it is still difficult to rent it out for 900, and he feels painful about the price of 700. But it is really difficult to rent it out at a price higher than this. "No, boss, you see, for such a big shop, how can we go to seek justice for 700 yuan? 900 yuan is already a very low price. Just think about how many years it will take me to recover the cost. Decades. At this price, I might as well sell it for tens of thousands of dollars." Lin Daly complained and hoped that Jiang Cheng could raise the price. But Yilingxi, who was standing next to him, heard what Lin Daly said. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "How many thousands would you sell it for?" 45,000 for one room, 90,000 for two rooms. Lin Daly was a little confused and said casually. This was actually the psychological price he had been thinking about for a long time, but this price had been thought about for a long time, but no one wanted to buy it. "Okay, I'll buy both storefronts," Yilingxi said without hesitation. Of course, she bought these two storefronts to give to Jiang Cheng. Today's experience made her not know how to thank Jiang Cheng. In fact, Jiang Cheng could just take advantage of someone's illness to kill him, or take advantage of someone's misfortune to rob him, and he wouldn't have to share any profits with her. As long as all the goods in her factory were sold out, she would be extremely grateful to Jiang Cheng. She would even be willing to sell at a price lower than the factory cost. However, Jiang Cheng not only did not bully her, but instead took the initiative to give her factory a reasonable profit, and also gave her a share of the retail profits and brought her into the business. So this was the first time she saw Jiang Cheng needed something, and she decided to buy it and give it to Jiang Cheng without thinking. Although the factory loan made her feel powerless and orders were cut off, she still had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. 90,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for her now, but if it is a gift to Jiang Cheng, it will not be a problem. Really? This is not a joke. Lin Daly was excited. If he hadn't seen that Yilingxi was beautiful and a woman, he would have wanted to give Yilingxi a big hug. Really? Yilingxi said, looking towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng knew what Yilingxi meant and showed a helpless look, but did not stop her. The price of this store will definitely increase in the future, so if Yilingxi wants to buy it, it will actually not be a loss. If I buy it, the storefront will be given to you. Don't refuse me. Jiang Cheng looked to the side and just nodded, neither agreeing nor rejecting. At least she got permission, so she bought the storefront. A few tens of thousands of dollars was not a lot in Jiang Cheng's eyes in his previous life, but he just didn't have that much cash on him now. Shen Yuqing next to him suddenly felt empty in his heart. Chapter 35, Just go take care of my business. Shen Yuqing stood by and said nothing, but when he saw Jiang Cheng wanted to rent a storefront, Yilingxi bought it directly. For a moment, she felt empty and indescribable. The little brother was clearly picked up by herself from the roadside, so how come he suddenly became more closely related to Yilingxi? She had an urge to get deeper with the little brother. But I don't know how to go deeper, it feels awkward when I think about it. Shen Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Yilingxi noticed that her best friend seemed to be in a bad state and asked. Shen Yuqing was startled and hesitant. Oh. I want to buy a storefront too. You want to get the storefront too? Yilingxi didn't react for a moment. She bought this storefront to give it to Jiang Cheng. What was Shen Yuqing buying the storefront for? Isn't he her Yonghui Mall enough? Yes, I want to buy a storefront too. How about buying the one next door? Shen Yuqing bit her lip and pointed her pretty finger at the storefront next to Lin Daly's 2 stores. That's perfect. The owner of the shop next door also wants to sell. Lin Daly took the opportunity to say. Even his storefront facing the intersection is difficult to rent out, let alone the one next door. He also knows the owner of the next door, so if he can sell the storefront, he can definitely earn a commission. How about I buy the storefront next door in Jiangcheng? Shen Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Jiang Cheng didn't know why this elder sister suddenly showed interest in buying a storefront. Maybe she was just rich and could do whatever she wanted. Well, very good. The location of this place is worth investing in. Jiang Cheng nodded. If Shen Yuqing bought the storefront next door, he could indeed make a profit. Not to mention the rent increase in the future, even if he sold it after a while, it would probably double in price. Yes, this young brother is absolutely right. Look at how great the location here is, with convenient transportation and spacious venues. Lin Daly quickly cooperated with Jiang Cheng and kept bragging. But in my heart I felt that Jiang Cheng was probably a fool. It's such a shabby street. During the rush hour after get off work, there are hardly any people on the road. What is worth investing in? A cemetery. But I definitely wouldn't say that. After all, what I'm selling now is my own storefront. Jiang Cheng also knew what he was thinking, but he just felt that it sounded a bit awkward when he played it. But there is no need to say much. In a few days, Lin Daly, who sells the storefront, will probably regret it and cry his eyes out. He might even come back to cause trouble. However, Jiang Cheng is not afraid of these. As long as the contract is signed in black and white, other problems will be easy to solve. Finally, the price was agreed upon and Yilingxi did not bargain. The price of the 2 storefronts was settled at 90,000 yuan. Including the storefront next door that Shen Yuqing wants to buy, an appointment has also been made to meet tomorrow to discuss the price, and the procedures for the storefront will also be handled tomorrow. But Jiang Cheng didn't care about these things and left them to Yilingxi. This is why Jiang Cheng wants to share part of the profits with Yilingxi. Some things must always be handed over to capable people. One's own energy is more valuable, and there are more things to do. Jiang Cheng, what a coincidence, why are you here? Jiang Cheng had just finished discussing things inside the storefront and had taken a look around. He was about to get in the car to go with Yilingxi and the others when he heard someone calling him again. He was not unfamiliar with this person, a girl named Ma Xiaofang, his high school classmate. Jiang Cheng didn't have a deep impression of Lin Yuxuan, but he remembered Ma Xiaofang because in his previous life, he went to Shanghai to attend university with Zhu Chuyao, and Ma Xiaofang would occasionally come to Shanghai to play. So he still remembers it now. Ma Xiaofang has an average appearance and a thin figure. As soon as Jiang Cheng saw Ma Xiaofang, he knew that this was not a coincidence but she came here on purpose. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuxuan and found that Lin Yuxuan was looking over here. Jiang Cheng became even more certain. Ma Xiaofang called out to Jiang Cheng and looked at the two women beside Jiang Cheng. She was secretly frightened. How could an ordinary high school student like her control the aura of these two women? I just wonder, when did Jiang Cheng have such a beautiful and elegant sister by his side? What's the matter? Ma Xiaofang was originally planning to tell Jiang Cheng something about Zhu Chuyao's recent bad mood. This is also what Zhu Chuyao said when she called her to hint her to come over. Otherwise, why would she suddenly appear here? It was Zhu Chuyao who told her that Jiang Cheng was there. However, shocked by the temperament of the two women around Jiang Cheng, Ma Xiaofang couldn't say what she had prepared, so she could only pick out the key points and say, "There's a class reunion next Wednesday. You have to come, and Zhu Chuyao will be there too." Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Yuxuan behind him and said directly to Ma Xiaofang, "It was Zhu Chuyao who told you that I was here and she called you, right?" It is easy for people to think that this statement is unbelievable, but it is true that Jiang Cheng had the confidence at that moment and his judgment was correct. Ma Xiaofang was exposed by Jiang Cheng and suddenly became flustered. Jiang Cheng said, "Please help me pass on a message. Let's part ways in peace. We should all go our separate ways in the future. Anyway, she doesn't like me and I don't like her either. From now on, we will just pretend that we don't know each other." Zhu Chuyao's phone number has been blocked by Jiang Cheng. It was impossible for him to have any involvement with Zhu Chuyao anymore. In his previous life, he knew about Zhu Chuyao's wedding and knew that she had turned into someone else. That kind of heartache was something Jiang Cheng had never experienced in the stock market. Ma Xiaofang was stunned. She thought Jiang Cheng and Zhu Chuyao were having some conflict. "I came here to coordinate." But now Jiang Cheng's tone was devoid of emotion, which made Ma Xiaofang feel that things were not that simple. Look at the two women around Jiang Cheng. Ma Xiaofang suddenly felt that she looked like the school beauty Zhu Chuyao, and she didn't have the slightest competitiveness. Jiang Cheng's words didn't have to be spoken in anger. "Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Jiang Cheng didn't give Ma Xiaofang time to react after he finished speaking, nor did he want to continue this topic. After saying hello, he turned and got into the car. Yilingxi sat in the driver's seat. "Are those all your classmates?" Jiang Cheng nodded, "Yeah." Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't want to talk about this topic, Yilingxi said, "You must be hungry, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. I'm so tired from packing today, I don't care, I want to eat 2 bowls of rice." Yancheng slumped on the backrest and said with a pout, "Then let's go to my late-night snack shop. It will be a good opportunity for you to take care of my business." Jiang Cheng said. "Oh, your family runs a late-night snack shop?" Yilingxi said in surprise. "No. What kind of complicated business is a late-night snack bar? It requires a review of identity and a complicated background. It's so strange. What's going on?" "No, I thought your house, forget it, let's go to your house. You tell me the place and I'm familiar with Yancheng," Yilingxi said. Chapter 36, Where did you bring these two beautiful older sisters to meet your parents? Yilingxi was amazed by Jiang Cheng's marketing plan. At least it was a trick she had never seen before since she planned to open a specialty store and carefully studied the market. She thought that Jiang Cheng's family must be a big business, and Jiang Cheng had been influenced by it since he was a child, so he had such insights into retail. But Jiang Cheng's family actually runs a late-night snack shop. Yilingxi was curious, what kind of late-night snack shop could produce such a retail genius? It was 7:30 in the evening, the peak time for getting off work. The late-night snack stalls are also open at this time, but because they are serving late-night snacks, most of the stores have almost no business at this time. The late-night snack restaurant opened by Jiang Cheng's parents is not located in the main late-night snack street, but there are several shops nearby. The owner of the Lao Li food stall next door has a good relationship with Jiang Cheng's parents, and the two families do not have any unsolvable conflicts due to business competition. The main reason is that both families have a student who graduated from high school in the same year, so they have topics to talk about during the 3 years of high school. Now I have finally graduated. At this time, the store was arranged properly and the kitchen helpers were washing vegetables. Jiang Cheng's parents were sitting at a dining table outside the store, chatting with Lao Li next door, who was also sitting at his own table. Mr. Li is very happy today. Because in the past 3 years, no one knows how Lao Li has been spending these 3 years. My son and Jiang Cheng are classmates, but his son's grades are at the bottom, which is in stark contrast to Jiang Cheng, who has always been ranked among the top. Old Li is angry. But today is different. Although Mr. Li's son did not get into university, I heard that his neighbor was admitted to Shanghai. But his son also worked hard and brought him a girlfriend. Of course, she is my son's girlfriend, not someone he brought back to be Mr. Li's girlfriend. My son's girlfriend is his classmate. This is interesting. I often hear my son say that Jiang Cheng from next door follows girls at school all day long, running after them like a pug. As a result, there was no noise now, but my son got one from the class first. This is so face-saving. At this time, Lao Li's son was sitting at the table next to him and eating with his girlfriend. If you ask me, get married and start a career, get married and start a career, get married first, then start a career. It doesn't mean that studying is useful, getting married early is the right thing to do. I, Lao Li, didn't study either, but now I'm running a good midnight snack stall. Lao Li's late night snack stall business is indeed better than that of Jiang Cheng's parents' home, thanks to Lao Li's ability to brag and chat with customers. Jiang Cheng's parents looked at Lao Li's son and the girl he brought back, with some envy on their faces. Father Jiang said, "You still have to read books. It's hard to say how good the results will be, but you have to read." Old Li chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, the Magic City is a big place. Jiang Cheng will have to find a girlfriend if he goes there to study in college. He can't finish college with nothing." Jiang Cheng was like a lackey in school, following Zhu Chuyao around. Jiang Cheng's parents knew about this, and so did Lao Li. When it comes to credit, we have to mention the son of Mr. Li, who wrote many reports. Mother Jiang smiled awkwardly and said, "That's his own business." It's hard to say. How could she not know Jiang Cheng's character? Jiang Cheng's mother is not confident whether he can find a girlfriend in college. She saw that other people's sons had already brought their girlfriends home after finishing the college entrance examination, which made her very envious. As time gets later, those who run late-night snack stalls don't have much free time. After chatting outside for a while, Jiang's father went to the kitchen and waved to Jiang's mother. "What's wrong?" Jiang's mother walked over and asked, and Jiang's father whispered, "Speaking of that kid Jiang Cheng, you have to talk to him properly. He needs to go to college and find a girlfriend." Jiang's mother glared at Jiang's father and said, "Don't you know our brat? How long has he been hanging out with the girl in his class? I heard they are both in Shanghai now. Do you think he can have a chance?" Father Jiang stopped talking. He had heard many reports from the son of the neighboring Li family, saying that Jiang Cheng was in a prematic relationship at school. Dad Jiang was a little worried when he heard that Jiang Cheng was in a prematic relationship, but when he saw that Jiang Cheng's grades did not drop, he was happy instead. Puppy love. How awesome. But as he learned more and more, Jiang's father wanted to die. Is this puppy love? Does this mean that she gave birth to a son who serves as someone else's follower? After a while, Jiang's father sighed and said, "If this kid had the bravery I had back then, would he be able to handle that little school beauty?" Jiang Ma curled her lips. "If you are brave, Jiang Cheng should be 2 years older. It's just a continuation of the same lineage." After saying this, Jiang Ma went to get busy. Father Jiang touched his head, speechless. "Mom." Just as he was about to go to the kitchen to busy himself, he heard Jiang Cheng's voice and looked outside. "Hey!" He thought he had seen it wrong. Jiang Cheng came back outside the store. There were 2 girls walking with him. The 2 women looked older than Jiang Cheng, but they were also in their early 20s. So beautiful. As beautiful as Jiang Cheng's mom. Mother Jiang also heard her son's voice outside. When she went out and saw this scene, her brain was stuck for a moment. Her eyes kept wandering between Shen Yuqing and Yi Lingxi, and she forgot what she should do. "You guys take a seat first." Jiang Cheng pulled out chairs at the dining table outside and asked Yi Lingxi and Shen Yuqing to sit down. Because it is a round table, there is no need to choose a seat. The 2 sat down, put their bags on their legs, and looked around. Yilingsi was very surprised. She had been thinking about Jiang Cheng's late-night snack shop all the way. It was probably a large chain, right? But it's just a very ordinary little shop. Mr. Li next door, his smiling face froze. His eyes wandered between Jiang Cheng and the two women. In Lao Li's opinion, this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. More beautiful than the woman on the calendar at home. What are you looking at? Lao Li's wife was sitting next to him at the moment. Seeing that Lao Li's eyes were staring, she reached out and touched the back of his head with her hand. Old Li took a deep breath and forgot that his wife was beside him. No, I think she looks like an old friend of mine. Sister, why don't you go to the kitchen? Oh. Old Li was ordered away by his wife. His son, Li Yaozu, who was Jiang Cheng's classmate, also saw Jiang Cheng bringing two very beautiful older sisters. He was completely confused. Wasn't he Jiang Cheng chasing after the school beauty? Jiang Cheng is chasing after the school beauty, which makes him very envious. But the problem is that Jiang Cheng can't catch up. School beauty Zhu Chuyao has never come to his store with Jiang Cheng. But what is going on now? Who are these two older sisters? Mom, what are you daydreaming about? What delicious food do you have today? Order it quickly and she will pay for it. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he dragged out a chair and sat down, pointing at Yilingsi and said, Chapter 37, You can't sell arms at the entrance of the mall. Jiang's mother finally reacted and patted Jiang Cheng's hand. Look at you talking nonsense, how can you let others pay for it? You pay the bill tomorrow. If you can't afford it, go wash dishes in the back. Then he smiled at Shen Yuqing and Yilingsi, two big sisters, please sit down, I'll go get you something delicious. The more I look at these two girls, the more I like them. The more I look at them, the more pleasing they are to the eyes. I don't know where the silly boy met them and brought them back. Okay, auntie. Yilingsi said sweetly. Shen Yuqing was more reserved, her face flushed, she didn't dare to look into Jiang Ma's eyes, and nodded. Mother Jiang turned around and went inside to get something to eat. When she turned around this time, she glanced in the direction of Lao Li's fat wife who was sitting on the chair. Lao Li's fat wife sat on the chair and observed this side like a village intelligence agent. Suddenly, Jiang Ma felt more energetic when walking. So comfortable. So what if your son brings home a girlfriend? My son always brings back two. Who is it? As soon as Jiang's mother entered, Jiang's father asked in a low voice. Jiang's mother was also very excited. She dragged her husband to the kitchen and said, I don't know either. You can see how beautiful those two girls are when you go in. You've made some progress. After Li Mingho and Jing Junjie divided the money and left Yonghui Mall, they found a fried rice stall, ordered 2 servings of fried rice, and then started discussing countermeasures. There are several problems before them. The first question is that today there are more than just the two of them doing the blind box business, there are many other people helping out. How should they divide the money? Jiang Cheng said it was to pay wages. So how much is appropriate to pay? For the second question, both of them were a little dazed. I have more than 7,000 yuan in my pocket. You have to know that this is someone else's annual salary. The two of them were sitting at the stall, and they felt like someone was staring at them everywhere. But of course this is just a psychological effect. Li Mingho held the money tightly and was startled when the boss brought him the fried rice. Li Mingho, I think the money is all yours. I also get a salary. Jiang Cheng originally said that he wanted to help you make money. I just followed him to play out of curiosity. Jing Junjie said seriously. Li Mingho said without hesitation, what nonsense. The matter has already been done. We have agreed to do it together, so let's do it together. Didn't you hear what Jiang Cheng said just now? The two easiest ways to make money are to seize opportunities or follow the right big brother. He said these 2 points. Now we have them. That proves that Jiang Cheng is willing to take you with him. If you don't give me your share, who do you think I am? Are you going to let Jiang Cheng look down on me and cut off my path? Me. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's just go together. Then the two of them began to discuss it seriously. Anyway, I always feel a little scared. After all, before this afternoon, they could only ask their parents for money to go to the internet cafe to play games. As a result, after hanging out with Jiang Cheng for a day, when I came out, everything had changed and people had changed. They started discussing business operations. After discussing for quite some time, the two finally came up with a definite solution. Then after dinner everyone went back home. However, the 7,000 yuan in Li Mingho's pocket was not all seized. I just took out 2,000 yuan and each person got 1,000 yuan. Adding the 200 I took in the morning, the total of 100 yuan bills is 1,200. Li Mingho went home with the money. He felt that he had a great responsibility as Jing Junjie's money was still with him. Li Mingho's family runs a restaurant business. He went back to the restaurant with the money and met his mother inside. My mother was wearing a cheongsam, black stockings and high heels, looking dignified and elegant. But when he saw his son, he got angry for some reason and reached out to grab Li Mingho. "Where have you been again? Did you stay at the internet cafe and play games all day?" "Playing games in an internet cafe? He. Li Mingho gave a haughty look. "Where am I going? I haven't been anywhere. I am standing in front of you now. Do you think I look like I did before? Hey, your skin is itchy, isn't it? Ouch, be gentle. Why don't you learn from Jiang Cheng? Look at how good Jiang Cheng is at studying and how handsome he is. Zheng Junjie is more honest. Although he didn't do well in school, he rarely made trouble. In the eyes of his teachers, he was an honest child who didn't cause trouble but didn't contribute much either. The main reason is that my dad works in the system, he has plenty of pocket money, and he keeps to himself at school, so no one bullies him. As soon as I got home, I saw my parents watching TV. Why did you come back so late? Zheng Junjie's mother asked. His tone was gentle, and he didn't think his son would mess around outside when he came home late. Zheng Junjie honestly took out 1,200 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table. When the parents saw the number 1,200, their eyes flickered and they immediately sat up and perked up. What's wrong? They noticed that their son's expression seemed a little different. This is the money I earned today. Zheng Junjie said honestly. In fact, he can only be considered half honest, because he earns more than 1,200. Zheng Junjie's mother was shocked. She stood up from the sofa, grabbed 1,200 yuan, and asked her son nervously, "Don't scare me. What did you do today?" His father also frowned and stared at him. 1,200, this is a salary that others cannot even earn in a month. It can be said that even his salary is only this amount. Of course, this does not include some indescribable income. Then Jing Jijie honestly explained what he had done that day. As for the details, of course he didn't say anything, he just said that he followed Jiang Cheng to set up a stall in front of the entrance of Yonghui shopping mall. "The Jiang Cheng you are talking about is the one with good grades in your class?" asked Jing Junjie's father. In fact, he often gets detailed information about the situation in his son's class, and he knows all the students who have good grades, poor grades, or are naughty in the class. Yes. Zheng Junjie said. Zheng Junjie's mother was about to say something but was stopped by his father, who then said to Zheng Junjie, "Go wash your hands and eat something first." Zheng Junjie said, "I have already eaten, I will go back to the room first." "Well, go ahead." After Zheng Junjie left, his mother anxiously grabbed his father and said, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you ask clearly? This is 1,200 yuan, and our family is not short of money. If our son does something illegal, it will be a big deal. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you to set up a stall in front of Yonghui Mall? I'll go find out tomorrow and find out the situation." His father is in the system and the people he comes into contact with are those businessmen. I've seen all kinds of people's ups and downs, some becoming rich overnight, and some seeing buildings collapse. So he was surprised that his son earned 1,200 yuan a day by setting up a stall, but it was not unacceptable. Moreover, they were talking about setting up a stall at the entrance of Yonghui shopping mall, so no matter what it was, it wouldn't be too excessive. You can't sell arms at the entrance of a mall, right? So go check it out tomorrow and you'll know what's going on.